the other officer had him under control. It didn't look like it to me. So far in the case, I don't feel like anything has really been presented in this case so far as to evidence to support the current charges. And there are two charges, and a little bit of difference is that um, the charges are for first degree manslaughter is the first one, and then second degree manslaughter is the second one. Neither of those have an intention to them in this particular case because of where it's being tried. So you don't have to have an intention to murder, but they both require that you prove that it was negligence, but not only negligence, but negligence that led to the intention of murder. And so that's very confusing in the way that the law is written in the state. And so for me, I'm kind of sitting here going, all right, we've heard a lot of emotional testimony. We've heard from the victims of like the car accident that happened afterwards, but we haven't really seen any evidence that shows that this was at all her negligence on purpose or intentionally. She drew
10
her
seconds.
weapon. And the other thing that I just want to say is that I feel as if this prosecutor may be putting herself into a corner where this is going to lead to a mistrial. And we can talk about that further later on because I ran out of time. Sorry.
No, you're good. That was a good way of putting it. Eloquence. Let's see what we have, chat. And I want to give Stardust a chance to introduce herself. I know she's been dealing with technical difficulties. Stardust, why don't you introduce yourself? Welcome.
Hi, thank you so much. Thanks for bearing with me. I'm Stardust. I stream on Twitch and I host a couple of panels and I argue with people. I enjoy arguing with people. So, yeah.
Heckin' yeah, chat. Stardust. So let's see what we have here. So Kate gave her 2 cents. We are now on to Oreo Express. You get 2 minutes uninterrupted. Your time starts right meow.
Okay, in general, with the Potter case, I think she should be fired. I think the prosecution's going way too far. Here's what I'm saying. I don't know what state many of y'all live in, but in our state we have to unfortunately have an unconstitutional CCW. Now, if something happens to one of my family members and I pull out that gun and I fire at a criminal and I hit somebody behind them, that is my responsibility. That day when she yelled taser, 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 it should have been the taser. She had numerous years on law enforcement. I instantly think when you watch that, if I'm a captain, I'm firing you, and you are going to be charged with. Now the charges I'm having a hard time with, like when I looked at it, people talk about negligence and other stuff. My issue with it, again, is if she wouldn't have said, "Oh man, I fucked up," or whatever she said, and she would have kept going with it, I would have been on her side saying that guy was getting into a deadly, putting other people into a deadly circumstance, and would have supported her 100%. Now, I was at the actual crash scene 2 weeks after this happened. So I got to speak to officers there on the ground, the ones that would talk to us off camera and stuff, and the community. And I get it where the community's upset. And I also get it where I support law enforcement. I'm not a bootlicker. I think about 75% of our law enforcement are great people. You have 25%, and mainly in blue cities
20
like
seconds.
Minneapolis, Los Angeles, Washington, D.C., where the cops are crap. But again, she put her life on the line every day to save families like mine and would have jumped in front of a bullet for me. But however, when she pulled the trigger of the firearm instead of the taser, she made the mistake that just ended her job.
Beautiful, sir. Excellent timing there. All right, let's pass the mic to Sansel. What you got to say, Sansel?
Yeah, so I think that there's probably a lot of problems with policing as we do it right now. I'm not on board with the police abolition stuff or in terms of defunding the police. I don't think that that's ever going to accomplish what people want out of the whole defund the police movement. My thing is this. I think that we should be funding police more in training and having more rigorous standards for police that are in this country, especially when you're in larger cities where you're going to be necessarily, because of population density, more likely to run into people who are doing criminal actions or whatever. Uh, we need to have more rigorous training for these people. I think it's pretty unbelievable that someone who has been on the force for as long as this person has mistook the weight of her gun for her taser. I just Googled it. Let me pull that up. The weight difference between a Glock 19, which she had, that's fully loaded, is 29.6 ounces, right? Almost 2 pounds, whereas a taser is less than half a pound. So, like, that's pretty significant, and I feel like that would be pretty hard to miss. I would say that this is gross negligence. I don't know about the charges. I'm not a legal expert, but I would say that any person that is in law enforcement and wants to um, have a job should not be making mistakes like this. And we should probably have some way to have some sort of national registry for police officers who do stuff that's so grossly negligent that they shouldn't be in law enforcement ever again.
Right on. With 12 seconds to spare, chat. And moving on to Stardust. What do you have to say about this?
Yeah. So while I feel sorry for the person, for the officer, for this mistake. Clearly, like 26 years, she had a pretty good record. And she responded to a lot of DV incidents, and she was on the DV task force, which really really like speaks to me. But while I can acknowledge that she did all this good and she has this record, I don't know how this happens where you mix up a taser and a gun. And I saw the video of her having her episode. I guess she was distraught afterwards. But and while I feel bad for that, I think that there needs to be some level of accountability held here. Maybe murder is not the charge that she should be held responsible for. I think, though, it's fair to do an investigation into second-degree manslaughter. So, as much as that really pains me to say. So, yeah.
Right on. Then we have DK showing up a little bit late, but DK, turn on your video. Thank you, sir. Did you say 1
second,
minute?
I'm still, yeah, just 2 seconds here. If
Okay.
you're someone that can go ahead of me, that'd be fantastic.
All right, I'm going to let that one weird girl go, and then I'm going to let you do your intro, which would be introducing yourself, and then you're going to do your intro on the first topic, okay? I know it's going to be
Absolutely.
kind of sandwiched, but
Yeah, sorry about being late, man. It was I
no,
was
it's
going
okay.
as
It's
fast
okay.
as I
Okay.
could.
Once we do this, we'll all catch up. We'll all be good, and we'll forget everything that happened in the first round pill, and second, round we'll be all good. So it's
Very
all good.
excited.
You weren't the only person that had technical difficulties. We had a lot of people as well, so it's all good. We're good.
Okay.
But I'm gonna let that one weird girl go. So that one weird girl, take it away. What do you think about the situation going on in Minnesota?
Well, both counts are felonies, but neither are murder charges. First count is first-degree manslaughter, which one of the ways the Minnesota law defines it is causing someone's death while committing or attempting to commit a lesser crime. A misdemeanor or a gross misdemeanor of the other crime in a way that a reasonable person could foresee or cause death or great bodily harm. Now, the second-degree manslaughter is by creating unreasonable risk and consciously taking chances of causing death or great bodily harm. Now, we saw today where there was a lot of question about, we saw a lot of witnesses coming from the EMTs and other law enforcement officers that were heading down to the scene where he had crashed his vehicle after the shots from her had fired. Now, the only thing I could see, again, with them bringing in the witnesses of the victims, it was the daughter and the wife. There was actually it was a husband and a wife that were in the car, elderly folks. But I guess the old man that was in the car had previous brain trauma. So the only thing I can see that they're trying to go with this is that they're also trying to get her on that, the second-degree manslaughter, because his health has significantly declined since then. Now there's legislations and other oh shoot, what's the word? Ordinances and policies trying to go into change, going towards the which way a taser should be handled. Should it be a cross draw? Should it be this way or that way? Again, with her record, 26 years on the force, them even labeling her as a police training officer. What exactly is that entailed? And I have not been able to find out. Is she actually more behind a desk, treating in a classroom? Is she always wearing a taser? Is she always wearing a belt? We do know that she does go on ride-alongs. And is that the only time she's wearing it? So how much of a training is that? But as far as this is my personal opinion goes on this, I do believe there is some negligence, possibly on the second degree. Now, in the state of Minnesota, you can actually, the jury can actually charge you with a lesser crime than what is actually, let me get this right.
Hold on one second. Hold on. That was the 2-minute opener. We will address what you're talking about. I promise in the volley phase for sure. I'm actually interested in to hear what you have to say on that particular subject. All right, Twisted. I know you've been sitting there waiting. I'm gonna let you go, and then I'm gonna let DK do his opener and then his opening statement on this topic, and then boom, we'll go into the volley period. Okay, take it away, Twisted.
I haven't been following the case, moment by moment, but I have a general idea of what's going on. I do have a short period background in law enforcement, and I've also been in numerous high stress situations, and I can tell you that they talk about the difference in weight between the firearm and the taser. In a fight or flight situation like that, your body is not going to recognize that weight difference. You're not going to know the difference. The other thing that they're throwing out there is the color of the taser. I don't know what color tasers they were issued. Many tasers are black in color. They are not always orange or yellow. So that I would be interested to see where that lands. Do I believe she has culpability and negligence? Absolutely. Do I believe she is a murderer? Absolutely not. Should she probably lose her job? Yes. Should there be some sort of criminal punishment? Absolutely. But it does not rise to the standard of murder. At the most, charge similar to, I'm not sure, the laws up there, but something similar to like a negligent homicide or something along those lines. So yeah, that's kind of where I stand on that. Going back to current policing standards, I would agree that the vast majority of officers are good people doing a hard job. I have a lot of respect for most of them. I don't think she was a bad person. I don't think she was a malicious person.
10 seconds.
I think she just made a mistake. And mistakes happen. Unfortunately, police and other individuals, when you make a mistake, it costs lives. And you got to hold people to that standard. So,
right on. Good take. Mr. DK.
How's it going? So
What's up,
I
brother?
do want to start off by saying I do apologize for being late, but I am DK Records. I'm sure a lot of people in Brant's stream probably know who I am, and I'm pretty sure, aside from I gotta see your name here, Stardust. I'm pretty sure everyone here has met me at, well, maybe not FL Scott, but nice to meet you guys. And once again, apologizing for being late, but as far as this case with Kim Potter goes, I actually agree a lot with what Twisted Aviator said, and towards the end of what Stardust was saying as well. And as usual, Miss One Weird Girl kind of very intelligent. You go right over my head with some things. I had to think for a minute, but for the most part, I agree with what you guys have to say. But there is one thing that most people I don't think were actually, kind of paying attention to, and I did mention it on the last debate stream, but essentially, if she wouldn't have yelled taser, 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 a lot of people are saying it could have potentially been a clean shoot. He was getting into a vehicle similar to the way Jacob Blake was getting into his car. He could have had a potential gun because I do believe was on a weapons charge release or warrant. And I do understand the whole like whoever was saying about like the cross, like you have to cross to grab the taser, or you have to cross or not cross to grab your pistol, depending on whatever dominant hand is. Is that correct?
Yep.
Your pistol's on your dominant side. So
Usually,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's correct. Usually your handgun's on your dominant, and your taser's cross draw.
okay, so yeah, the whole action of like being in the heat of the moment and not necessarily realizing that's what you did, because like I believe it was you, Twister, that said in the heat of the moment you're not really going to recognize that weight difference. But let's pretend that she meant to grab her gun and she did mean to threaten him with lethal force. In my opinion, it could have been a clean shoot. He could have used the vehicle as a weapon. He could have had a weapon in the actual car itself. And the only thing I do believe that should be negligent in the case is the fact that she crossed paths with her partner. So I do believe there's some negligence there. But as far as the shoot of what is his name? Like they all run together now. Is it Dante? No. Who's the kid in the car?
That's Dante.
Last name
It was Dante, right? Okay. Yeah. So like I do believe that if she wouldn't have crossed pass with her, actual her partner, it could have been considered a clean shoot, aside from the fact that she took the taser. Do I believe it was negligent? Absolutely. Do I believe that she deserves some sort of reprimand or, something along those lines? Yes. But to be labeled, what she's been labeled throughout this trial and pretty much right after the entire situation, I do believe is just slightly unfair. And that's kind of where I stand on it right now. And I do apologize too. I'm just catching my
Oh, good.
breath
I
as
was
well.
actually muted, just sitting there talking to myself. Chat, not a weirdo at all. Just a guy who
Oh, I do
yells
it
at
all
his
the time.
computer in his second bedroom. That's all I am. But so let's. Anybody interested in and want to kick off the volley phase? Anybody got anything they want to say? I'm going to go with a raise of the hand. So just like raise a hand, and we'll go like that. So we got Twisted wants to kick it off. Then we'll go Oreo. Okay.
Well, the first thing I want to say is that absolutely I agree with DK that that very well could have been a clean shoot. He was in a vehicle. He was pulling away. The partner was on the other side of the vehicle. And that throws another monkey wrench into the thing of had she intended to draw the taser, but when the guy got in the vehicle, she drew the firearm in case he started moving in the vehicle, in which case it becomes a lethal force encounter because the vehicle then becomes a weapon. But in her mind, her initial response was to go to the taser. So she hollered, taser, 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 thinking, okay, I just drew my taser. But in reality, the other part, when you get down to a situation like that, it's all reactivity. You're not thinking. You're reacting. You're operating on motor skills. You're operating on learned behavior. So she very easily could have been thinking taser, taser, but at the same time, or her instinct is saying, this guy's in a moving vehicle, I'm going to fire my weapon.
Okay, I have a question. We keep on saying that it could have been a clean shot if she just hadn't yelled taser. If she didn't think that the situation required a handgun, right? Is there not any kind of training that like gives us or gives police officers some kind of is there no training onto what situations require lethal force? Because I mean, I can understand that in certain situations you should just assume that the person has some kind of weapon on them, right? But it looks like she just thought that he was going to try and run, And she pulled out a gun
running can be
anyways,
lethal
right?
force. Running
Yeah,
can be
that
lethal
that
force.
Okay,
that
y'all are saying
vehicle.
that he's the partner was on the other side of the vehicle. Do you mean that he was in the opposite side, like on the passenger side, or was he in
Correct.
front?
Mhm.
Okay,
Correct.
so that guy wasn't directly in
Well,
danger of
actually,
getting
the
run
guy
over.
I was referring to was actually right next to her in her own body camera. You can see her
Yeah,
pistol
that's
actually
Yeah.
cross.
Yeah.
that's what I
And
had
there was
understood.
also one on the
I
passenger
mean,
side. There
the
was
the
Right.
shell.
there was 3 of them. There was 3 cops. There was
Right.
Porter,
Right.
Lucky, and then the other dude on the other side of the on the passenger side of the vehicle.
So
But the
if there's a
minute,
guy on the
minute
other side of the passenger side, right? If she thinks that she's going to use her handgun, that's also not a clean shot because there's someone on the other end of that weapon that might not be deserving of a bullet, right?
it
Oh,
Right.
it
also
was
I
clean. It
it's
was
hard to
clean.
tell.
We know that now.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's hard to tell because with the angle of the firearm, you could, I mean, a couple of degrees off, and you're no longer aiming at that person on the other side of the
Sure.
vehicle.
Right.
Yeah. But my
So
point is what I don't like here is that we're saying like, oh well, yeah, he didn't deserve to die right here, but like he could have deserved to die if she had just not said a certain
I
magic
don't
word
think,
that made it
I'm not
right.
saying that it's because of the words she used. I'm saying that she
Yeah.
used those words out of the instinct that use of force
Right.
continuum is not a
Let's let
one-way
Josh go
street.
after Twisted, and then we'll do that one. We're
Okay.
both finished Twisted. Go ahead.
You can go up the use of force continuum and come back down just as quickly. And you can jump. You can go from verbal to lethal force like that. That vehicle, with the officers surrounding that vehicle goes into motion. That vehicle is now a weapon. That vehicle becomes a lethal weapon, in which case lethal force is a justified response to that vehicle.
I I I know that we just said someone else is going to talk. I just want to say one thing. I don't like this idea that just because someone starts running, we can immediately assume that their car is going to be a lethal weapon when there's no one directly in front of the car. If there was someone directly in front of the car, I would be 100% on board with you. Or if there was someone that could have been in front of the
Well,
car,
okay, so to be fair,
You don't
there
have,
was
quick.
a
you
there
don't
was
have
an
to be straight
officer.
in front of the.
There was an
say it
officer that
again.
was
Go
in
ahead,
the
Stardust.
car.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. So sorry. So to be fair, there was an officer that was in the car at least part way, and with the car taking off with that officer in partway in the car, that could have resulted in an injury
But
or
that was
worse,
her,
That's
death.
exactly right.
Didn't-
No, it
Because
wasn't. It
also
wasn't
because
her. It
I've
was
been
one of her
It was,
partners. It was one of her
Yeah,
it
yeah.
partners.
was
So,
the part.
so
It
to
was
provide a
the
little
same
clarity
as
on what
her.
Stardust is talking about, because this is pure objective. This none of my
Yeah.
opinion, Chad. This is just to give people a better compass on what's the objective facts of the case. What Stardust is speaking of is there is a third officer. There's Officer Lucky, who's the person who initiates the stop, who's standing next to Kim Potter, and then there's Officer Johnson, who's in the passenger seat, reached across in testimony with one hand on Dante and apparently one hand either on the steering shaft so that he couldn't go into drive or whatever that it was. So those are the that way we don't get mixed up with arguing an officer. There's Lucky who starts the stop. There's Kim Potter, and then there's Johnson, who's the guy who is on the passenger side. You don't even really see him. He's,
Okay,
I guess,
I understand now. I
yeah.
don't like to
Mhm.
make a habit of watching a bunch of people get shot because it
Yeah,
feels like
no,
you're
no, it's
just
definitely
watching
not
snuff
fun.
films of black people being shot by police every single time because everyone wants to like
Yes.
dive deep and
Yeah.
look at every single frame. So I feel like that's like a weird
Yeah.
thing to normalize. So I don't
But one
contribute.
thing we need to keep in mind too is there's one thing that's common through all these things we always talk about in this political shootings, because I call them political shootings because it's left versus right, is can't every time we don't obey the officer's orders. So I think we need to look into that as if I'm an officer and somebody's not listening to what I have to say, they're already a threat to me one way or another. Like I said, I've been fortunate enough to go to the accident scene, and when you look at it, him taking off, it is a very the area, the population there was a lot of people around, a lot of people there's people walking. You're in an area that if he takes off in a 25-mile-an-hour zone doing 70, yes, then he has a lethal weapon. He has a lethal weapon at 35 miles an hour again. But when we all start this, one thing we can always go back to, no matter almost whatever shooting you want, is Did you follow the officer's orders? Did you, when the officer said, "Hey, come out of the car," when the officer said anything, did you do any of that? And unfortunately, we never hold those people accountable because they're victims because of the color of their skin.
I want to
I
add
will say that
something.
that doesn't.
I,
I'm
I
sorry.
want to
I'm
add
Well,
something. Maybe
yeah.
Let's do Fabian, and then let's do Kate, and then Stardust. I think Kate wanted to cut in there as well, and I think she was
I'll just
locked in
go
the lobby a
back, go
second
back
ago as
again.
well.
Yeah, so I just wanted to add something that I think maybe zooming out a little bit, right? Because the question is both, about policing as it regards to the case as well as the trial, right? And so one of the things I think is important to notice is that you have an individual, Kim Potter, right? She's been on the force for 26 years, right? She's clearly like not a rookie, right? And when you look at pretty much every way she handled this entire interaction, it looks like someone that has no idea what the fuck they're doing. Right? Like she goes up, right? She wants to talk about the warrant situation, right? I know you want to jump in, that one weird girl, but let me just finish my point and you can tell me how I'm super wrong afterwards, right? So she interferes with another police officer that already has control of the situation, right? And so like the way she gets in and moves her body, in many ways you could say, and this is not about the case, right? But this is about her poor training and behavior, right? Which is not necessarily her fault. It's not an intention, but like she handled this situation very poorly. If she had never gotten involved in that situation at all, she could have done something a little quieter. She could have gone to her partner and been like, on the other side of the vehicle and been like, hey, like there's a lot of things she could have done. But instead, she did this kind of stupid action where she like walks in, she puts her hands in between the body. The entire situation is essentially the catalyst of that situation is Kim Potter involving her body in a space, giving Dante the ability to go into his car in the first place. Then she's got piss poor muscle memory because you train as you fight. The idea that people think about these situations and they calculate, that's not how it works. You go off muscle memory, right? Like when I was a medic in the Army, they made sure that we always put down tourniquets as tight as possible, even though they were super painful. Why? Because if you put on a tourniquet loosely, that's what you'll do in combat, even though you know that you're supposed to do it tight, because you just go, when you're in a panicky situation, you go off muscle memory. And I think it says something a lot that even when she's saying taser, 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 she's so ingrained in her muscle memory to pull her firearm and use her firearm. And that's what she's constantly training and using in the range. I think this shows piss poor officer training. And it's one of many reasons why I can't fucking stand the police and the system that we have today, and why I'm completely just ready for fuck it, get rid of the entire system.
Kate?
I
Well,
totally agree with
I
you, not gonna lie.
I think that
What?
there's a few things that we have to take into consideration here because, yes, you can say muscle memory and all that, but if you look at the actual policy of placement of the teaser in, I believe it was February, please don't quote me because it's been a while since I've looked. February, they changed their placement and they went to the non dominant
Correct.
side
Yes.
because they used to be stacked. Then they went to back of dominant side. So, in the rear of the dominant side of your body for the taser. So there had been, in a period of about 5 months, the entire duty belt had been redone. The entire force also had received new guns as well, which weighed different and looked different. Now, I don't know if Potter had been issued a new gun or not, but according to the police statements and policy that had changed, there were new guns issued, new tasers issued, and their entire duty belt was changed. Now, when you've been on the force for 26 years and you're used to your taser being in a specific location, and now that taser is directly behind your gun, that could cause a lot of potential issues. I don't know exactly whose brilliant idea that was, but they changed it back after this incident. The other thing is, and a lot of you guys have kind of already touched on this, is the second that he gets into that vehicle has become a deadly weapon. And there's supreme case laws. There are over 300 case laws since the 80s on decisions about whether or not someone who gets into their vehicle to flee the police or not flee the police, but they get into their vehicle when they are not supposed to be, they're fighting the officers, whether or not that is justifiable for deadly force. And I can tell you out of 300 cases, 286 of them said, yes, that is justifiable for deadly force. So, what we are ultimately looking at in this case is, yes, she screams taser, taser, taser. But was she justifiable in deadly force? Well, according to case law, according to the way everything is written, yes, she would be, because he got back into his vehicle. Now, do I think that there was negligence? There was a level of negligence which probably should lead to her being left off of the force. But there's a lot of factors that a lot of people aren't taking into account in this particular case, specifically with the training and the updating of the training that's happened since George Floyd, and how it has changed the policies.
Well,
And that comes back to what I'm not sure what his Sonso was saying
No, hey,
about.
Twisted, let's let Weird Girl talk really quick, and then
Sorry.
Stardust was next, and then you'll be next, okay? So we'll do Weird Girl, Stardust, Aviator. I want to make sure everybody gets a chance. Go ahead, Weird Girl, sorry.
now I don't want to bash anybody or say anything, but FL Scott, I do agree with the fact that her training, her physical training, was lacking. I can't remember if you said that you watched the video or not. Did you?
Yeah, I've watched the original video. I was just saying I haven't been
Okay.
watching the trial as it's proceeding. I've just
Now,
been
did
watching
you?
like the news.
Okay, so you haven't seen the video where Officer Lucky walks up to the vehicle, grabs the information from him, who he had already given some weird information to Officer Lucky, goes back to the car. She actually gives very insightful information on how to handle the situation. Enters certain information that he's given to verify the information instead of inputting all the information that he has given to corroborate his information. I still do believe that there does need to be better training. Again, I don't know the specifics of what her how she got her title of training officer. Is she sitting behind a desk looking at papers 90% of the day? Is she teaching in
She's
a
an
classroom?
FTO. She was an FTO, wasn't she? Like field training officer? Like, isn't she
Yeah,
supposed to be?
she's a field training officer.
Yeah, I believe
Field
she was
training
training
officer,
someone
but
that day.
yeah,
Mhm.
that's who she was training with, was Lucky. But they were also talking about capacities of where she's mostly in at the police station. Now, again, I would think that an academy trainer and a field training officer are different, but I haven't been able to figure out, okay, what exactly is she? I mean, how often is she actually out in the field? I mean, Kate, you said that she was part of the domestic violence team. What exactly does that entail? Does that entail her going, or or was it you, Stardust? I
Yeah,
apologize.
it was me. Yeah,
Whoever it
she was
was.
part of the domestic
Okay.
violence unit. Yeah, response unit or something
Okay,
like that.
so what does that entail? Does that mean she's sitting in an office taking phone calls? Is she researching stuff? Is she out in the field? So that's also what comes into the question of what is actually the field training officer doing? Um, Now again, there's already stipulations. I don't know if actually Brooklyn Heights has done it, but other jurisdictions have already, such as Kansas and in Missouri, making it cross draw tasers, this and that. And I'm hearing a lot of that. Well, it's justified, if it was, it's a lot of ifs, ands, or whats. If it was, if she didn't say taser, and that's what I'm hearing a lot from a lot of the panel, is we want to make this a justified shooting. Is it justified? Possibly, but again, like how ifs, ands, or buts. That's what we're, I think, all trying to get to, and we need to focus that this was a taser she pulled. She said taser, taser, taser. Obviously, I don't think she had enough in hours lately of again, I don't know her exact history of the police force. But again, I don't think she should have been in that capacity, being that close up to Dante Wright when he did actually break away from the officer, try to get into the car. You actually see several seconds go by after she even says the first initial taser, and then says taser, taser, taser again, and you can see handgun in her hand through her body camera. And we all would like to think, well, you would see it, you would know, and depending on our past jobs and situations, we know about muscle memory, we get that ingrained to us. But again, how often was she practicing? Was it the only time she ever wore her gun and taser was out when she went into the field or into these ride-alongs?
Right.
But that one
So
weird girl,
let's
that's the
do.
thing, is the policy had just been updated in February and then updated again just a month and a half later. And she had done 3 weeks of training. But when you have done 26 years on the force, and now all of a sudden your duty belt is changed completely. The way that you are allowed to interact with people is changed completely. Her muscle memory was to it being on her non-dominant hand.
Well, and
And
that's what I'm saying
then
is when
her
that was
body was then
changed.
trained to do something different, and then it was moved back to the non-dominant hand, and it had only been moved back to the non-dominant hand in the back of the belt for only about 2.5 weeks, and you can look that up. It's all in the policy.
Oh, no,
So
I
she was
understand that, but how often had she been in the field? Even, I mean, was it, again, just on these ride-alongs? Or I mean, how often was she actually out there? I mean, if I'm on a beat every night, my 12 hours, I'm out there all the time. I would see, even in that respect, I would even probably have a tougher time, but I'm wearing it a lot more than I am I'm assuming, again, as a field training officer, when you're only out there, however, maybe a day a week, or even maybe once every 2 weeks.
Well, and I don't know the answer to that question as a field training officer. My point is that when you are constantly changing policies and procedures and you're
Mhm,
constantly having to relearn these things,
mhm.
more mistakes are going to happen if the training isn't done for extended periods of times or phased in. And unfortunately, what we're seeing right now is a lot of the training isn't being phased in, where they're slowly phasing out the way that they used to do it and bringing in new procedures. It's this is the new procedure. And if you do it the old way, you're basically going to be fired, put in
Mhm.
jail, whatever.
I
That's
think
how
we've
the
all had
training
those
is.
in any type of
Yeah.
work we've done.
But
Right.
Uh,
when
I think you guys are both right though, because like let's say she's out on the training somebody during a really politically and emotionally charged time. There's protests going on the road, so she has a new duty belt that according to what you guys are saying, she only had for about 2 weeks. So she has two different things going on. For some reason it doesn't seem like you guys are saying based off of her behavior. It seems like what was going on that day seemed a little bit overwhelming compared to, I would say, the majority of what was going on top of having a different duty belt, on top of having to train somebody, on top of the politically and emotionally charged atmosphere that you're in. It's like, I think it was a snowball effect of things that led to this whole situation.
Just
While
jump
both
there
in.
of
are
those
a
Yeah,
few
things
Stardust.
things.
Let's
agree,
do Stardust.
but here's
Yeah.
the thing.
Uh,
Even if we were to accept
Uh,
that, the kinds of things that we should expect out of law enforcement officers who have the
Stardust, you're
monopoly
next.
on violence in our country, right? We should expect them to be able to handle these sorts of things, even if things change a little bit on their belts, right? Even if they're supposed to deal with high stress situations, even if the political climate is really really tough for them, right? I can accept all those things, and I would agree. Yeah, it's probably pretty rough for cops right now, right? But at the same time, they have a monopoly on violence. They are the only people who are legally allowed to kill people outside of just like a self-defense situation, right?
Thus the problem.
Stardust.
Yeah, thanks. Even with the changing of policies recently, I still I understand that it's confusing that they recently changed these policies, but this is still responsibility that falls on her, right? And I don't really like the framing of like it being left versus right when we were talking about a tension between a police unit and the surrounding community, right? It's just these are complicated issues, and I don't like that left versus right kind of thing. What I can say is I can acknowledge that police are overworked and overspread, and they have way too many duties that are assigned to them, and it's a very stressful job. I can totally acknowledge that. But even with the changing of policies, even with the overspreading of duties, there is no way for me to look at this and not see some sort of negligence here. Right? There's no way for me to look at this and see yes, people were saying like, oh, she had a reason to use deadly force. She didn't know that, or at least she didn't indicate that she knew that. She was saying taser, 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 and even before she shot it and after she shot it, she still did not seem to know or intend to use that force, as if she knew that she had the reason to use that force. It was still very clearly a mistake, right? So, I mean, I think there's still negligence here. I'm not saying that she needs to be held for murder, absolutely not, but there needs to be something something that she's held responsible for here, because it was negligence.
Well, and the jury does have that option to do that according to Minnesota law. It's charge her with a lesser charge.
Right. But we shouldn't accept legality as morality, especially when we're talking about what we believe that cops should be able to do. When we look at, I've heard, I don't remember who it was, but someone kept on saying, "Oh, well, we have case law for this being legal for a cop to shoot someone." Well, sure, it might be legal due to case law, but I
I
think
didn't
that
say
there might be
legal for a
some.
cop to shoot someone. I said that the case law states that if you jump into a vehicle, that vehicle is then considered a deadly weapon, and deadly
Right.
force is
But
allowed.
she
But it
didn't shoot
but
with that
it only
intention.
comes
I think
She
down
didn't shoot with
it
that
only comes
intention, though, right?
but
I
it
think
only
this
comes
case.
down to morality when it comes to the police officer and not the criminal following orders. I just find
No,
that
I
always
think-
amazing.
But
I
we
think
can
this
but
case-
hold on, but
I
the
think
thing
this
that we're
case-
talking about here
I think
is the
this
police
case-
officer. I think we all know that the guy was breaking the law and he
All right,
should have fucking
Sonso.
complied with the
Yeah,
cops.
he was pulled
But
over
that
for a
doesn't mean
reason.
that we can't talk
Yeah.
about police
FL Scott, you're
misconduct.
All right.
next.
So
Yeah,
I think
Scott.
this case really illustrates kind of two situations here, right? And I think you guys are all hitting on it, right? But you're dancing around it, right? Which is that you're looking at the individual case of Potter, right? And as you're going through it, you're saying like there seems to be some negligence involved in her, but you're recalcitrant to put so much blame on her because you recognize the issues with the department, you recognize the issues with training, you recognize the fact that better training would have corrected these things. And I think the really important distinction here is to understand that yes, she's held individually responsible for her actions and she fucked up, right? And to say that she didn't fucked up is like how you want to define that legally is an interesting discussion and debate. But I think everyone here agrees that she fucked up, right? Like someone is dead that she didn't want to kill, right? And
Right.
how we lay that blame and how we lay that charge is a discussion to have. But I think the more important distinction here is policing in general and the way these institutions operate, right? This person should have been trained better, right? And I think a lot of that goes to with so many of the issues within our policing system. I would say the same thing, and I know this is kind of a charged thing to bring in, but with the Derek Chauvin case, right? Is he fucked up, he did things he shouldn't have done, and yet you can see that there was demonstrable training practices. And I think what we do, right, is often we sensationalize the act of the individual as a means of obfuscating how fucked up our policing system is, how systems like Pearson v. Ray 1967, how the purview and growth of the police state and all of these situations make it simple and make these places unaccountable for piss poor practices in training. Now, if we had a better system where you could sue, where these departments had to be much more careful about what it is that they did, they'd be much, much more proactive about training officers properly and making sure that officers that are out in the field are incredibly good and experienced. And if we got rid of things like the war on drugs and stuff, so that we didn't have to have triple the fucking officers that we actually need, right? And so we didn't have to hire so many shitty cops.
Oreo, you'll be
Like
next.
we could have much better standards, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that's kind of the distinction that we need to be making here is the individual responsibility versus the just complete negligence and stupidity of our current policing system.
And the criminal there
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah,
even
hold
get to
on.
be
We're
tried.
talking
Doesn't
about-
even get to be tried because he's dead now, right? Otherwise,
Yeah.
we would
Okay,
have been
but
able
my
to hold them
question is-
responsible.
Mark, my question is, we keep talking about her training like we've been in her training courses, like we know what she was going through, and
No,
not
we're asking
understanding that
questions
not understanding that cops are humans. So I've made mistakes before in my jobs of things that I do 90 times a day. And again, I'm not
But
saying
you don't
I'm
have
saying
the ability to kill people with a legality behind you. Right?
either does
That's the
she's
difference.
being charged. Let's think about it. She's going to court. She has
No,
officers in
There
front
are-
of her house
There are
to
many more
protect
situations
herself.
in which a police officer can kill someone that you would not be able to kill someone because they have more responsibility placed on them than you do to protect the public. So of course we're going to have.
Well,
Wait,
and
really
guess
quick.
what?
I just
And
want to
guess
say
what?
if
There
we
is
are
one
going to give
situation
them. If we're going to
in
give
which a
them
police
this kind of
officer can kill
responsibility,
somebody.
we want them to be able to handle these things.
There
in
is
the
one
correct way.
situation in which a police officer can kill somebody legally
Deadly.
that a civilian cannot, and that
Yeah.
is to protect the public. We have the right to protect
Okay.
ourselves.
Yeah.
The only additional right the police officer has is to protect the public.
Hold on, real quick. I just want to say
I
that
can-
2005 Castle Rock v. Gonzalez, they do not have a duty to protect anyone.
They don't have
If I
a
can-
duty to, but they have the right
They're allowed
to.
to kill people if they feel like it in the protection of other people, but they
Because
don't
that's
actually
what
have
they
to do
do.
anything.
And that's probably what she did. She woke up and said, "I'm going to go kill me a black guy today," because
No
that's
one
what.
said
No,
Absolutely.
I don't think
That's what
so.
he
I
did.
don't think
No
that's
one
what it
said that
is.
at all.
None of us
All right,
has
let's
said that. Don't even
calm
put that in
down,
our
everybody.
mouths, okay? I want to
Calm
respond to
down.
somebody in chat. Somebody said, like, didn't Dante shoot someone and paralyze them? I don't think that's relevant. That's not fucking relevant,
Yeah,
dude.
it's not relevant.
Okay? We're not talking about
it
the
is.
history of the criminal. We didn't even
If
get
we're
to
talking
try the
about
person.
morality,
We didn't even
if
get
we're
to
talking
try
about
the
morality,
person.
it's relevant.
No, we
It's-
don't.
it's
No, we
somewhat
don't,
relevant
because
in the
we're
Wait, hold
looking
on.
at the
I
isolated
forgot.
incident.
If it's relevant, then you're saying that someone can be executed like years afterwards after doing a crime just because they
the fact that
committed a crime
Dante
in
is
the
a piece
past.
of shit is not relevant
It's
to whether or
It's
not
relevant
really
when
not.
they're
It's an
not-
isolated incident.
Everybody, time out. Everybody,
Hey, have you ever
everybody.
jaywalked? I'm gonna
Yo,
fucking
yo,
like, get
yo,
a
yo,
punch
yo,
and shoot you
time out.
too. Holy shit! What the fuck?
Hold on,
dude?
everybody, time out.
Don't
time
put
out.
shit in my
Raise your
mouth.
hand.
Sorry.
Ray,
I want to clarify one simple.
raise your
thing
hand. Raise your
that-
hand if you want to speak. If you have something else to say on this subject, because there's a lot of people that were trying to get in. We have DK. We got Twisted. We got that one. We also have
Up Seattle Jeepers.
Fabian. Okay, so let's
Apparently
do this.
everyone.
Let's go DK, Twisted, that one, FL, Scott, Kate, and Sanzel. Okay, let's do that. Remember what I said, because I don't.
Yeah, okay.
Go ahead. No, I just wanted to say, like, this is a really complicated thing, and it was split second decisions after split second decisions that created this whole controversy. And then, like I was saying about, the climate, the political climate of the area where this happened, and not to mention, like, okay, let's pretend she didn't see her gun, she had no idea, and for whatever reason she grabbed her gun and yelled taser. The kid that jumped in the car clearly saw the gun, and if somebody pointed a gun at me, regardless, I'd be like, "Whoa, all right, Jesus Christ, lady,
Well,
I'll get out of the car."
was he even looking at her, or?
Oh,
think
he
he
saw. I
was
mean,
like-
the gun was pressed up
think he was-
against him. Basically, he had to have at least saw it, or if not felt it. She was maneuvering the gun within, feet of the
I
guy.
actually think he was like leaning over to the passenger, leaning towards the
Yeah.
passenger side, trying to scoot in. So I don't know if he actually could see. Yeah, you could see that it was like the gun was pointed like right at his ribs. But I don't
Yeah.
know if he had a situational awareness, even though she did say taser, 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 if he had in fact indeed see it.
I just feel like he had to have, in order to, kind of maneuver himself around the police to even get into a position to get the car rolling. Like he had to have noticed there was maybe not a gun, but some form of something being pointed at him. Like
Twisted.
in the end, it ends up being his fault. Like if he would have just complied, there it is.
Twisted, you have something to add on to that?
I just want
That's
to
my opinion.
clarify something from a technical standpoint. A field training officer is charged with training new police officers out of the academy in the field, which means that she is in the field. Now, with that being said, her primary duties could have been, especially being on a domestic violence task force, she may not have been uniformed for the majority of her duties. But then when she's doing her FTO duties, she wears the uniform. So she may have been a plainclothes officer that then wore, so as anybody who's been in any form of military or police or anything knows, we all know muscle memory is a skill that deteriorates over time if you don't practice it. Then you throw on top, it was being talked about policies being changed. I don't think the policies being changed is the issue. The issue is the positioning of the equipment on the gun belt. That's the primary problem there. When you start talking about muscle memory, especially in somebody that may not wear that equipment daily, and you're telling them, "Oh, we're going to put it over here, we're going to put it up here. Oh, let's put it on a chest rig now." You're gonna fumble around for it, and you could very easily draw the wrong weapon. And
The answer to that just be more training.
when you are that close a range with somebody, everybody thinks if you're not familiar with firearms, that you're standing there, you're aiming down the sights, you're pulling the trigger. No. When you are that close in range, you're point shooting. You're probably not even looking at your firearm. It's the same as pointing your finger at somebody. So she very well not have even seen the fact that she had a firearm in her hand instead of a taser. The officer. She may have never even realized that she didn't have her taser.
That one weird girl? Want to add to that?
No, and going back to like what I believe it was Kate saying that the policy had changed 2 weeks prior. And again, like you're saying, and what I've been trying to get at is that how often did she wear the uniform? Yes, she had the title of field training officer and doing other things. Again, the question is how much was she actually in full garb? Um, that's yeah. I'm just beyond everything right now.
Real quick, I just want to say, if you watch the video without any audio, what does it look like? That's what I did. You know.
No, and just like anything else, audio is key. I mean, just like as restreaming, we to actually
Thank you
get a
for the
better grasp of what's
subscribe,
happening,
Total
we
A.
do need to hear the audio.
That's
Now,
true.
there's
Yeah,
a lot of times where we
let's-
can't stand the audio.
Let's do
But yeah,
Fabian
also-
and then Josh. We'll do Fabian and then Josh. I mean Scott, sorry.
Yes, no, it's fine. So a couple of things in terms of the criminal record, whether or not it plays a role. It can play a role. It shouldn't play a role. It shouldn't, but it does. And the reason it does is when you look someone up, you're going to see their criminal record, right? And it's going to change the way that you might engage in the encounter, right? You see someone with nothing but a fucking parking ticket that you probably don't even see, right? You're probably going to approach that situation to have a friendly conversation, be like, hey man, come on, listen to me. You see someone with a warrant for a fucking robbery charge, and then all of a sudden the situation is going to change in terms of your fear in the situation. Obviously, he shouldn't have been near the fucking car door, right? He should have been at the back of the fucking vehicle. Right? And she shouldn't have interposed her body between an officer that already had partial physical custody and make it to where they no longer had physical custody, right? Her piss poor practices are not just that she pulled the wrong firearm, right? And this goes to show that this person, despite being a 26-year veteran, had shit training or shit experience, one or the other, right? Now, whether or not that makes her individually culpable, legally speaking, not morally, because morally, I'm for privatized policing and community policing. And I think I think all of these problems would be fucking solved if you could actually sue these motherfuckers instead of just suing a governmental agency that taxes you more and doesn't actually change behavior in any way, shape, or form in police departments. But legally speaking, the charge of second-degree murder that we're looking at here, right? In Minnesota law, by the one that's important is the first count, the first not parts 2 through 5, but the first one is by the person's culpable negligence whereby the person creates an unreasonable risk, and this is what's important, and consciously takes chances of causing death or great bodily harm to another. I think it's pretty fairly obvious from what's going on that that the real person that we should be blaming for this death is a shitty department that puts people that clearly, despite having tons of experience, don't know what the fuck they're doing out into the field. And they may be able to say good advice and they may be able to quote the textbook really well, but when it comes to acting out in the field, they're clearly doing multiple things wrong over and over again, despite the policy changes to the belt. But I don't think I don't think you can really make the case that she consciously, right, pulled the wrong weapon and then used that weapon when you just watch the video. So I just don't think second degree murder, second degree manslaughter, makes any fucking sense here.
Josh?
And that's all. I just wanted to add that wording.
All right. First of all, I just want to go back on the criminal history. I have family and some friends that are in law enforcement, and that's probably the one thing that saved their life is running plates and being able to know who they're going to be interacting with. And especially, like I said, I was in that area. We traveled there. Everything was hostile. These aren't good American citizens that are walking through these streets that have destroyed these neighborhoods. These are people that, at least in my area, we would be happy if somebody did something to some of them. Secondly, again, when are we gonna actually we bash the hell out of the police, but when are we gonna ask for these criminals to have some respect? I mean, I don't get it. Again, I'm not for community policing. We don't have that problem here where I live, and we wouldn't have that problem. If you wanted to loot a store in my neighborhood, me or one of my neighbors would make sure we take you out behind the woodshed. It's different when you go to Minneapolis and the gangs are the ones that controls the streets. So this woman left her house that day. Again, wasn't he wanted for pointing a loaded firearm at a pregnant woman during a robbery? I think that's what the warrant was, if I'm looking up at my old live stream and what I put in my thing. So you know this mentally. That's what kind of person you are dealing with. You are not dealing with a human. You are dealing with an animal that would point a gun at a woman who is pregnant. I know the leftists in here are like, oh my God. Yes, they can be animals too, because you know what? You keep talking about morals and everything else. The criminals have no morals. And you want the cops to be able to do something. They're dealing with people and thugs that are constantly killing and murdering people on the streets. And all you gotta do is Google Minneapolis murder rate right now.
We
and that'll
don't
give you an
justify
idea.
negligence,
No, no.
though, with that. Why
No,
do we
never
justify
said.
negligence
I never
with
said.
that?
Unbelievable
But hold on,
statement
really
of
quick.
someone who just
know-
wants as many people like can you imagine if you got pulled over like a couple of decades ago, you got into some really bad shit and you got involved in a gang, but you've kind of turned your life around and a cop pulls you over. They see that you were part of a gang.
You're talking about me right now. And
Okay, well, do you think that you deserve to get fucking blown the fuck out because you're a dirty fucking animal that walked around and fucking gangbang all of the time?
I'm an American patriot that will raise my hand and listen to the cop.
Okay, so you're an American patriot, but this guy that got fucking shot because he had done
Was
something
a
bad in
piece
the
of
past,
trash.
he's
No,
a piece
listen,
of trash, but
listen,
you're not. I
listen,
wonder what the
listen,
difference
listen.
between you and him is. I
Listen,
wonder.
real quick, dude. Like,
I'm glad that he
I'm not
lost
gonna be
his
the
life. That
lefty.
he really
I'm not
seems
gonna be-
justified.
I know-
It really seems
All right,
justified.
real quick, hold on just a second. You bring up a lot of stupidity here, right? And the biggest one here is you said, when are we going to ask criminals to have some respect? They're fucking criminals. In what world is that an effective answer to this problem? And the second thing, right, which you immediately got called out on by Sansol, right, is this situation where, metadata and data on a screen doesn't tell you about the person you're dealing with. Right? In that same situation,
Absolutely
you could be
gives you
treated
good
like a thug
information.
or treated like an animal, as you say, right? I'm not going to make these dumb arguments and say like those are racially charged words and like that's bad or something. I'll dispense with that shit, right? But when someone looks at a screen, it doesn't tell you a fucking story. That's why you treat
a
people
good
as if they're
story.
innocent until proven
Do
guilty. So
everything.
not
Yes,
only are you like simping hardcore for the cops, but apparently you're not even conservative enough to believe in the institutions of common law. Your very authoritarian measure here is treat people as if they're guilty.
You look at the screen and it's got a
Let's
list of
just behead everybody who's ever pointed a gun at somebody.
Pretty damn good idea.
Roblox, obviously.
This asshole has done this, and
Twisted
this,
and Stardust.
and he's likely to do some bullshit again because he has this list of shit he's done.
Or if you have a guy that's
You believe
out
that about
on,
Oreo?
on a warrant and has all this stuff, it would be nice to know what he's on a warrant for, and maybe he's
Do y'all believe
potentially
that
dangerous.
same thing should be done to Oreo then?
Well, Oreo doesn't present
if
himself as
Oreo-
potentially
if
dangerous.
Oreo
Oreo,
has
Okay, we're
that
talking about
list-
metadata on a
Okay,
screen when you
okay.
hold on. We're talking about we're talking
that
about
list?
metadata on a screen
I
when you pull
pulled
someone
him
over
over.
and you run their plates. All right. Do you
Okay.
think that based off of that sort of thing, that Mr. Oreo should be like absolutely brutalized by the police because they don't know
not
what the fuck he's gonna
brutalized,
do
but
to
I
him?
think
Otherwise-
initially.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If I have warrants
is killing
for a
someone
gun,
brutal?
Am
Yeah,
I going to approach him with a much higher level of caution and a much more alert status? You're goddamn right I am.
Right.
Amen.
If Oreo
Amen.
was
That's
out
not what
on
I'm saying,
a
is it?
warrant with a weapons charge, I think the cops would have every right to approach with their guns out and drawn and tell them to
Thank
get on the fucking ground. And
Amen.
The
Wow,
crime
that's
is
fucking
happening right
crazy.
Sure, but
So-
we
so
don't
just like
justify
crime.
negligence. We don't justify negligence and death by somebody's history. Like that we give them a trial in the
No,
court for a
no.
reason, right?
It gives
Yeah.
a reason. I wouldn't say it gives a reason.
I'm totally okay with them
Justifiable
pulling the gun. That is totally fine. I have no problem with her approaching with the
Okay.
gun out. But the what we are acknowledging here, I don't care that she had her gun out. What I care about is that there was clearly negligence here, and somebody didn't deserve to die. They deserve to be seen in a court of law.
Right, but when you have guns drawn on you and you make the stupid decision to act a fool and something bad happens,
Amen.
it's your
Assuming
fault.
he knows,
Yeah, it's his
assuming that he
fault.
knows that
maybe,
the gun is pulled on
maybe,
him.
right? Maybe we have
Or
a
even if the cop
country.
wasn't
Even the cop
justified
didn't
in,
know
hold
that
on,
she had the
pointing
gun
your gun
pulled
at
on
him,
him.
like,
hold on.
Even the cop
Hold
didn't
on.
know that she had a
Hold-
gun pointed at him.
Hansel,
Dumb
no,
fuck.
Yeah, she thought she had a
listen,
taser,
hold on.
apparently.
Do we
Sorry.
just scream?
It's
Are we
all
just
right. It's
scream?
all
Is
right.
that the new
Okay.
tactic?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
it
I
is.
said I wasn't
I
into it.
interrupted. I
left
interrupted. Let
None
Fabian
of this
go.
is
I
personal. I
interrupted.
So
hope nobody's taking anything too
Yeah.
personal.
Maybe what we have, right, is we have
Yeah.
a radical left-wing faction in this country that wants to make everything about race. That programs into people's minds, right, that the police are an enemy and they want to shoot you because you're black. And they don't talk about the real police issues. I think many of us looked at Hands Up, Don't Shoot in the very beginning of this cultural shift in police and said, fucking finally, cameras on
Yeah,
cops.
no, I think
We're going to
we
be
all
able to
agree.
get some reforms. Maybe we'll get rid of 1967 Pearson v. Ray. We can change some of the problems in our police department. And instead, it became a political wedge issue that people
Right.
could use to inflame racial tensions. And maybe, just maybe, you're someone that is an African American or black or whatever fucking term you
Are
want to
you
use,
referring to like
and you're
the George
sitting in
Floyd
a
incident,
car
right?
and someone pulls a gun out on you, right? And
Yeah.
instead of thinking rationally in that situation, because it's a fight or flight situation, right? Instead of thinking, okay, if I just behave and I relax, everything will be okay. Maybe you're afraid for your life and you feel that you've got to get in a car and you got to fucking take off because you're about to be murdered. There's a lot of subtleties in these types of things. And this is why we need
So
police
wait, who do you think is
reform.
gaslighting the black community into behaving as if they're guilty before they're even, like they get pulled over and they automatically
Who?
feel.
I mean, that's a complex question that
Well,
could
is
be a
it
whole
like the
nother
media
topic,
that
right?
fomented it? Because I remember
It's
when
the
George Floyd
media,
died,
it's
everybody.
Marxist
I
Marxism.
actually really agree
People
with
getting
Fabian's
police
take
theory.
here. I really agree with Fabian's take here. I think that if you have this idea in your head that and I'm not saying that there isn't tension between police certain police units and the outside community, but if you have this idea in your head that every cop is going to kill you when you get pulled over, you're going to act really, really shitty. Yeah, and it sucks,
but who
and that
did
shouldn't
that?
be. Right. Oh, I don't know. I mean, yeah, maybe it's the media. Maybe it's some narrative that people keep pushing. Or it's
Pelosi,
paranoia.
Schumer.
I'm not disagreeing with you guys on that, but I still
Okay,
don't think
okay.
that justifies. And again, I'm not disagreeing with you guys on the fact that she has the right to have her gun pulled out. I'm not disagreeing with the fact that this kind of climate has made people act very irrationally. But what I
And
can
she actually
say,
had the right to fire.
she may have had
That's
the
up
right
for
to
debate, I
fire, but
guess.
she did not go there with the intention to shoot. She did not, even after she shot him, she was not conscious of that right to fire, and she very clearly intended to pull her taser out. She very clearly intended
Being
to use a
conscious of it
taser.
and having the right to do it, are they different? Like, what? So she didn't intend to shoot him, but she did. But does it make it any different?
I'm not sure.
Like.
I mean, I think
Well, no,
that
it
the
depends. It depends.
intentionality-
It depends on the legality of it, right? Intention, mens rea is a requirement for many crimes, right?
Okay.
And then
All
there's
right. I was
different
just looking
levels
for a
of
little. I'm not like a
intentionality.
complete legal.
And the other piece of this is in many of these kind of encounters where there's a possibility of lethal force versus non-lethal, you'll have, especially for multiple officers, you'll have one officer that has non or less lethal, like a taser, and
Right, like
another officer
one's always back and
covering,
less lethal with
and
lethal.
and one other officer covering with a lethal weapon. So do I think that maybe her initial instinct was to grab the taser while one of her partners was covering lethal? That's possible. As soon as he started to pull away, though, she thought she had a taser in her hand. She fired the weapon when he was pulling away, and it hit him with a lethal round. Well, he was pulling away. So, yes, she's going to be shocked. Oh, shit. I thought I had a taser. I shot him. But that does not negate the fact that it was a justifiable shooting.
I just, and
How
like I said from
do
the
the thing
beginning,
where we
because
simultaneously say
when we
that
sit here and we talk, just so we can go back, I never said it was a justified shooting. Like I said, if she wouldn't have said taser, 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 I agree with you 100%. But now that she has admitted that she made a mistake, she needs to be held accountable regardless. Now, does that mean, like what you were saying is not correct, that an officer, that if she would have shot him and said, "Oh, the subject is neutralized," I don't think we would be sitting here where we are today. It's because she said, "Oh shit, I screwed up." Which, if you screwed up, you need to do, whether it's human error or whether it's because she didn't have 900 hours a week of training. It she needs to do the time for her crime. She committed a
But,
crime.
That
All right.
part I
but I
do
think
agree with. Yeah.
So
I
let's do
think
this,
though
y'all.
that oh,
I don't
sorry.
know
I'm
that she
gonna let you
committed
go,
a
Kate,
crime, though.
because I know you've been kind of quiet the last little bit. I'm gonna give you a chance to talk. I'm gonna let Weird Girl go, and then let's start with DK, and let's do closings on this so that we can move on, because we can continue like policing talk on the Crumblies, because we're about to go into the Crumblies. I wanted to have topics that were somewhat adjacent to each
Oh yeah,
other.
and that's
Just kind of
home
a
state
different
for me,
situation,
baby.
right? One of them's kind of negligence, one of them is a different form of negligence, and they kind of all kind of go back to policing. So let's
Absolutely.
let Kate have her final word, or we'll just say final rebuttal, and then Weird Girl's final rebuttal, and then we will do closing statements on this, and then me and the other judges, we will pick the 3 safe people, and we will go ahead and knock out the first round of voting, so that way we can get moving, because I know we had a little bit of a late start, and I don't want to keep everybody here too terribly long, and we don't want to beat the same dead horse over and over again. So, Kate, take it over.
All right. Well, there were 2 quick points that I wanted to make. First, a lot of people are saying, that, well, because she said taser, 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 because she did this, therefore she should be charged and go to jail, or charged on criminal negligence, or charged on this or that.
Your
But
mic is a little bit muffled.
oh, I'm sorry. Is that
It's
better?
okay. Yeah, much better, much
Okay.
better.
Sorry about that.
Give you a good shot
So
here to go
what we
ahead.
have to do is we have to not just look at it from a perspective of a human being, but also look at it from a perspective of what the law actually says and what the policies actually state. And I know that that is a horrible thing to do, but when we are jurors, when we sit in a jury, that's what we are looking at, is what does the law say, and what does the law allow us, and what are the policies of the police state say and allow us. Well, the policies of the police state and the law states through court cases and all of that, that if a person gets into a vehicle while they're under arrest to try to take off or flee the scene, lethal force is allowed. Now, whether or not she intended to use lethal force at that point is what's considered a mute point. Now, can she be held accountable by the police force? Yes, she could lose her job, get taken off of the police force. She could, have to pay a fine or a fee, or possibly face civil, not criminal, but civil charges. Those are all very big possibilities. The thing is that if we are talking about the law, specifically the law and how policies are written, the second that he got into that vehicle and that vehicle could be used as a deadly weapon, she had the right to use lethal force. And therefore, her saying taser, 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 or her choosing to pull a taser over a gun is a mute point. There's not, we can say it's negligence because she fired a gun instead of a taser. You could argue that in civil court. You could argue that for her to lose her job or her pension. But ultimately, what the law says and what we have to look at is a completely different thing. Now, if you want a difference, if you want to change it, that's when you need to change the laws. And do I think there are some laws that need to be changed? Yeah. Do I think that there are some case studies that need to be changed? Most certainly. But as of right now, what is given and what is stated shows you what should be charged.
That one, Weird Girl?
Are we allowed to talk about changes to policies yet or no?
Yeah, that's basically what this was. Yeah, this is your final rebuttal, and then we're gonna do closings on this
Okay.
subject.
First off, her and the police chief were let go 2 days after. They quit their jobs 2 days afterwards. So she has already left the force. Regardless of her pension, regarding her pension, I have no idea. Now, already back in May of 2021, an ordinance was created for unarmed traffic enforcement and community response team, and it prohibits arrest or vehicle searches and certain traffic related encounters. Now, in December, the city council passed a $1.3 million plan for alternative public safety programs, such as unarmed workers to enforce non-moving traffic violation and mental health response team, of which of that 1.3, 303,000 came from eliminating 3 police officers' positions. Now, there's already that reform just right there, just in Brooklyn Heights. There's already other areas taking into account of these new taser policies, like Roland Park, Kansas, St. Anne, Missouri. They're doing cross draws, no exceptions, no ifs, ands, no ifs, ands, or buts. That's it. I mean, shoot, even in Minneapolis, police announced that they are not making any traffic stops for traffic infractions, such as expired vehicle tags and stuff like that. So does that really solve any problems? Not really. Does it possibly take away for future things of this type of situation to happen? Of course. But who are we congratulating here? Who's winning on this? And what are these training going to be for these other officers, unarmed officers going to these calls? Now, again, for mental health calls and stuff like that, I hear them constantly on the scanners going off, and cops happen to leave or go, hey, can you call somebody else? Because there's just no way we can get to that. I see where that's going to help. But also what we are forgetting to look at, folks, is that this old guy that was in the car that Dante's car crashed into. Now, again, he already had previous brain trauma, but after the accident, his health declined very poorly. Pretty much he's in home hospice. He ended up falling afterwards and everything. Now, again, this could fall under the second-degree manslaughter count because, again, it states is causing someone's death through culpable negligence by creating an unreasonable risk and consciously taking chances of causing death or create bodily harm. Now, again, this is where people tend to forget, and why I think a lot of those witnesses were called today, is to say, hey, because of her mistraining, negligence of realizing which gun she pulled, I do believe that they're going to be trying to go after her for the gentleman in the car. That, again, he had a previous condition, but it may have been accelerated because of this. And again, don't forget, folks, Minnesota, you can, as a jury, ask for a lesser charge, as long as it's lower and it's been proven in that court of that lesser charge.
Right on. Well,
You know what? Hey, can I just add
We've-
something really quick?
yeah, you can.
This actually happened back in 2002, about 13 miles away from my house. It was actually there was a person in the back of the vehicle and was kicking out the window. We had a female officer go to pull out the taser and shot him point blank. He was handcuffed. And I'm trying to find the outcome because I remember it all. I know his family won like a $750,000 lawsuit, but I don't think she ever got prosecuted for the thing. It was in Madera, California, and the suspect, or the victim's name was Everardo Torres. He was a boxing instructor. I'm trying to find out, and for some reason, Google's not giving me any answers, but I do not believe. I believe she lost her job, but I don't think it went farther than that. And literally, he was handcuffed in the back seat, just trying to kick a window out when she shot him, thinking it was her
Duck,
taser.
go.
Let me do that.
Go with the ducks.
Yeah. Or Yandex, if you trust the Russians. I use all three.
Snap.
Well, I just
I
know
never
Google
could-
has
I-
a tendency to memory hole things. So.
Well, I mean, Google also is like highest bidder gets the search terms,
Yeah,
That's
and then
true.
politics
That's true.
one step ahead of that. But I mean, that's what it is. Alternative tech will be what it'll be because all of them are biased to some degree.
All right. Closing
all the
statements.
tech. All right. So, yeah, I almost went on a rant there. Thank you, FL Scott.
I got you.
Turning the
I got
ship
you, brother.
around. Yeah. Thank you. All right. So let's do.
We got to turn this car around like Dante Wright never had the chance to do.
Look like a televangelist from the 70s.
Jesus fucking.
I like how I like the zoom in right there.
So, DK, lead us off on closing arguments. You get 90 seconds. I'm going to start the clock. Keep it short, simple, sweet.
Oh,
If you
it's
want to,
gonna
if you
be.
just want to defer, you can defer. You can do however you want. It's just everything you've been doing has been in hopes of convincing what will be the final five. We have 8 people, so each one of the judges are going to pick a person to move on to the next round. We're going to let one person be democratically eliminated. So, your closing arguments, your last chance to speak on this topic. We'll do like hippy dippy type rules, and you can talk about it again in your opener if you just really have to.
That's
Mainly
all
because
good.
the next topic is similarly, it's similar to it, right? So DK, take it over. You get 90 seconds.
I
Sell
pretty
us.
much just really want to say that basically just reiterating. I think a lot of like I don't even know if I could reiterate what Weird Girl was saying. You ladies are very intelligent, but I do pretty much stand by what Weird Girl was saying for the most part. And to be quite honest with you guys, this is my first debate, and I absolutely enjoy every second of this. All of you guys, not to go off topic too much, but but I think in the end, if the young man would have just complied, everything would have been just fine. And I really don't have much more to say on it other than what I have said. And I just really wanted to take my time to tell you guys that I think each and every one of you guys are amazing for being able to have a conversation in the 21st century. And I think everyone get a nice round of applause.
Love
So
you, DK. Love you, DK.
that is my closing statement. I don't really have much of an argument, but I just want to tell everyone that I appreciate y'all. And FL Scott, it was nice meeting you. Same with you, Stardust. And I hope I got your name right.
I'm gonna
Sonful.
instruct the judges. I'm not instructing
And
simping here.
if all
So
the
like,
judges just check their Cash App accounts, you'll find $5 to $600.
right? Yeah, exactly. Yes, I will tell the jury to throw out those particular simp movements there. Disregard that.
Sidebar.
Right? Yeah. Elevator music
Don't
cue.
get brazen with me,
Wait a minute. Did somebody say
DK.
something
All
about
right,
bar?
FL Scott, take it over. 90 seconds starts. Meow.
All right. So I think I'll just reiterate that I think I am of two minds on this, right? The reality of the situation and dealing with this case specifically, right? I don't think that you good? I don't think that she had any conscious kind of action that would lead to some either the first or second degree manslaughter here. I do think that she is culpable in some regard because of the mismanaged things that she did. And you do, at the end of the day, you do have to have individual responsibility for the actions you take, especially when someone's life is lost because of those actions. But more importantly, I think this case really illustrates how horrendous our current system is and the incentive structures. And I think even in a case here where it's a fairly clear cut that, like, again, without the taser situation, she likely would have been fine in this scenario for that kill. I think it is still horrendous that these types of situations occur at all. And I think if we had privatized policing and community policing, as opposed to, a monopoly on the state's use of power and violence that enact laws against the people and are used to enforce law and order to protect the state, we would have a much more peaceful society with a lot less of these incidences, and we would have much, much better trained police officers. And I think this case clearly shows that because someone, even in her role that had tons of experience, clearly acted in multiple ways that were very dumb and could have been handled much, much better.
Nice. All right, Kate, I'm going to throw it over to you for closing arguments. 90 seconds starts now. I think your hand is on the thing again.
Yeah, it probably is. That's my day today.
I'll start you over here. And
I'm not
no,
sleeping, so don't mind me.
you're all good.
I think that what we have to remember is that there's like a very distinguished way that we can characterize police officers, right? We can say that they have the authority to use force. We can say that they have the authority to patrol. They have the authority to keep us basically safe, right? And that is their mission. And keeping with this mission, they also have to have respect for human life. And unfortunately, I think right now we, the people and certain citizens, are not realizing that while they have to have respect for human life, we also have to have respect for them, respect for their job, their position, what they're put through. We don't know what's going on at their home. And while that may not have to come into play, or shouldn't come into play, we don't know what their life is outside of being a police officer. We don't know the kind of day or the kind of stops that they have had. we don't know the kind of positions that they've been put into. And so I think that in a whole, in the totality of the circumstances, not only do they need to remember to have respect for human life, but we also have to remember to have respect for them as human beings. And we have to remember that mistakes can happen, but we try to minimize those mistakes. And I think that ultimately that is the message that we need to get across to all Americans in order for not only policies to change and policing to change, but also to kind of build upon the relationships with the officers where, you can walk down the street and say, "Hey, Dan," which is the officer that lives down the street from me, but, you know, and so I think that's just
You
the
just
message
scared
that
the
we need
shit
to
out of
bring
me. I'm
back
not gonna
out.
lie. That was my name. That's my name. I'm like,
Yep.
okay.
Motherfucker.
Sorry.
Right.
She's after you.
Anyways, that's really
Thanks.
all I have to say is I think we need to remember humanity.
Well said.
And I also have to go change a poopy diaper, so I'm gonna slip out and go do that really fast.
Sure, for sure, for sure. This is the
Oh, well,
perfect timing.
fantastic time.
All right,
Well,
Josh, that means the ball, aka the proverbial mic, has been passed to you, sir.
Right. Well, agree with what's pretty much what she said. But you see the difference here between the left and the right a lot of times, and we have the "all cops are bastards" movement, but we don't. That's the same thing as all whites are racist, all blacks are criminals. I mean, we paint one narrow picture and we just go by that. None of us wake up in those officers' shoes. None of us have to deal with kind of like what she was saying right there. None of us has to deal with that everyday threat. Your partner just got shot 4 days ago. Now you're out on the beat. Yes, you can be trained for things, but you can only be trained for so much. Is there a problem with police officers? Some police officers? Absolutely. Is there problems with some law enforcement? Yes. But society is the main problem, and what we've allowed with the participation trophies, and you can get away with what you want. You could treat this cop with like shit. We don't have to respect them. Is why we are sitting here talking right now, is because there is no civility out there in the mainstream. And again, with this police officer, when she left the force, I thought she should have been let go. And we'll see what happens in the criminal case, but I think she'll probably do 3 years in prison. That's my guess on how people are going to see this.
You're muted.
You're
It's
muted,
now in the
Grant.
court of public opinion.
Yeah. I'm professional, chat.
I thought you were giving me extra time.
Which way do you go, George? No, thank y'all. I could have gone on for a little while there. Sansel, take it over.
Yeah, I think that the civility argument that Judge Dredd over here, who was saying that they were going to take people out behind the shed if they robbed a convenience store, is really rich. But for me, I just think that more training for police officers so that they feel more comfortable when they're out in the field, so they don't make mistakes like this, is really important. I feel like this roundabout way of doing the "he was no angel" argument is kind of not really hitting the topic where it's supposed to be hit. If we're talking about police negligence, or if we're talking about whether or not the police were justified, we're not going to be looking at this guy's past. We're going to be looking at what he was doing right then. And I feel like when we're talking about police in general in the United States, I do think that there are some really negative associations with the police, and some of those narratives do need to die away. I don't think that there's police officers out on the hunt trying to hunt as many black people as possible, but at the same time there are some issues with how they interact with the public. Sometimes there are some issues with how they are trained and how easily they're able to get from wanting to be a police officer to in the training whatever they're doing there to out on the street. I think that there needs to be a longer period there, and I don't think that anyone here necessarily disagrees. So,
Nice. That was Sansel, everybody. Now moving on to Stardust. Final comments?
Yeah. I am not a cab. I am not one of those people who thinks that all white people are racist. I really resent that. I'm somebody who's gotten flack from a lot of sides because of my positions. So it's a little bit bullshit. But I would like to say that I think we can't look at the situation and not see that there was some criminal negligence here. While I again feel sorry for the officer, and I respect the years of work that she's put in, there is negligence and she needs to be held responsible for it. People who frame everything as left versus right are the reason why there's such a problem in this country with polarization. So that's all I got to say.
Nice. And to that one weird girl. Going ahead.
And believe me, I know exactly what you're talking about, getting flack from both sides because of our opinions. I totally understand that, and I get there. Been there, done that. Got the t-shirt too. But I was just actually rewatching a video, and actually it looks like she has a piece of paper in her hand. It looks like notes that she took while she was in the vehicle. And so it's possible that also, whether again, she did call out taser or not, we'll just hypothetical there. It could have been straight up muscle memory because she did have a piece of paper in her hand. Again, it looks like notes from
Yes.
her car. So now thinking about that and looking at that kind of brings another question in. Exactly what was the training she was looking at? Her brain obviously was in the mindset of using a taser. Okay, to me, her mindset was using the taser. With this piece of paper in her one hand and now the gun in her other, then I do see that it being straight up, muscle memory here. I'm now not so much convinced, was it true training that could have prevented this? I'm not so sure at this point in time. But I will say it is a messed up situation from everybody. Is she going to be found guilty? Possibly on one count, which one of the counts covers up to 10 years, punishable by 10 years. Now the first one is 15 years. But since she has a low criminal record, she may only get 4 to 7 years. Okay.
5 seconds. Sorry.
So yes, there you go. Bye.
Nice. Twisted Aviator.
Um,
Had a frog in my throat, chat.
I do want to bring back one thing that was said earlier, that there's a major societal problem right now. We do have a police problem, but we have a major society problem too. And it crosses left and right. This is not a left and right issue. This is an issue for everybody. The fact of the matter is you have a lot of people on the left screaming defund the police or reform the police into some community policing, which to me just sounds like vigilanteism. So can I go get my plate carrier and go police my community? The solution is to fund the police, give them more money for training, give them more time for training, give them more resources to provide that training. And going back to what one weird girl says about the paper in hand, I know that it used to be trained that if you were deploying
15
your
seconds.
taser in a possible lethal environment, you would have your taser in your left hand, your firearm in the right. So very easily, something's in her left hand. Muscle memory says, I've got something in my left hand. Taser, taser, taser. Vehicle starts moving. Bang. Speculation, but
Yeah,
very
exactly.
much within the realm of possibility. So that's all I have.
All right. So I am going to, along with Central Scrutinizer and Derif Guy, we're going to go into the other room. We're going to delegate really quickly. While we are doing this, y'all are welcome to continue deliberating, vying for votes, and
Brant, you better
pleading
keep the
your
lights
case.
on in that room.
Right?
This is when we start saying gamer words, right?
Exactly not.
Please, I already
Right.
experienced that once this week.
I know it's
Thank
Yeah,
you all
so
for
that's what I was
showing
gonna
up.
ask
You
people
will
be
all receive a
wild on Twitch,
trophy.
y'all.
They are.
Oh yeah. Hey, what's wrong with the occasional death threat?
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
I love
Hey,
it.
that keeps the
Hey,
pep
if you
in my
say
step in my
Minecraft
email
afterwards,
address.
it's totally fine. Okay.
Yep, I got to remind my room that all the time.
Oh
And
man.
thank you all very much. You will all receive a participation trophy upon exiting. And
Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
no
I'll put
no
it on my
losers
wall.
in this
All right,
pack.
so hey,
I,
Oh no.
We can't
move
afford
down,
trophies. Maybe a ribbon.
move down
Maybe a ribbon.
move over to discussions on stream. Okay, I'm gonna
We have
boot you in
free
there.
rolls of toilet paper for every
Okay.
participant.
Hell yeah. That's what
I
I'm
did a
talking about.
so I did a stream one time because like this was really early, like when I first started, right? And so I was averaging like 6 or 7 viewers or whatever at best. And so this guy gave me $45 because
wow.
this Muslim guy was like super mad at me because I was talking shit on Islam. And so next time I was there, like he shows up again, and I had cooked a whole pound of bacon, and I was just eating bacon on stream, and then just saying like hate facts, right? So I was just like, I held up like a drawn picture of the Prophet Muhammad, and was like, this guy,
Oh
I was like,
boy.
this guy molests 14-year-old girls named Aisha. And I was just like eating bacon, and I think we got like 2 death threats in that one stream. Like they were so fucking mad at us.
You should have been eating like
So
tactical bacon out of a can or something.
before
No,
I
I had like a
started
whole pan of it.
So before I started streaming on Twitch, I used to stream on YouTube, and when I was streaming on YouTube, I used to argue a lot with fundamental Muslim men, basically, and already like being an ex-Muslim, already like they hate you, they already hate you so much. So I think I made a joke about Aisha one time too. Yeah,
Oh yeah, it's the best one. It's the best.
Well,
That one hurts.
it does hurt. And the thing is, like, I wish that they would come up with a better explanation than just you're being Islamophobic for saying that. Like, convince me. Say something. Say something like, I don't know. Tell me that you don't believe it. Tell me something, I don't know, but
Yeah.
I'm not
have
really,
no idea
I
what you
hate
guys
all
are even
religions, so
talking
I
about.
mean,
It's interesting that you started on Twitch and went to YouTube. I started on YouTube, got banned from YouTube temporarily by some streamer which YouTube's
I started
copyright
on
system
YouTube. I
broken.
didn't start on Twitch, so.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, yeah. And then I went over to Twitch, got banned there, and then came back. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
how many
well,
times have you been banned, DK? Jeez. It's like a big
I have
Oh.
somehow managed to not get banned, and I have
yeah,
no
enough
idea
to break my spirit. At
because
least.
I literally, it doesn't matter where I go, I piss off literally every chat I go to, right? Like it doesn't matter if I'm debating lefties, I'm like
Life of an
capitalism is
ANCAP.
based, right? It's like, dude, it's like everywhere I go, they're like, ah.
What hurt the most was they the day before I got banned, they were like they offered me Twitch partnership, and they're like, you're such a great streamer, and then the next day they were like, you've committed such egregious crimes, we can't even allow you on the platform anymore. I'm like, oh god, here we
I
go.
mean, yeah, I never went to YouTube because I just knew the algorithm was never going to be kind to me anyways. Like it was just stupid to go to like
Oh, yeah.
YouTube is
You're
the
right.
YouTube algorithm is, if you have right-wing ideas in any capacity, shape, or form, like you're going to have to face an uphill battle to be able to like get any
We
discoverability
we
there.
discussed Joe Rogan
Are you
recently
kidding?
on my stream about him,
No,
and
I'm
I'm
not
not
kidding
even
at
gonna
all.
say it. I'm just gonna say we discussed Joe Rogan when he got coronavirus. That's all I'm gonna
Yeah.
mention.
Oh
And
yeah,
I
the
reiterated.
largest
2 of the
accounts
judges
online
were
are
there at the
right-wing
time.
accounts.
They took
What's
me
that?
down and said medical misinformation.
Let him finish. Yeah, I was just gonna say, like the largest accounts on
Yes,
Twitch
yes.
are
Yeah,
on
so
the
what we're
internet.
talking about is the algorithm, right? We're not talking
Yeah.
about the platform is predominantly a right-wing platform. There are more right-wing people on watching YouTube, right? Because it's predominantly male. So especially in the political space, it's predominantly right-wing, right? But there are tons of things that can get you demonetized or age restricted, and most of these things fall in line against right-wing talking points or ideas, right? So, for
Amen.
example, if you said anything against pronouns, if you said anything that could be considered anti-trans, if you said something that
Explain
was
how Ben
anti-vax,
Shapiro or Steven Crowder or any
Yeah,
of these
there's way
huge
too many.
right-wing accounts get so huge on both Twitter.
okay, well, I
and
mean, you can
YouTube
look at
and
banned
Yeah.
accounts, right? You can look at banned accounts, right?
Why do
And
you think
they're
they're banned?
well, they're because they break the TOS. The TOS is constructed around
hmm
left-wing belief systems,
And
right?
it's so
I
vague
no,
that they
I
can
think
hit
that this
you
is
for
I think this is one
anything.
of those
This is
things
a
You're
little
that
conspiratorial.
You're
This is a little
absolutely
no,
correct.
it's
How's that
not.
conspiratorial? Like the
Hold on,
evidence has
hold
been
on.
out there
It's not,
forever.
it's not that it's
I can
conspiratorial. I think
pull
that
up my
it's
YouTube
gotten
dashboard
really
and
quick.
show
I
you.
agree with you to a certain extent. But the problem here is that when we're looking at like overwhelmingly which voices have the largest voices
Yes,
on
when
these
you break the
platforms.
threshold, it doesn't matter anymore, right? Because what YouTube cares about predominantly, right, is not about pushing ideology. What they care about
Okay. Sorry. It was too low IQ for me to even participate in that conversation. Yellow bong and stuff. What's wrong with you? Why are you being so inflammatory? Can you chill? I'm censored, but it's cool for BPF to call people F words live on stream. No, it's not okay. I disagree with that. But I can't control somebody who's on a different platform. I can control people who are in my fucking chat. Holy shit. No, Whale Hole. I think he's banned from YouTube. You ignored gift subs? I'm sorry. Thank you for the tier 1 gift sub TK Sus to stay positive for 2069. I'm sorry. I was in the middle of arguing with people. So, okay, let me see. It looks like they're back.
Leading cities, you're probably going to have a whole bunch of young people, and they probably don't like sit around and listen to the radio so much.
Yeah,
right,
no, of
to get their
course.
news, comparatively to like conservatives. But that might be why you see a whole bunch of
Right, Sansol, they're back
yeah.
and trying to talk.
Yeah.
All right.
Go ahead.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Well, contestants, we have deliberated, and I will cut the music up here because this is theater production here.
There you
y'all.
go.
Lifelike. Let's see what we got here.
Dramatic undertone.
Do the thing,
Dramatic
Brant.
scene.
Do the thing.
All right. So, chat.
Dun,
Contestants.
dun, dun.
I'm going to tell you my pick. Central's going to tell you his pick. And then Derift is going to tell you his pick. If he says your name, you're safe. Means you're going to go on to the next round. You're going to continue competing. And we talked
I'm on
about it. We
Survivor.
want. What's up?
So I feel like I'm on Survivor.
Yeah,
I know.
Just
I know,
the chicken
right,
in the
dude?
corner.
Hey, I told you.
Hey, let's hold hands. Let's hold hands.
We go in. We go in here. All right. So
Wait. There we go.
There
we
we go.
after we do this, we will then begin a voting phase. When we start the voting phase, the 5 people that have not been chosen, you have the floor. Nobody else talks while the voting happens. You're giving your final point. If you're voted out, you will quickly have your outro. You will be escorted out of the room. You'll be done in the competition. And you'll be able to compete next month. So, without stalling any longer, the number 1 selection doesn't mean numerically like you were the top person of the round. Just means you're the first selection.
All right, Jesus Christ. Don't give us a commercial break.
No, dude, he's like, the
I know, right?
anticipation's killing me right now.
And we'll
My
be
choice is,
after these messages.
and I think this person gave a well-balanced, polished point. I think it was very respectable to both sides, and I think that they made a fair point. They convinced me, and that was Stardust. I think you did really good. You're moving on to the next round. You will continue competing. I think you did really good.
Thank
Central.
you.
I'll
I
agree
appreciate
with that.
that. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
No
I
problem.
want to say before I say my pick, I want to say all of you brought a lot of valid points. There are a lot of valid arguments on both sides, and I appreciate that very much. You guys are all thoroughly researched this, and just because if you aren't selected as one of the top 3, that doesn't mean that we didn't like what you did. I did mine on a scoring system, and some people scored different points than others, and I had a 4-way tie I had to come up with. So, but we'll keep this short and sweet. My pick, because they brought up some points that I was looking for throughout the entire debate. Weird Girl.
Hell
You're
yeah.
safe.
Okay. Yeah, like Central said, we were kind of doing this on a scoring system, more about who brought facts, statistics to back up how they felt, what they knew, to bring up new points. Now, one thing we were really looking for, nobody, well, not nobody. The second part of the topic was how can we make changes? That wasn't brought up a lot except by 2 people, which they scored extra points for. But overall, I have scored, and it was all very close. You guys all did really great. Kate, you're safe. Kate definitely studied, knew what she was talking about. So, not saying anybody else didn't, but yeah, Kate brought it that round.
All right. So that leaves Stardust, Kate, and Weird Girl marching into the second round. That leaves Oreo Express, FL Scott, Sansel, DK Records, and Twisted Aviator left. Only those individuals are allowed to talk. I'm going to prep the poll. I will announce the poll. Audience, you are burdened with the task of removing one person remaining from the group. You'll have their names right there.
Stardust
I
and
will-
that one
I will
weird
let you-
girl, amazing. Like I would have agreed. I totally agree with
While,
that.
while this is going on,
DK waving the
I'm gonna go
proverbial
put
white
something-
flag. Yes, but from this moment on, DK, you did have the right to speak, so you weren't speaking out of turn there because you are on the chopping block.
Oh,
I will let y'all
done.
take over from
This whole
this
group
point
has been
on.
pretty
Only all
good.
five. Go.
Oh, I
This whole
don't
group's been
disagree with
pretty
any
good.
picks. I just want to say that like if that weird girl in Stardust didn't make it and Kate didn't, I'd be like, okay, I guess I went to school. a little
Remember, there's
longer.
2 more topics to talk about, DK. So you're not
right.
done yet. You get just moved on to the next topic for tonight.
Is it open floor for while people are
Yes,
voting?
yeah,
or
just
what's going on?
the
Okay,
ball
so
is in the air.
I'm gonna make my case. All right, and my case is simply this. All right, you got some righties, you got some lefties that are a little scared with this right wing audience to really come out with the hot points. But as you can see, I'm not afraid to say all cops are bastards, which might be why you fucking vote me out, or that all cops are oath breakers because their jobs require them to regularly violate the First, Second, Fourth, Fifth, and Eighth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution.
All
right?
lefties
So-
commies. Should I give you helicopter rides?
What?
Listen,
I only do mustache rides.
my case.
Voting
my case
starts
is
No,
right
you got- you
now.
need
You
to-
have
you need
5
to
Let him
minutes.
average.
speak. Let him speak.
You need to get some,
Testers,
some
all
heat in here,
lefties
boys.
are commies, you know?
listen,
And I
this
will
is my
give
Oh,
case.
chat.
helicopter rides if
Vote
you
for-
give me commies.
Sorry, I'm
Vote
not
for the
trying to
guy
interrupt
that's
you.
in the middle of it all, out on the streets every weekend, that brings it to you. That's all I gotta say. I'll leave it at that.
I love all the people that haven't been picked, so I can't really talk crap about anybody.
DK,
No, but
yeah,
DK,
I
you're
mean,
vying to be
you know how I
safe.
feel about you, DK.
You don't
Oh,
want to get
man.
voted. It's just for one person to be voted out. You're actually arguing for to not be voted out, DK.
All right. Well, in that case, Oreo Express, bro, I don't give a crap about what you're doing on the streets. I'm sitting in my studio right now.
Yeah, no, DK thinks there's just one topic. DK, there's 3 topics tonight.
Listen,
No, I know. I'm
DK's
just
just
messing
here.
around.
Here's
I'm
this.
just
This is
a
my only
mannequin.
thing. I don't want to get voted off, and I don't want Oreo to get voted off because I love this guy. All right, he's a fucking lunatic, and
Yeah,
I love that
it's-
sort of shit. Okay,
I've
I
had such
love
a
me
great talk
lunatic
with all of
right-winger.
you people. It's like, what am I supposed to?
Oh,
What do you mean, you
dude,
people?
Smiling
Hey,
punches.
you know
chat.
what? Once you lose the people that are left, everybody's leaving anyways. We're gonna start another chat.
Oh yeah, no, we're gonna debate about Brant for Liberty after this.
Yes.
Yep.
We're gonna start
Should I
talking
get
out
this
loud.
wig like sewn into
here
my
we go.
skull?
Here's another one. All right.
And-
here's another reason why you got to vote for me, right?
3
Because
heads. Look at this.
I don't do the drama streams. I
Tell you
don't.
what,
But when someone
vote
calls me out
if you
and
cut
says a
your
bunch
man
of
button.
fucked up shit that is very similar to rape apology while I'm trying to do a 1v1 with Dylan, you know that it will piss off Joe Lewis. All right, it will piss off Joe Lewis if you let me stay around here and gain an
my
audience.
God.
So you know you guys want to piss off Joe
Jesus.
Lewis and vote for me because nobody likes that guy. Come on.
But by the way, I
Damn,
want to
dude.
say for
FL
those of you
Scott,
that are
you're
going to
You
go
gonna
off
have
and
Brand
start
some
your own
Brand
chat,
haters,
Come
bro.
on, man.
I got to
I'm here for the
interject
spice.
for those of you that are going off to start your own chat. I love you all. I love you all.
Oreo Express is cheating by kissing babies on air. That's somebody in my chat saying that.
I don't even know whose baby that was.
Like, come here, baby. Mwah. That's right. I like
I'm
that.
gonna give that baby a kiss
I'm
on
gonna be
TV.
honest, I'm not gonna sit here
Gonna
and
be from
battle
that
with
movie, The
everybody.
Campaign, where
You're not gonna want to wash that forehead.
People are gonna like me or not, and
Yeah, if you vote
you
for
know,
me, you get
I've
Fauci
always
too.
had that attitude of if you don't like me, then you
Damn.
can go fuck yourself. Basically,
You're not gonna want to
So-
wash that forehand. Or that.
The question is chat in the last waning moments gonna nominate Sanzel? Sanzel has the best opportunity here to come from behind and win this loser of an award, which is the first person eliminated.
So it's
Dang.
it's three
Is it a
women
vote?
that are going right now. I think it's kind of sexist.
Fantastic.
Is
Yeah.
it?
I just
is
keep
it
I
thinking
think
about
for who
Zach
you want to keep or
Galifianakis
who
in
you
the
want to
movie The
kick?
Campaign.
If you vote for me, if you guys
I
vote
think
for
it's
me, just know that
Are
you are
you voting more
solidifying
equity,
myself.
boy? Is that what
You
you're
are
asking for right
solidifying
now?
me as
Yeah,
the
there's three
favorite.
women to go.
Now all of
That's
a sudden we
important to
like
me.
equity.
If you vote me off, just know that you are solidifying me as all of these panels' favorite heel that they love to hate. The right
Let's go,
hates me. The
Brandon.
left hates me. You know why? It's because I'm fucking right, boys.
Hey, I
So-
hate
so
you
get
too,
them
but it's a
votes in.
love-hate thing. It's
Right?
a love-hate.
It's
I'm
there's a
sorry.
reason I crush on Hippy Dippy and Prime K's every goddamn time. It's because you guys love to hate me. So come on, let me get a little more hate in chat.
I wish I had. I wish I.
Yeah, where
had
is
the
the
pager
poll?
that you did,
Where's the
Fabian.
poll?
That's what
Poll
I
I'm
don't
is
like
at
thinking.
this
the
guy.
top
He
of the
plays
chat.
the
Poll is
heel
at the
role
poll.
The
very
poll is
well.
at the top of the
Even
chat.
around,
It's the Twitch. It's the Twitch one. It's the Twitch poll. It's at the top
So
of
in
the
your
chat,
chat.
in here.
Yeah.
Huh,
Yeah,
for
yeah,
some
it's in
reason I
here.
can't see it.
Oh,
You
Yeah, it
can't
yeah, I
doesn't
see
show
it?
me
I
it
can't
either.
see
Just have to pull it
Oh,
down
Twitch
at the
Twitch
top of the
again.
chat.
Surprising.
It's not at the top.
Yeah,
No,
that's
I
where
didn't
it
see it.
was.
You know what? You know what? No, we're starting over. We're gonna do straw poll.
I didn't. I'm
We're
not
gonna
kidding. I
switch
didn't
it up.
see it
No,
on
no,
your
no, no,
I
channel
chat.
I
ever.
see the poll.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, we're gonna no. In poll.
It's
We're gonna
working.
do this.
Oh,
We're gonna do this
time's up.
legit. God damn it! All right, hold
Although
on.
I was checking on my phone, so maybe it's
It's
just
going
broken
just
on
fine.
the phone.
Yeah, it
I
was
know.
working just
Hold
fine.
on. We're gonna do a new one, chat. We're gonna do a new one. I know. I just
FL
want to make sure that
Scott,
everybody.
all
I
of a
want to
sudden-
make sure
yeah,
all of a
everybody has a
sudden-
legitimate
right.
chance.
Do you
That's right,
guys
we're
see
doing
what's
it
going on
again.
here? Do you guys see what's going on? At 2 a.m., the votes stopped
I'm
counting.
seeing- yeah,
And the
this is-
guy with the magnet hat.
I
Okay,
flooded
listen,
the template. Get the
Hey, hey,
Mr.
suitcases
FL
out.
doesn't just jump
I
up
see
in the
some
polls
last minute emailed
unanimously.
invites
Okay.
coming in here.
Does that say Dominion? Does that say Dominion right there?
Yeah, what kind of
I'm
software are
done.
you running there,
I'm
Brent?
done. I'm done.
It's on an Amazon server, by the way.
There you go.
Mm-hmm. Oh, my
But
typing
hey,
skills are extremely suffering right now.
You
Hold
know,
on.
folks, Dominion, not a great company. Excuse me. No, excuse me.
All right,
not
here we
not
go.
a good company.
All right, I got it set up.
Oh my God. Giggles right now. I'm
and
sorry.
create poll.
Yeah, but I just
All
wanna
right,
thank all
chat.
you
Here
guys
it comes. Everybody, pump it out to your communities. I'm totally cool with it. Get the
Hey, FL,
Boom.
no cheating now.
boom.
How would I
Who
cheat?
should be
I literally
eliminated?
encouraged the chat to vote against me. How am I cheating?
Yeah, I'm just messing with you, man. I'm just fucking with you. Let me boot up my VPN. Multiple vote now. Just kidding.
Right.
Do you
Yeah,
really
chat.
believe
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
like,
You can go back
if-
to your respective streamers if you want to. I made it a straw poll on me. Make it easier. That way people don't get glitched within like
I'll
Twitch's
even-
buggy shit. Twitch gets a little buggy sometimes, so
So you
we'll
guys
fix
can-
it.
So wait, Oreo, do you really believe that the community has the right to take someone out back if they think that this person has been stealing and take them out?
Well,
behind the shed?
I am old school. I am old school. So when I was younger, an attitude adjustment was me getting an ass whooping at 17 when I thought I was smarter than everybody around. So that's how I was raised. That's how my generation is. I wasn't the participation
That's
trophy where
different
you.
than, like, a
I'm gonna
summary
say something real
execution,
spicy
right?
since I'm probably already getting kicked
Like-
off. But like
Oh.
maybe you shouldn't say that it's okay because that's how I was raised, and then also admit that you're a former gangbanger.
Well, I mean, my
Gang
father.
banger.
I'm just throwing out. Maybe
I-
that was the
I-
problem.
Turned out
See, like
okay.
that's one thing, but also like the other half of that is like there's a difference between having an ass whooping by your parents and then like taking someone out back and like summarily executing them because you think that they might have done a crime. Like
I think
don't
he
understand.
literally meant that, but
I mean,
Mods,
hey,
double down
spamming
on
the
it just
straw
now.
poll.
What I would be
Mods, keep
saying.
spamming the straw poll.
we can go out back and do some
What I'm
push-ups.
saying is it's a little different now. We're a little soft on people these days, kids. Like back
With
when
you.
I was
I just
in
had
school-
Really
I had
broken?
to make the joke.
I
It
just
was
need
very
to
funny.
know.
no,
I just need to
No,
know.
I'm just being real. When kids fuck up in
Damn,
school
really?
these days, we promote them. And we
Just
say
to give
you're
you guys
great.
an
That's not what my
idea. I mean,
question
they
was.
removed
I don't
dodgeball
necessarily
from my
disagree
middle
with you.
school.
My question was, do you really think that you can execute someone because as a community because you
I never
think-
said execute. I said take
Is
them
the
behind
poll
the
broken,
woodshed. There's a
chat?
big difference.
Okay.
Yeah, what are you doing
does that
behind the
mean?
woodshed, dude? Are you
What
giving
are you
them a
doing behind the
blowjob?
woodshed?
doing
What does
Like, what
that
the
mean
fuck?
Biden.
99% of the
Giving
time.
an app, giving an ass whooping, pretty much. And
You
I know that
spanking
freaks
them?
out
That's kind of
leftists.
kinky for the
That
first
freaks
date,
out
dude.
It's just
leftists.
that most of the time when someone talks about taking someone out behind the shed, they're usually talking about going behind the shed and fucking shooting them. So
Now,
Or
that's
giving them a
usually
blowjob. Or
Maybe.
giving them a
Yes.
blowjob.
Partially
One
realistic.
Oh,
a
a
girl
blowjob,
saying a
like, if that's
blowjob,
the
and this
way you
guy's
swing.
talking about bringing people behind, shooting them. See, that's not my area. That's
Although I
not where I
think
come
I
from.
think if Oreo's
I-
dad
Okay, if
stood
you're gonna
behind the shed
spank
and shot
them,
him, he
if you're
wouldn't
gonna
be here.
spank them, then that's a little bit too. That's still too far, dude. Like that, you don't
Yeah,
know
hold
that
on.
person. What the
Hold
fuck?
on. Let's be honest, all right? Idioms,
I love leftists.
idioms and colloquialisms are different in every other part of the country. You're on stream, right? And you're dealing with people from multiple different areas, right? What an idiom can mean in your area could be different in another area. So let's not assume that he's talking about murdering people, right? I think he's just talking about the idea that is a very classically
About
conservative
spanking
idea.
people.
Well, it's about tough love. Right, it's about
Amen. Tough love.
and
It's
I
too
don't
kinky.
necessarily
It's
agree
too
with
kinky
it.
for the
And
first
and
date,
it's not
dude.
necessarily my opinion, but at the same time, like I think you're blowing out of proportion, like the phrase that he's using, as opposed to engaging with the actual idea itself, right? Which is that he believes that we've become too lenient as a society in dealing with a lot of these issues. We become too permissive, and that can lead to, if you're like a Robert Merton kind of like broken windows theory, criminal justice mind frame, that like when you're very passively allow things and you fucking come out and support things, and you got politicians being like, pay for the bail fund, right? And like you have this kind of permissive attitude
Fabian,
that like it can
we're
cause more
joking
problems.
around, bro.
Wait a second.
Can I ask?
We're
Can I ask
memeing.
anybody
It's
here?
okay.
Did you guys ever have to go out back and find
7 people
your
behind
whipping
the
stick?
woodshed.
Are they
My
all
dad
giving
made
you a
me
Drop the
blowjob? What
woodshed
the
thing for a
fuck?
second.
my own.
Hold on, really quick. People are telling me that the pole is fucked. Is the pole fucked? I don't
The
know.
pole is
It's so
fucked.
screwed up. It's
The
so
pole is
screwed up.
fucked.
Yeah, straw
I'm
poll.
not
The
looking
poll
at
is
the pole.
fucked. Like
The
I mean,
poll
let's
is
be
really
honest.
fucked.
I can bow out. It's fine, right?
I don't
lost
care
the
either
first
way.
one
Like, I'm
because
happy
I
I'm
said
back.
ACAB, and you have a predominantly
returned.
right-wing audience, and nobody on the panel really had anything to say about it and didn't want to do any forth, so it just let it
Okay.
stand there.
You're just
Hey,
being salty.
I
right
agree.
Yeah, you're just being
I
salty,
agree with
dude. What the
ACAB.
fuck?
All commies are bastards. All commies are bastards.
All commies are
You're very
bastards.
brave.
Everybody,
for
Free
saying that.
time out. Everybody, look. Hey, everybody.
Free helicopter rides
For
all communists.
communists.
Oh, okay, we're doing it
Okay,
again.
okay.
I like
I'm
All
not
right,
a
all right,
communist.
Hold on,
Can I
hold
get a
on. We have the
helicopter?
poll. At the poll in my chat, I want to give everybody in here, Sonsul, Stardust, Scott, Weird Girl. Anybody wants to get your communities in here to vote really quick. It for some reason straw poll is broken right now. I don't know why. I tried it 3 times and it just.
Yeah, it's broken.
Did you try the
Sketchy.
forward?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know
forward
what the
slash
heck
poll?
is wrong with it. Somebody else could have made the poll if it was on my end. I don't know, but I just.
Well,
Yeah,
it seems to
type
be
in the
working now.
chat, forward
There you
slash
go.
poll,
All right,
and it'll
everybody.
bring up
Yeah,
the
yeah,
little
yeah.
thing, and I'll do it.
Yeah, if you want to, if you're now watching the stream, you want to come in, Brant for Liberty, real quick, vote for your favorite, or I guess least favorite.
Or you got to tell me where you got that later.
All right, check that out. And then on the back it says "fuck Antifa."
I think I'm gonna make one of those.
Wow, that's
There you
Oreo
go.
Express, just so you know, like everything blended in with your white
Dude.
Dr. Fauci backdrop. Very
My
sexy.
favorite one. My
Very
favorite one. I
sexy
made a
man,
T-shirt.
okay? What a good-looking guy.
I made a T-shirt, and it.
We got 3
well,
minutes
actually, it was a
left,
long sleeve
everybody.
shirt.
3 minutes left.
I made a
Wanna
long sleeve
vote?
shirt when I was in undergrad.
This is
that
for
just-
who should be eliminated, by the way.
I made a long sleeve shirt when I was in undergrad that just said Western culture is superior, and would just go to all my sociology classes. The molding was
little weird.
beautiful.
That's a little
That
weird.
was
It was
probably pretty
beautiful.
funny.
Like people would get so fucking mad.
Why would you do that though?
Literally just to piss
meme,
people
or-
off at that point. Yeah, it was
love
just
it.
for the meme.
Yeah.
Because I
Okay.
was in sociology classes in a liberal art college.
There
It's
can't be
nothing
any
but
logic behind
Marxists.
that.
Like it's
You
literally
guys-
just like this is
I
why
had
critical
I had
analysis is so
an Ape
beautiful.
Nation shirt for AMC stocks, and somebody
Damn.
stopped me and thought I was wearing a shirt that was racially motivated, and I'm
Under
like,
50 seconds, chat.
this is Ape Gang Nation AMC stocks. Like, what do you mean?
Chat, where's this one at?
It was weird.
This particular vote is just in my chat. I tried to do strawpoll.me, which is kind of like a third-party site, but it gives you more choices too, which is usually why I would use straw poll over Twitch, because Twitch only gives you
Heard
5
that
options.
Twitch like broke, and then straw poll broke right after
Dude.
that.
Yeah, I don't, you know.
We
Yeah.
only needed 5.
I
Yeah,
just
I have
can't
100
imagine
voters.
being so threatened by sociology class that you have to wear a shirt that's, like Western whatever is superior.
I mean, have you ever
Free
been in like a
copyrights. Oh, all right.
sociology
You're
Yeah.
class
literally
in
blended
college?
in. That's
I
hilarious.
mean, I haven't been to a
like,
sociology class, but I've been to
Mhm.
a liberal arts college.
I
So
Right.
walked
So
around the
sociology
campus
is
once.
like literally, so roughly 70% of all sociologist professors, right,
uh-huh.
identify as Marxists, right?
Oh,
And
that's
then you've
kind of
got like
scary.
another 20% that identify as like critical theorists, right? Or say that critical theory is the best, right? So what you have is you have 90% roughly of sociology professors are Marxists, right? So it's a classroom that has a very one-sided view in most places, unless you're at like Liberty University or some shit.
And I
right?
want to go to college.
Mm.
Why?
So
Is there a
they can get
reason to want to
To
go to
waste a
college?
lot of
appreciate
money.
everybody
make
that came
money.
in and voted. By the
I
way, we
mean, it
got 100
depends.
people
So
voting.
that you
I
can fly the
I mean, we're not
airplanes
really
to
talking about the merits of college right now, right? We're
Oh,
really
okay.
more talking
Well, I mean,
about
like when he just
It's
saying
all
like,
Right,
about
yeah.
like
fly,
teachers are
yeah.
extremists and like, ooh, I don't know. But that's just my opinion.
Got 1 minute left.
So,
Doesn't
My
look
so the
good.
sister went to
people, really
Central
quick,
Not
Michigan
looking
really
good.
University,
quick.
got a 4-year
So,
degree, and
Grant,
she
the
cleans
people are
houses for a
voting
living.
for who they're kicking out.
Yes,
Yeah.
they're voting for who they're kicking out right now. One person
Yeah.
goes.
I got it. I got it.
Yeah. You just
Why do you
needed
think
to
I'm? Why do you think
be.
I'm hiding Brandt's
Honestly, you just needed
channel
to.
from my
At this
stream? I
point,
don't
the
want
statistics
anybody.
show you just needed to be better than Mr. Scott here.
Hey, that's
It's
it's
all right.
triple ply. No, I'm just.
It's all right. I knew I was going to piss off your chat with ACAB stuff. It's fine.
No, I mean, hey,
Yeah.
FL.
If you want to learn
regardless of what
more,
other
if you
people
want to
say,
learn
I
more
think
about
do.
you're-
why
You know
all
what's
cops
crazy
are,
is
you're a
you know the
racist.
name of this channel was Libertarians United before I changed it to Brant for Liberty, and it
Yes,
was
I'm a
full.
libertarian. It's
The
hilarious.
first couple streams were
Just my lesbian
IRL
gender
and
studies.
cap
No, I'm
meetups
not.
where all you ever heard about was like voluntary prisons and then like privatized police forces like all night
Yeah,
long.
no,
And
I
then
mean,
all of a
the
sudden
thing
now
is that people don't understand what most people mean when they say community policing and stuff like that, right? Just go
Right.
look up Tehran, Mexico, population 18,000, indigenismo, environmental anarchist community or anarcho-mutualist in their structure with the Council of Elders.
A lot of
And
that
they haven't had a
works
significant
just fine
crime.
in
They haven't had a significant crime since
Right.
2015.
well,
a lot of that
Mr.
works fine
Scott.
in a small construct, but when it's scalability with what you're
All right,
describing,
boys.
that's the issue.
But
Right.
well, you
Yeah.
say that, but also
Right.
all the people that's been shot by police, they haven't committed a crime since then either. I
Right.
mean, you can look at it
That's
both
true.
ways.
All
I
right,
mean,
But
so
hey, I love
let
the FL
you're
Scott.
not
everybody
wrong.
quiet really quick.
You're not
Everybody
wrong.
quiet.
Dead.
Let's give Mr. Scott the ability to give himself an outro and a swift exit here. I really do, by the way, appreciate you coming here and being a
course.
part of this. You are welcome to come back as a contestant next month. I'm going to allow everybody within the content creation community be allowed in this, and aspiring people as well. There
Oh.
are some names on this panel you may not have seen, chat,
Sorry
that
to
are aspiring as
interject.
well. What's
That
up?
one weird girl is trapped outside and she needs to be brought
Oh,
in.
okay. Yes. Got it.
Oh,
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 wait, for
no.
a second, I was like, what do you mean
just for
she's
the
trapped
outro?
out? Oh, she's
Yeah.
trapped out there.
And
So for the
yeah,
outro,
everybody
We
quiet
do
real
that
quick.
to the Sacramento people.
right. So
right.
for the
Let's let him
outro,
have it.
I'm Fabian Liberty. You'll see me on Prime K's, Hippy Dippy. You'll see me debating pretty much on. I'll be on Crucible soon, probably debating Rob Noor on Cops. So in case you want to get a fucking a recap of this, but check us out. We're anarcho-capitalists, kind of libertarians to the extreme. The channel is Fabian Liberty. Same thing on YouTube, and on YouTube I have a video explaining
My goodness. Thank you for the raid, Bo Blacks. How are you doing?
of the Constitution and why these people should quit their jobs or admit that they're in a dishonorable profession. So thank you so much.
Hello, everybody. I'm in the middle of a debate panel. Welcome. So, yeah.
Well researched and very well, you're just doing a really good job. So that's who's got my vote so far. Hopefully I didn't sabotage you. Y'all have a good one. Good night, guys.
That means
Yeah, dude, peace,
everybody
man.
that's left needs to go after that one weird girl now.
All right. You're on the chopping block,
Yes.
wheel girl. Get up here.
Everybody, again, that was Fabian Liberty Scott.
on
He goes by
Comcast or
FL Scott
AT&T?
now.
Comcast. I finally got it. Yeah.
But yes, thank you again, Scott, for coming and being a part of this. Everybody, make sure you
Yeah.
go check out his
I
channel,
do.
give him a follow. He has
Yeah.
a different perspective, one that I used to be closer to, but I would say what's weird is social justice movements usually help give a better outline of what you already had beliefs of. One crazy thing about this particular last 500 days is it pushed me from anarcho-capitalist to more of the minarchist take. I guess you could call me a diet statist, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, one crazy thing that has come from the last year is I have come from his line of thinking to more of a, you got to put your fence down at some point. You got to have laws. You got to have some type of
ask you a
body
reason,
that,
It kind of
Brent.
sounds like you're
Brent,
shitting on him right now a little
Brent,
bit.
no, but Brent,
nah.
what,
I'm just messing with you.
what was it? What
No,
was
I
like
agree
if you had to
with a
come
lot that
up
he
with the
says,
number one
honestly.
thing that kind of switched that thinking? What would you say it was over the last year?
Watching three people get stomped to death in Chicago at the Miracle Mile or Magnificent Mile.
Yo, when do we get to the next topic? Yeah, hey guys, I'm Stardust. Welcome to my stream. I debate people sometimes. That's what I'm doing tonight. Other times I hang out with the homies, aka Bo Blacks or Nick or Edwin or Augie or politics people sometimes, like Wildman. I mean, is Wildman a politics person? I don't know. I guess he is. Yeah, he's a politics person. Or Book Smarts has been here. Cherry's been here. Yeah, we like to have fun here. So, yeah, I'm on a very right-leaning panel right now.
Fabian Liberty, great contestant. Thank you for competing, man.
And I
Better
do
luck
want to
next
say
time.
something too about him too with FL. Like even though like he's completely on the other side of what I would consider what I agree with, very respectable person. You know, like
Yeah, dude, he's a good
talks,
conversation.
like he's able to articulate what he means even better than me.
He's
in a lot
not Antifa,
of
Chad.
ways.
He hates Antifa. He doesn't.
No,
He
he's
doesn't.
not a bad person. I don't
Antifa
want
capitalized, by the way. I mean, I would say Americans are
and like he
naturally
said too, you have to
against
commend him. I
fascism.
mean, he came into a freaking pond of sharks and he did
Yeah.
good.
No,
You know?
he's used to this. This is a Tempur-Pedic bed to him. This is comfortable. But yes, let's move on to the second topic, y'all. Let's get moving. Let's get moving. So continuing the topic of policing, the overarching question, and then kind of tying it into an adjacent current event. We bring ourselves to the Crumblies as our second topic here. This is mainly a question pertaining, or a topic, I guess, an entire round dedicated to parents' culpability and the developing events that are there. They now have the mother, the father.
Maybe like tell some people probably don't know what the Crumblies
Yeah,
are.
that's what I'm doing. I'm literally, that's exactly what I was doing. So right now, as of right now, currently, we have both of the parents arraigned on $500,000. Not the 10%. You got to come up with the full 500,000 for each one of them. That's $1 million bond. And I'm pretty sure Ethan's on like a $1 million or $5 million bond. It's something ridiculous and unattainable. And I don't think any organization would, in their right mind, bail him out. But just what are your ideas on a solution or a remedy, a way we could have prevented this? What are your thoughts? How do you feel about this? And also extrapolate that question or topic with the culpability of the parents as well. And let's start off with DK. I'm gonna let you kick off. We're just, you know what? We'll go backwards this time. We'll start with Twisted, actually. Let's kind of mix this up a little bit. Twisted, I'm gonna let you go first here. What's your take on the Crumblies? This is the kid who shot up his high school, killed 4 people. Then remember, his parents were caught hiding in a building after they had been formally charged. 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. Thought I'd go ahead and get this in as well. Yeah, in Michigan. They found them later on hiding. Later in the arraignment, you have the, I guess, the defendants, both of their co-attorneys or their co-counsel exclaim that there was a communication error, that they were going to turn themselves in, that they were at a secure third-party spot. But I'm not going to allude to anything else because that's all about I know. If I say anything else, I'm going to be purely speculating. But based off of what I've said and what you've done on your research, how do you feel about that? And then continue the conversation of policing as well, how we could have prevented this, what the ramifications should be. Twisted, going ahead.
Obviously,
2 minutes, by the way, 2
clearly
minutes.
the kid is primarily responsible for his own actions. The only culpability the parents may have, and I say may because we don't know, is how was that firearm stored at home? Was it stored locked up? Was it stored sitting on a kitchen counter? How was that stored? If it was stored reasonably locked up, then I don't feel they have culpability at all in a legal sense. Um, it comes down to guns are an inanimate object. They're not dangerous. They're not going to just go off on their own. I have an AR-15 sitting behind me that, hasn't ever just gone off on its own and shot my neighbors or anything. Um,
Twisted, you have a green screen on.
yeah, I know. But I find it absolutely absurd when people talk about the guns. As far as where it comes into policing, I mean, you have the option of putting police in schools. I believe that a better choice would be we have so many veterans that come out of the military with no idea of what they want to do with their lives. Hire them as guards in our schools. You don't have to pay them a whole lot. They're already trained. They already know what they're doing. They already know how to handle a firearm. They already know when and where to pull the trigger and when and where not to. So that helps with our school security. I really don't have a whole lot else to say other than that. I don't know on as far as the parents' culpability. I don't know because I don't know how that firearm was stored at home. As far as the $500,000 bail apiece, I think that's ridiculous for what they're being charged with. If they were being charged with homicide, absolutely. But to expect two people to come up with $1 million to get out on bail when you're presumed innocent in this country is beyond ridiculous. They are not a danger to the community. I don't know.
All right, weird girl, shoot it to you.
Thank you. Ethan is actually 15 years old. So he is a child considered to the law. Now, the parents were charged with involuntary manslaughter for failing to secure the handgun used in the shooting. Again, he is a minor, so therefore they are responsible for him. They are responsible for having that gun secured. Again, they skipped town. They left town with the knowledge of their attorney, who, by the way, his two attorneys, Shannon Smith and Marielle Lehman, they hired these guys these two attorneys even before they were charged with these crimes. Shannon Smith was the one that represented Larry Nassar, by the way. Now, personally, I feel the attorneys also should be held liable. Again, it is the attorney's responsibility to advise them in the best course of action. Whether they had knowledge of where they went, I do not know that. I also feel the school should be held responsible in the way of their actions of handling this situation, with the drawings on the desk, with this other students in the school. They were circulating before the incident even occurred. As far as prevention, this could have been avoidable if the parents took the necessary precautions of locking that gun away.
Cool. That was that one weird girl. Now moving on to Stardust.
Okay. Yeah. So I think that it is fair because Ethan Crumley was 15 and he's not legally allowed to own a gun. His parents bought that for him. They didn't secure it properly. And because they didn't secure it properly and they didn't get their son the help that he needed, they caused the premature loss of 4 other parents' children. I mean, not parents, four other children who had parents, right? It wasn't even their own child that they lost as a result of their negligence. They caused the loss of 4 young lives. So, yeah, I think that they should be held responsible, and I think it's great that they're being charged, especially given the fact that they went on the run. There were text messages showing that the mother was not concerned about him searching up ammo while he was at school. Yeah, it's just I can't understand. When you buy a gun, I feel like you should hold a lot of responsibility with what you do with that gun, especially if the person it's meant for is a minor. And you should take the proper precautions for this. So.
Nice. And that was Stardust. Now we're going to be moving over to Sanzel. Start right now.
So I grew up in a world where school shootings became the norm pretty rapidly by the time I was in high school, which was not a great thing. And I'm sure that all the kids that grew up around the same time as me or after also grew up in this world where, constantly you're worried about getting shot in fucking school. I'm going to go ahead and drop a link in Brant's chat really quick that has a timeline of what happened in this shooting. This timeline right here, all right, shows that not only was this gun purchased
Put it in the
literally
Discord and I'll share it because I usually don't allow links. But if you send it to me
that
really
makes
quick, no,
sense.
send it to me and I'll put it in there really quick.
Yeah,
For
so
sure.
I feel like when you look at this timeline, it's pretty egregious. They bought that gun for him as a Christmas gift just days before he went on the shooting. Before he went on the shooting, they were well aware of the fact that this kid was searching for ammunition while he was at school. They did not care, and they said, huh, LOL, I'm not mad at you. You have to learn not to get caught. That's a quote from the text message that she sent to her son. By the end of the week, right? He was posting photos of the gun. They were proud that he was going out and shooting, which is fine. Like I have no problem necessarily with gun ownership, except for when you leave it unlocked in a bathroom drawer, you know that your son has something wrong. Where there's something where the school is concerned that he's going to go on some sort of shooting, right? Because he's searching ammunition. And then I think that they know that they did something wrong because they fucking ran away and they tried to hide for a little bit. All right. I think it's completely justified that the parents are held culpable for this school shooting, as well as the kid that did the shooting. If you know that you're buying a gun for someone that has something wrong with them, or that they're having some sort of like either suicidal ideation or murderous ideation, yeah, if you're buying someone a weapon that has that
5
sort of stuff
seconds.
going on, you should also be charged. All right. And also, I
Okay.
sent it in that group chat that we had. So
Okay, good. No, I
yeah.
will definitely put that up there right now. Oreo, go ahead and take it over, and I'm going to put that link in for
Thank
people to
you for
review.
You
the
ready for
subscribe,
everybody to
Monty.
flip out?
Really appreciate
Oh,
that.
here we go. Brace for
Yeah,
it.
brace for it, guys.
Wait, let me
Okay,
get my drink.
Yes, get your drink. So yes, the parents should be charged, but this oh my God, gun scared thing. All my kids have received a gun at 12 years old. Once they for their 12th birthday, we are a gun loving house. But I also understand the mental health of children. If I was called into school and they said, well, there's an issue. If I'm ever called into school, my kids know, don't worry about the LDs. When you get home, you will lose everything. I monitor my kids' games time, their online time. I monitor everything. So I have a pretty good idea of who they're chatting with and what they're doing. As far as the parents are idiots. Because if you can't run and hide better than 18 miles away, then you deserve to be in jail, first of all. Not that you should run and hide, but I was watching that with you, Brant, on this stream that night, thinking, why would you park your car at a parking lot? I'm just saying, I don't think they should have ran at all, because running is, to me, admitting to some part of guilt. If you're not guilty, you don't run. And you obviously have an ignorant lawyer if your lawyer's telling you to go hide out in an art studio. So I don't have a problem with a $500,000 bill. I don't have a problem with it. And like my wife said, well, they were searching for ammo in school. I said, you know what? If it was free time, I wouldn't have a problem with my kids searching for ammo and a good deal because it's very expensive for ammo these days. If you were supposed to be doing homework, I am now going to take your phone away from you for 2 weeks. But this all goes back to the mental health of the child. And as a parent, if you actually spend time with your child and you do actual things and you're involved with your child, you know if there's a problem, you know if they're upset, you know if they've had a breakup, you know all these things. So that's why the fault, and I agree with the parents being charged. I don't disagree with the kid getting a present of a gun. I think again, that's America. That's normal. But when it comes to the
5 seconds.
parents, they obviously knew because they texted him, "Don't do it," after it had happened. So they knew that he wasn't mentally capable of handling that firearm. That's all I got.
Okay. And Kate, take it over. You're next.
Oh Lord, I have something different to say. So I don't like blow this one out the chute. Here's the thing is he was looking for ammunition full well knowing that he was getting a gun for Christmas. Okay. And if you look at the timeline, he looked at that ammunition just a few days prior to getting the gun. I have a 14-year-old who looks at ammunition all the time. He shoots trap and skeet. He's been shooting since he was 6. All my kids shoot. That's what they do. So if I were the mother and I went in and the teacher was like, he was looking at ammunition and freaking out, personally, I'd just be like, okay,
Okay,
he's
don't
been
get
shooting
caught
since he was
again.
7 years old. Like, all right, let's go home. And I would have probably sent a similar text message. Hey, don't do it at school, or, be better and not showing other people what you're searching for. It's not something you should be searching for at school or whatever it is. Like, that's just my personal feeling there.
Hey,
And
thanks
kind
for
of
the
reading the
sub,
situation
Deep
from the
Mantha.
eyes of my child's about to get to gun. He's probably very excited about learning it. He's probably very excited about trying it out and that kind of stuff. And he wants to learn about the ammunition, and he probably wants to learn about safety. I don't know what the child's mental state was. Here's the other thing is that in Michigan, there is no law that prohibits or charges parents with improper storage of weapons, meaning that the only charges that can go up against them is a manslaughter charge or an assisted murder charge, okay, after the fact. Now, the problem with that is that the legal standing for those, there is none. Zero. Zilch. There's 6 total cases where parents have been charged with weapon charges, all out of Michigan, and they were all for the improper storage of a weapon. Unfortunately, in Detroit, Michigan, there is no law against it. You can literally store your gun on the top of your dresser, and there's nothing that they can charge you for or do anything about it. So again, we want to talk about policing and policy and changing laws. That's probably something in Michigan they should look into. As of right now, 32 states require that if you have a minor in the household under the age of 16, your guns are locked and put away. And even as a parent who, teaches my children about proper gun safety, we need to ensure that those guns are still locked and put away, and that we do mental checks and mental health checks on our children. Was that time?
Make sure we do, chat.
You're an extremist.
Extremist.
All right, DK, bring us home.
All right, no, like for me, like all right, I'm from Detroit, you guys, and I've had very similar cases play out, like right down the street from my house, where uh, basically a little bit of an older kid, maybe 18, was he found a firearm in the house and shot and killed his aunt and uncle that he lived with. So I do agree with what she said, and I was actually mind blown when she said that there's actually um no law that actually stipulates that in Detroit. I didn't know that you could literally put your gun on the mantle of your fireplace and that's sufficient. I didn't realize that was the case. But from talking to my chat right now and then even reading what I did, people are basically saying that nobody knows if the gun was in a safe or if it was in a drawer. But I do think what leads to this situation, for one, is proper, or improper, sort of what Oreo was saying, improper training of firearms to the children in the house. This kid should have known better. I think he did to an extent, but I don't think he understood the underlying consequences of what he was doing, and then, or what he was planning on doing, I should say. And then, when you take into account the things that we read on his Twitter and on his other social medias, where he was literally counting down the days to the devil's return, for a family member to suggest or even think it's a good idea to buy a 6-hour 9mm and give, from my understanding, this gun was bought for this kid. Now, somebody can interrupt right now if that's not the case.
No, it was bought for him.
It was
Yep.
bought for him with
it was bought for him.
On top of the
Right.
interviews where kids were basically saying that, like, yo, this kid was fucked up. Like, we were saying shit weeks before this happened, and nothing was done about that. Then when you have the parents complying, or with these texts going to their son, basically kind of negate, or basically saying in my head that they knew what their son was capable of doing, and just didn't think he was capable of doing it for some reason. It goes back to like what Oreo was saying about, taking your father, your father would take you behind the shed and beat your ass. I think this kid had a lack of that growing up, and it kind of, when you look at his parents and the lack of quality of escape. I mean, you take $4,000 out and you act a certain way, and you're only found, what, how many miles was it? Somebody said?
I think it's like
18.
18 miles away.
18 miles.
But I mean, at the very least, that shows a lot about what you already knew about your kid, and then for you to kind of make this situation play out.
Dude, in
'Cause, like,
Austin,
how did
you
you
can
not know?
drive. In Austin, you can drive like 14 miles and be in the same city. Like,
Yeah, dude, I
Right.
could pull
Probably
my
together.
HHR out of the garage and get farther than that in 20 minutes, I feel like. You know what I mean? And my car's got so many
That's
problems,
the whole like he crossed state
but
lines, Antioch, Illinois. kind of
Listen, folks, he
argument.
crossed them state lines.
Yeah.
Okay, no, excuse me, he crossed the state lines.
All right.
no, he
So
didn't. But anyway,
I
but
kind of,
yeah, I just don't
yeah.
feel
Oh,
like anybody deserves anything other than exactly what they're getting.
sorry, you punked me out there. I thought you were done like a couple times there. I didn't mean to tag in.
I apologize.
No, it's all good. Okay, so that being said, chat, it's time for the volley period. Who would like to kick this off? I saw Weird Girl and Aviator first, and then Oreo, and then Kate, Stardust, and then Sons. Okay, remember where you are. Going ahead, Twisted. Kick it off.
Okay, so coming back to what I said in my opening, about it being stored and how it was being stored, I wasn't aware of Michigan law on that or anything, but regardless of the law, if you have kids in the house, your firearms should be locked up. I said I have an AR behind me. Yeah, it's sitting right behind me on my desk, but I don't have kids in the house. I live by myself. So totally different situation and scenario. The whole school shooting thing comes down to a problem. It's not a gun problem. We don't have a problem with guns in this country. We have a problem with mental health. We have a problem with recognizing mental health problems. And whether that is parents recognizing it, schools recognizing it, that's where the problem lies. The kid wouldn't have gone and shot up the school if he'd had some kind of help, or been being seen, or, been in an institution if he needed to be, whatever. I don't know. I'm not a psychiatrist. But too many people are laying blame on the guns. As far as the parents go, yeah, I can see if there is no requirement to lock up guns in Michigan, that the only, like one weird said, the only possible charges are manslaughter. Unfortunately, I don't see how that applies. They're responsible, but they didn't pull the trigger. They enabled it. I don't know. That's a really tough question for me. They should be charged in some way. They definitely should be civilly liable. criminally liable is something that I'm really having a hard time with. As far as the looking up ammunition online, that's a nothing burger. I mean, anybody who gets something new is going to look up parts for it. You get a new VR headset for Christmas, you're going to look up games for it, probably at school.
10 seconds.
You get a new gun, you're going to look up ammunition for it if that's what you're into. So I don't see that as having any relevance.
Right on. Weird girl. Okay, by the way, I want to institute so that we don't stretch this topic out too much, because I want to give a little bit of time for everybody for the last round, which is where you really sell it for the moving on to the champions round. But I'm going to keep it to 40 seconds, okay? So I'm not trying to cut anybody short. Just try to have your responses down to about 40 seconds. I feel like that's enough time to establish a point or make a point. And if it comes to a point where it falls dead, then you'll get more time to be able to come back and get back in line and talk more. But going ahead, weird girl.
Okay, so looking up ammunition is totally different than looking up games on school property. I don't think that is appropriate whatsoever. Now, I am not anti-gun or pro-gun. I believe in the Second Amendment, but looking that stuff up at school is improper. The other question, or the other topic brought up about mental health. I don't know how many of you guys have had mental health services in the public schools, but here in California, they freaking suck. I was part of one of them that they had the psychiatrist come to the school, and you see him for about 20 minutes at school. That would probably be their first route. Trying to get beyond that, I don't know what their state situation is. I know Kaiser Permanente, we're having a big issue with that here in California, so I can sympathize with that. But the other thing about who's responsible about having a gun, it is their gun. Did they report it stolen? Did they go back and check to see if it was gone, or even before he left for school, depending on where they left it? Especially if they did call and get called to the school, why wasn't it checked? Why wasn't the backpack checked?
I do believe that I could be completely wrong here. The dad did go and check to see if the gun was missing when he heard the report of the shooting.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's after.
That was
Yeah.
after he.
Well, I mean,
Alright,
as well, you
so,
guys. I mean, who's to say that the parents didn't leave before the kid?
Yeah.
Yeah, they left
Right,
before
so-
the backpack wasn't checked. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
That
Okay.
Okay,
Okay, that was
okay.
negated. You're
But
right.
here's
Okay.
my question.
That makes
Wait,
sense.
on this topic, though, you say the backpack wasn't checked. He was brought into school for drawing and what we would consider an inappropriate picture, and that there were concerns. Was there concerns brought up during the meeting
Yeah.
that they were fearful that there was a gun on school
Yes.
property? Because I'm telling you, if they were fearful that there was a gun on school property, the schools have a right to then search the backpack. That's
You were
They
actually
definitely
correct.
did.
legal.
They
They
definitely
100%
did.
you said
So
was
I don't
correct.
think-
It was brought up.
They were scared that something like a school shooting was going to happen. They didn't know it was going to happen literally like a couple of hours right after the fucking meeting, Like they were
Right,
really
but we're
concerned given
Absolutely.
all
fearful
the,
that he had a
Absolutely.
weapon on campus at that moment.
They
is what
told
I-
them. They
that's
told
what
the
I'm
school
asking.
that the gun. They purchased a gun for him. They told him. They told
Yeah,
the
for
teachers and everybody
Christmas.
there
Right,
They,
at that.
they,
No, what I
No,
yeah.
they told him they
What I'm
bought it
asking,
for him
though,
a day prior. They told him that in the
In-
meeting.
Yeah.
in the meeting, wasn't the meeting the same day?
Yes.
Am I
Yes, it was in the
mistaken?
morning.
So if the
it
meeting
No, it was,
the
but
same
like
day,
Sans
why
was
didn't
saying,
the
nobody
school
expected a
search
shooting
the
the same
backpack?
day.
Right. That's what the whole thing is. The
Yeah.
parents said they bought the gun for them when they came to school. They said, yes, we bought the
muted.
gun. We bought it
muted.
like a day or so before. That was brought up.
Well, that backpack
Yeah,
should
it
have
was
been
brought up,
searched.
I think,
and also
I think
that.
you're
Look that up
confused
right
at what
now.
I'm asking, I guess, maybe.
Okay,
And
so
I'm
what I-
too.
So the
Sorry.
school wanted him to the school they wanted the parents to consider pulling their son out of school, but the parents actually resisted pulling their sons out of school that day. So that action alone indicates
Well,
some
that puts
responsibility
some
there.
more. Yeah, that puts some more blame on
Alright,
the
yo,
parents. Stardust.
Yeah, they
my
should
chat is
have.
telling me that
They should have
Dude,
pulled them
fact.
their son out, and they are therefore
Yeah.
responsible for what
they
happened.
were ordered. They were ordered
Yeah.
to get him counseling within 48 hours, and they wanted
My
to.
chat's
They
telling
did
me
not want to do
it
that.
was the day after Thanksgiving, 4 days before the shooting, that the parents bought the firearm
Yeah,
for the
because they
kid.
had time to go out and shoot. Listen, I think it's really fun, all the things that we're talking about in terms of like gun control and all that. I love how whenever there's a school shooting, the first thing that comes up in right wing conversations is mental health. When no one on the right is also willing to invest in schooling or anything to do with mental health, right? We also are talking about
That's not true.
this.
Not
Well, I
true.
mean, if we're looking
Not
at
true at all.
if we're looking at
Not true.
politicians, oh, okay. Well, I'm
No,
just trying to
because
say,
if you look
if
at
we look at
Washington
right wing politicians, if we look at
Anti-public.
right wing
was
politicians,
Let him
if
speak,
we look
guys.
at
Let him
politicians
make his
who are putting
point.
forward legislation, I don't think that I can
Hey, you're next.
I can think of a single right wing politician that is putting forward massive spending bills so that we can increase the quality of mental health care for children. I also think it's really fucking crazy that we think of all these ways to try and get around the actual conversation of children having access to guns in order to like never, ever, 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 ever blame gun culture in the United States. I think guns are fine. I was raised around guns. I've shot guns my entire life. But when we're talking about the kinds of guns that people use in these school shootings, handguns and AR-15s, right? Like I think that these are the kinds of guns, or any gun really, honestly, should be. We should have some sort of mandate to have reasonable measures to have them locked up. You could have a quick release on your trigger for a handgun if it's for home defense, and it will keep it to where your kid can't grab it, take it to their school, and shoot up Lisa because she dumped him that the day before, right? Like these are the kinds of things that we have to think about if we're trying to think about actual solutions to these things. Not trying to arm as many fucking veterans who don't know what to do once they come back from war. Not to arm all these fucking teachers. Not to try and build architecture so that there's enough curves in a
What's
school
wrong
hall.
with arming veterans?
What's wrong with arming veterans? I don't think that's the
Huh?
solution. I just think that that's not the solution to school shootings.
Can I interject just for a second,
Yeah,
because you
Kate,
say
hop
that you don't
in
see
and
you
then
don't
Twister.
see anybody bringing up a mental health. No, Grassley brought it up every single year that he has
Did
been
he support
in
any
Congress.
legislation?
Grassley, he's written legislation over the
He's
Specifically
written
last
for mental
legislation,
health.
years
and were the
for mental health, specifically for mental health, and he's written one specifically for mental health for children,
hey, you
including
know what? That's
encouraging
great.
schools. He has also written ones including encouraging schools to actually have psychiatrists, not just counselors, because there is a difference between a counselor and a
How many
psychiatrist.
Republicans voted for that?
It never got brought to the House floor. Why? Because of Nancy Pelosi. In the last 4
Oh,
years, it never has been brought to the House floor for a vote.
can
Yep,
you link me that legislation?
I can pull it up for you. I know that the last one was HR 1367 or 68.
Here,
I will look
I'll
it
look it
up
up.
to get the
Oh,
exact number.
Sansol,
I
like
can.
this girl has
I'm
been
actually interested
accurate
in that. I'm
all
not trying to
night.
be
It's
snide
hard
or
to
anything.
challenge this chick. If she says she's got it, I think she probably does.
If
Yeah, no,
if
I'm
I
not trying
can
to be
finish
snide. I'm
what I
interested.
was saying
Yeah,
before,
go for it.
yeah,
Stardust.
just regardless of what we say
Robbie,
about,
unmuted.
sorry,
Oh, unmuted. Oh, I'm
DK, let
sorry.
her
I'm
talk.
sorry. I was
You're
supposed to be
good, buddy.
muted.
It's all
no
good.
problem.
Sorry.
So regardless of what we say about mental health, right? The facts are, in this situation, the school called the parents in. They ordered them to get him counseling within 48 hours, and the parents resisted the idea of taking him out of school. They should have done that. They should have searched his backpack instead of leaving the school and not taking Ethan with them. They should have searched his backpack. Instead of afterwards having the afterthought of searching where they kept the gun in the house. They should have searched him right then and there.
Right.
And the fact that Jennifer, his mom, texted him, "Ethan, don't do it," after they realized that the gun was gone, shows that maybe they did suspect something was going on. That really paints something else in my head. If a parent is texting somebody, "Don't do it," they knew something was wrong. So yes, they should be held 100% responsible.
There's also the question. I agree on that, but was that text "don't do it" as in don't shoot the school, or was that text sent after the shooting had already occurred? I'm curious. I don't know the timeline there.
When news of an active shooter at Oxford High School became public, his mom, Jennifer, texted him, Ethan, don't do it.
I would say that she was probably referencing where many mass shooters wind up taking their own life. That's conjecture, but that would be
I mean,
what
I
I
don't
was
know that
thinking.
it actually matters, though, right? Either way, they know that
You're
something's
right.
wrong.
You're right.
That's indicating that they know that something's wrong, right? And then after
Right.
that, that's when
You're
the
not
father
incorrect.
called 911. Yeah.
Well,
You're
they're
not
even saying
incorrect on
now,
that.
at least my chat is verifying that the school's being sued for $1, $2 to $300 million right
Oh, I
now
would
for not
totally.
searching the kid.
That
And
school
that's
is responsible as well.
Go-
Yeah.
I
4 young
100%.
lives lost, right? Like 4 sets of parents lost their children because of the negligence of these ones.
The mishandling of
and
the
I
situation.
totally agree, and I have a hard time not agreeing with that statement because, like, when you look at the evidence, there's almost no way around it as a parent that this should have been handled well before it happened. But go ahead, weird girl, whoever was supposed to. I apologize.
Oh, it wasn't directed. I don't think
think
I
we
was.
Well, I
were
get
kind of
stuck
just
there, and like I
but
hope I'm not like
following there
being a
no,
dick.
respectfully.
Like if I am, everyone just let me know. Like I have this. I'm trying really hard not to.
You're being way too
interject.
polite for bloodthirst. This is bloodthirsty Thursday,
All
not
right,
like
listen, you son
chill
of a.
and be nice
Alex
and
Jones
cordial.
was right the
It's
entire
yeah.
time.
Okay, I
1776
can't.
will commence again. No,
I
I
cannot
don't.
find a single thing on anything on
I'm just
Grassley
trying to be
can't.
putting
polite.
forward anything for
All right,
school
Sanzo is
psychiatry.
Sanzo's serving up a point here. So I'm gonna
All
let
right, go ahead.
Sanzo
Go
speak. Go
ahead.
ahead, Sanzo. Bring it back up. What were you saying?
I was just saying, like, I looked up Chuck Grassley, school psychologist or just psychologist, and literally nothing. It's all about like the whole thing about like CRT and teachers being threatened and shit like that. I see literally nothing about a school shooting outside of him blocking a recent bill in the light of this recent shooting in the Senate. So
Well, it's not about a school shooting. You said that we don't care about mental health,
Mental
and I
health,
can tell you that
right?
Grassley has supported and has written legislation on mental health, specifically on, and he's
Thank you,
spoken
Star.
on bringing psychiatrists into schools at the state level when he was at the state level.
I
okay,
just
I
want to
just
say
haven't
really
been
quickly
able
that
to see
one
anything
set of
on.
parents are suing for both their daughters, and one was shot in the neck in front of her sister. So there's one of the parents, two different girls that were, I guess, injured during the shooting, and I'm getting information from people right now. I have an amazing group of people that are sending me crap right now, just to add to the story.
It just tells
But
something about the characters of his parents. Jennifer and
yeah,
James and this is according to the wiki. You can go to the wiki. Jennifer and
right.
James often left their son home alone and without a phone while you know the word,
Frequently.
Frequenting.
bars in downtown Lake Oron. That the neighbor actually became so concerned that she filed an anonymous complaint via phone to the state's Child Protective Services Agency, but she did not know if any action was taken. So, I mean,
Jesus.
one, the
Oh, they
parents
sound like
flee.
real winners.
The parents flee. Two, they get themselves 2 attorneys and leaving their
Turn
kid
your
high and
video
dry.
back on. Oh, Oreo.
Some no-name defense attorney is now the one taking care of Ethan, while his parents, who have hired these
I'm gonna
high-profile,
bring that in.
again, one is Jerry Nasser, and the other and did another high-profile case that was actually the female
Wow.
genitalia mutilation. Yeah, that guy thrown
Wow.
out. Yeah. So I mean, that
That's
just tells you the character of the parents.
Sounds like these
Yeah, you know
parents have
what?
no character at all.
I almost now want to hold the parents more responsible than the kid. I mean, I don't
Oh
know
yeah,
what's
no,
going on there. If you're leaving him alone for how long? Who knows what else
while
was
you're
going
going
on
out.
there?
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
they
they
were
could have
saying
been abusing him.
somebody just said in this case they also have accusations in the media at them from an old friend saying the mom constantly went out to the bar to let the kid stay home alone. It's hard to know, but it sounds bad. It's not illegal for a 10-year-old to be left alone. Guess not enough to pursue, though, is what
But
somebody's
that
saying.
just
Like,
goes right into the mental health of the child. The child is fin
right.
to, I mean, granted, a lot of us, I'm 38. I'll let you know, I'm 38. So I knew how to make mac and
Oh, you
cheese.
look
I
fantastic.
thank you. But
Josh, I'll let you go
I
next
don't
so you
have
can catch up.
kids, so I'm just okay. I don't have kids, but I'm just saying I would never think of leaving a 10-year-old kid in this day and age unattended by themselves.
No, you
With
could
or
still
without
be
a
an
weapon.
They
aunt
have
or,
two
or
parents in the house. That's the thing that blows my mind. They have the ability. They have two parents in the house, and they can't have somebody watching the kid at least for part of the time.
And at least
or
the neighbor
checking
was at
in at
least
the
all of
very
this. It sounds
least
like
on
the
your
neighbor was
child.
a very well,
Well,
thoughtful
then you
person.
go and buy your
Well,
kid a
you know,
6-hour 9mm for Christmas, not knowing the state of his mental
Oh
state, like
my
apparently his school
God.
does,
Exactly.
his friends
Why
do,
not a
and
security
everybody else.
system instead? We could have, get a security
I mean,
system
with
for
the
the house.
technology
Holy
and how
shit.
cheap
you know,
it is,
I'm
why
sorry
not?
to give the parents the benefit of the doubt in this, but the more and more I hear more information on this from the parents, because like I said, I haven't been following this case minute by minute. Yeah, these parents sound like a real piece of work, and I would say that my
I mean, if you
opinion
compare them to
has
Oreo,
changed.
for instance, Oreo cookie over here, or Oreo Express, I call you Oreo cookie a lot of the times. He described his situation with his kids and the firearms, and I think what he's doing is the
Yeah.
best example because, like he says, all my kids are introduced to guns at a very young age. I can't remember the age he said. I think it was like 12.
12.
And
Yeah.
but the whole idea is this guy is completely under control of what's going on with the firearms. He's under control, like he says. He checks his kids what they do on social media and video games.
Do you lock the
He's
guns
being a
up?
responsible parent. This is what is required in the
No,
21st century,
a
and this
gun
is
a
what was
gun should
lacking in this case.
And I have a
if you're
hard
gonna
time with
buy
that because
really
I'm not
quick,
a
if you're gonna
parent.
buy a
So
gun, if you're gonna buy a gun and lock it up, throw that gun away and just stick with a knife because a gun is made for self-defense. They should never be locked up. I mean, yeah, you have
no,
something
Quick
special,
release,
but
like trigger lock?
no,
and yeah, there's quick release trigger
yeah,
locks, but yeah, you know what? That's what a
garbage.
pillow's for. Put it under your pillow. You hear a noise, you get up, you take care of it. But I did get to miss some of it. But I did want to say something because I don't know if it was said. The school's failure to kick that kid out. I've been to over 42 board meetings in the
There was a
last
lot
year
of
and
red
a half.
flags, wasn't there, Oreo?
There
Lots of red
was
flags.
when he was writing and scribbling and putting all that stuff on paper. The school shouldn't have called the parents to meet. They should have
Should have
said,
called the
"Come
fucking
pick up."
police.
Yes, come pick up your son. He is now suspended until you can give me
Right?
some psychological papers that he's
That's
okay
what
to
they
be back.
did. They literally did that the day of the
Yeah,
Did they?
shooting.
they
Wait, they
did.
did
No, they
that.
didn't. They
They
didn't.
didn't
They
kick him
literally
out.
did.
They did not kick him
They
out. He
called,
went
They
back.
said
they
and
no.
wanted to.
he
They
had
said
no
to,
gun.
wait,
Oreo.
we need to get the
Order in
facts
the
straight
court.
I
here.
just want to say one
We
thing
need the
really
facts
quick.
straight
They
here.
Everybody bring
gave
it down.
them
Everybody
they
bring it
gave them
down.
48 hours. They gave them 48 hours to take him to a psychologist, to take him to a therapist, so that he could receive that kind of care.
But
That's what there was. It was a
time, can you put
mandate.
him back in the classroom with his backpack with a
The
gun? That's what I'm
the
talking about. Get the
the
fuck off the
parents.
school grounds.
Wait, the
Okay,
parents
who's responsible? Wait,
resisted.
I
The
want to hear it
parents
really quick.
resisted. The parents
I
resisted.
know.
Yeah, the
I want
parents
to know. I want to
resisted
know who
taking him out of
Oreo
school.
blames here. Who's
I
at
just
fault
don't
here,
get
Oreo?
this. I don't get
I
why
th-
is
I
the
think
parents
both are.
in charge of the school?
Well, I mean, I think
Oh,
what
so it's
Oreo's
always the
trying
school,
to
like
also. Well, no.
the
What Oreo's
responsibility
also
of the
leading to is
parents.
it wasn't just the school that came up with some of this shit. When kids that went to the school were interviewed, they were like, "Yeah, dude." For weeks, we were like, "What in the absolute fuck is going on with this kid?" There were more signs than just him being unwell in the eyes of his parents. When kids at the very school that he's going to are going, "This kid is weird, but he's acting extra weird lately." And then you tie that in with his social medias, and then you tie it in with his parents buying him a firearm. There's no excuse. I mean, that explains why the parents ran because they
The,
were
s- the
fucked and they knew it.
school, the
You
school
know?
and the parents are equally culpable in this,
I think
in
that
my
that's a
Yeah,
opinion.
absolutely
I
fucking
agree.
crazy position to say that the school is as culpable as the parents who knew about their kids like fucking thing.
But the
School
school
wouldn't
could
go
have
to
easily said,
They
class.
can
"Fuck
only
your
do
kid
listen.
and get
The
the fuck
school,
out of
The
here
hey
with
guys,
this
school.
shit."
hey guys, I regret to inform you that the school is not the child's parents. All they can do is
You're
inform the
right.
parents of things that are happening at the school.
You're
The
right.
School
But
school,
can say
all right,
the
your
when
parents are
child
fellow
supposed to
They
be
students, when
they
fellow
hold on.
students
focused
The
on
express
school,
the
concern
the
extra
school
Okay,
is
about
go,
his
go,
supposed.
go.
kids,
It was
Let Sanzo
School
and then
is
DK,
supposed.
and then
Yes,
Stardust.
the school is supposed to inform the parents of something that's going on with the child. The parents are then
And then Josh
supposed
and Kate.
to the parents are then supposed to take some action to either discipline the child or understand what's going on with their child. If they don't take any reasonable actions to like understand that their child is about to go like full like no Russian in their school and just mow down as many fucking kids as they can, right? I think that's more on the
Use that
parents
term,
than the
dude.
fucking.
Why do you use
it
that term?
absolutely is. It absolutely is more on the parents. But what I'm trying to say is, when students at the school are saying this kid is acting weird, when teachers, when he's been thrown into, counselor things at school, there should have been an indication. You're right, to the parents
All they can
that
do
this
Parents
kid was
are in
fucked.
charge
from
of
a
the
counselor's
school.
perspective. All
But
right,
at
from
the
a
same
counselor's
time,
perspective, I agree
but at
with
the
you,
same
right?
time, the
School
school
could have
should
said your
have
kid
had
is
the
not
balls to
welcome
take
back in
action
this
and told
building until they get help.
Really quick,
Go
the-
ahead,
the
I
kid
Faisal.
should
agree
have
with you,
been
but
the
all the
kid should have been
count
obfuscated off this campus until we knew
Right.
really
what was
quick,
going
all
on.
I'm just
Exactly
going to
what
tell
I'm
you
just saying, DK.
from the school's perspective, all they can do is try and escalate it one
The
more
school's
step
perspective, though,
because
has more
otherwise,
liability than the parents.
no, I
No,
disagree because the school
absolutely
is
not.
unable to just like blanket just
Some
start
equal
So if the
culpability.
parents suck,
suspending
right?
Hey,
The
people.
school
hold
has
on, hold on,
more
everybody,
life to be
everybody,
lost.
chill,
No,
everybody,
because
everybody, chill
the
for a
school
second.
can't.
Everybody,
Sorry.
stop.
All right.
Okay,
I'll
let's
bring
take
it
a
down.
poll. Let's do a raise of hands really quick. Okay, so that way we can kind of give the audience a
Yeah, I know
more
it's turning
clear,
into
clear
audio
pic,
poop right
a clear
now.
pic. Yeah, it is kind of turning into audio poop here. But look, raise your hand if you feel as though the parents and the school share the same amount of culpability in this incident. If you think that they do, raise
Same
your hand.
amount?
Yes,
No.
if you think that they're equally culpable.
Equally, I don't know.
Okay, so I mean, I'm just saying, like, kind of like how they held the parents equally culpable to what his, and her son did.
Right.
So,
School had
okay, so
culpability,
now,
but I don't know about equal.
raise your hand
don't know.
if you, I mean, obvious low hanging fruit here. Do you believe the parents are more culpable than the school? Raise your hand if you think. Okay, raise your hand if you think the school is more culpable than the parents are. Okay. So that gives the audience, the audience, that's who needs to be looking at this so that they can see if they share the same views as you. My opinion merely means nothing.
I love always pushing the responsibility away from anyone that was actually involved in a school shooting.
Well, it
It's never the
doesn't mean
people.
I don't
It's
put
never the people.
responsibility on the parents.
Listen,
I,
it's never the fucking parents' fault.
Josh,
It's
your
never the
audio's
fucking.
kind
It's
of
always
boinked
has
out
to come down to the
a little bit.
teachers. And
yeah,
it's
no,
not the
yeah,
teachers
It's always
hey,
the
in the same
educational
house.
institutions that
It's
we have to
yeah.
blame,
It's
right?
not the it's not the parents. Who
Those
are in the same
horrible
houses of
teachers
every
and their
single fucking day.
ivory
It's not the.
institutions. So, yeah.
It's
it's
not the fucking
the
parents
reason why
who fucking
I
purchased.
think it's more of a,
It's not
That's
the
out.
parents that fucking purchased
Pretty
the gun.
simple.
It's not any of those things. It's always those goddamn teachers who for a lot of conservatives they want to arm the teachers too. So I don't know. Like I think that we've run the gamut on what we can possibly talk about with who gets the most blame. What do we want to do
no.
about school shootings?
School
I wanna
should
know
have.
what you guys-
Can
I
I
wanna know
just
what your
have?
solutions
I just
are.
want to
The
explain.
school is the last
Like,
line of
there's
defense. The
there.
Everybody clear
parents
for
and the
Stardust,
school
and then we'll
should
go
stop.
Kate, or Stardust, and then Kate. Okay, let's do
Okay.
that. That way we don't have everybody. That way we can plan it out a little bit.
Okay.
In the
Sure.
conversation.
The school might be partly responsible. I'm not denying that, but 100% I am with Sansal
there.
on this that it is more of the blame, far more of the blame sits with the parents, especially knowing the history, knowing that neighbors have called CPS, knowing
Yeah, I
that
agree
the
with that.
children let me finish.
I'm sorry.
Knowing that the school tried to get him to be taken out of the school, but the parents refused, knowing that this is not like the first incident, knowing everything that Miss that weird girl, I think is your name, you were saying about the mother going out to the bar, leaving the child alone for so
Both of
long.
them were.
I mean, it's unbelievable. You have two parents at home. What the fuck are family values if you're not taking care of your children?
Yes,
Holy
ma'am.
fucking shit, dude. Holy fucking shit.
Preach, Stardust.
Hey,
Holy
all right,
Look,
please,
I'm
let
not
me-
finished.
let-
I'm
let
not
me
finished.
Can I
Okay,
just say
I'm not
one
finished. I'm
thing?
not
Okay,
finished.
okay,
I am
hold
just
on,
saying.
let her go,
I-
let her
finish
go,
her thought.
Hey,
let
let
her
me
go.
finish.
Let
Let
her
me
go.
finish.
Let her finish.
Yeah.
Let her finish.
Okay. This is not on the school nearly as much as it is on the fucking parents, because the parents should have been practicing their duties as parents. They should have been paying attention to their child. They should have taken their child out of the school at the school's request, and they should have been taking efforts prior to that to make sure that this child is not taking this gun out of a place that they shouldn't be taking it out of. They should have locked that gun up. So these parents should be the enemies of all of us, because they are honestly doing family values. They're literally
They are.
Can I say
deteriorating.
something from an
They are literally
educated standpoint?
deteriorating the
Inshallah.
family unit. They are literally deteriorating the family unit. I have never
man.
seen. I
This is
swear
funny.
to fucking
So
God.
let's go.
Okay.
Okay, Kate. All right, Kate, and then
Can
Josh.
I
I'm gonna let
say-
you go after her.
I
I'm
just
gonna
want
let.
one-
I promise. I know.
okay.
I promise. I'm gonna let you go right after her. She's just been very patient, and I just
Okay.
want to let Kate. Yeah, she's super polite. Go ahead, Kate. Get in there.
Okay, so here's the deal. Okay, I understand that you guys don't think that the school had a responsibility, but in Michigan, there is a program called PBIS. PBIS is Positive Behavior Intervention Support. It means that if the school or a teacher or a counselor, principal, vice principal, the duty person who sees you on the playground says there is something wrong with this child, they can call in a PBIS counseling support person to come and sit and deal with that child and to make recommendations for that child to either A, be sent home until counseling can be done, B, sent to the hospital, or C, arrested. And PBIS in Michigan, which is Positive Behavioral Intervention Support, has the capability of doing that. In fact, they have to be at the school when called within 30 minutes. That is a part of the policy in Michigan.
Can you tell me
So
the
to
policy
say
on
that
when
the
they
school
assign
doesn't
this
have
officer
any-
to
I
them?
just looked it up. It's right here, my honey love. It's right there.
Yeah, I'm gonna say.
I just want to know what the
they say
policy is for
30
when
minutes,
they
that ain't
decide
really
to
me.
assign
I just
them.
want
All
to
right,
give
Josh
you a
is
little,
next. Josh was
One at
patient.
a
Josh
time,
next.
folks.
I
Please,
want to give
Go
you a
ahead,
little.
Josh.
Is that
Go ahead,
they
Josh.
do have culpability, that there are policies in place that the school could have done and they didn't do them. And the fact of the matter is,
Listen.
yes, they called the parents in
Hold on.
and the parents could have taken them home. But guess what? They didn't go that extra step. When you put these policies in place, which are positive policies, I have nothing against this policy. In fact, I think this is a great policy. If a child is having a mental breakdown, we should have counselors, therapists, psychiatrists coming in and saying, hey, let's send them to the
Amen to that.
hospital.
Hey, honey,
Let's
guess
get
what?
them the
That
care
is
Who
something
gave
that we
birth to the
did.
child? Who gave birth to the
I'm gonna
child?
go ahead
Who
and
had
talk.
sex
Stardust
and
is
made the
talking a
child?
long time.
It's
But
Josh.
you
I'm
don't
gonna
understand
yell. I'm
how
gonna yell
things
too
work.
if everyone's
You are
yelling.
held
Okay,
accountable.
Josh,
Who
Josh,
made the
Josh, go,
kid?
Josh.
They reproduced.
Please.
They made the kid.
Like,
Josh,
cut
and then
off-
we'll
cut
get
off-
Stardust.
cut off
Let
We'll
Stardust
do
Josh
Josh
go.
and then
something.
Stardust, okay? Josh and then Stardust.
Okay,
Go ahead, Josh.
check this out. So you got to know how things work. There is children going to school that are homeless. Who is in charge of those kids? Did you know that this is because of restorative justice? They cannot make children leave school unless there's been a violent act. 10 years ago, this kid would not have been in school. Yes, the parents are culpable, but the school districts and the liberal
Specifically tell
ideology
me what they
of
would have been able to
No, let
kick
him
him out
talk,
on
guys.
for.
Let him talk.
Tell me what he
Are
would
you
have
gonna
been
let me
kicked out for.
talk? Are you gonna let me talk? Because you've been talking. You guys have been talking. I'm trying to just talk because I've been to 40 school board meetings in 2 years. That's
It's
what I
okay.
do. I have a 21-year-old and a 15-year-old back there that I've done this with. It's not just sitting behind a game all day. I know what these schools can and can't do. And the reason why this bullshit happens is because social justice and restorative justice, they're not allowed to kick kids out of school. In California, you cannot suspend a child if they bring a knife and threaten someone at school in California because we can't do that. The same thing if you go look at the laws in Michigan and you go look at the laws at this school, and which there was already a long podcast on this that you can go look up. This kid, the school should have been able to say this kid is off our grounds for 72 hours for a 5150, not, oh, the parents said no. It's the school's responsibility and it's that administration's responsibility to keep every other children safe.
Oreo,
It's not the parents'
let me ask you this, Oreo.
responsibility.
So what?
Okay,
What?
so you
what
just
I was
Whoa,
saying,
lied.
what you're
wait,
You
wait,
saying-
wait a
cannot
minute,
bring a
wait a
knife
minute,
to
wait a
school.
minute,
Hold
wait a
on.
minute. It's my turn. It's
You
my
just
turn.
lied.
The
You
school
lied.
is the last.
I'm just
Order,
gonna Google
It's my
search.
turn.
Stardust is next.
All it takes is a
hey,
simple Google
hey.
search. to
It's my
find out.
turn.
Real
One at
quick.
a time.
It takes a
Google.
It's
Hey,
my
believe
turn.
everything on Google.
First meet of the
It's
game.
my turn.
First
It's
meet-
my
I'm sorry,
turn.
Sanzo. I
Who's
promise.
It's my
Stardust,
turn.
You're next, bud. You're next. I
Okay,
promise.
okay. Right. Look,
Hey,
all I
fellas,
had to say.
Google. Oh, sorry. I thought I was still muted. My
Okay.
bad.
All right. Guys, who had sex and made the child? Who made the
It's the
kid?
parents.
Yeah. I think that the responsibility at the end of the day lies with them. They are the ones who decided to bring a child into this world. They decided to have sex and get pregnant and bring that child into the world. So yeah, the responsibility is theirs at the end of the day. We can point at the school all we want to. Hey, let me finish. We can point at the school all we want to, but as soon as the parents decided to have sex and make that child and bring that child into the world, that is their responsibility. They are literally deteriorating the meaning of what a family is. They are literally deteriorating family values with what they're doing.
Okay, I just want to really quick jump in here. I don't have a long point really quick. It's going to take literally 2 seconds.
Yeah, Sansa, you're next. You're next. You were Sansa anyway. You were next anyways. Yeah.
So I'm not disagreeing at all with what you just said, Stardust. I agree. They have responsibility. But it is the school's final responsibility to ensure the safety of the children at that school.
I don't have to say
So,
it.
in the end, the school is responsible to remove that child from those premises if he poses a threat.
Amen. Amen.
Last line of defense is the school.
Yes,
If the parents
exactly.
fail, the last line of defense.
Exactly.
There's more lives at stake at school than there is at home.
So agree 100%.
Everybody kind of mumbles.
Said.
But let's
You know, I agree 100% with what Stardust said. But the final responsibility lies with that school.
True.
Okay.
Kate.
So,
Well, I think
Mr. Oreo just fucking lied and said that you can bring a knife to school in
Promise you next,
California.
kid.
It took me literally 2 seconds, just a simple Google search, to find
My
penal
God.
code 626.
That's not what he said. That's not what he said.
At all. I said to suspend a child. Just because my child brings a knife to school doesn't mean he's kicked out.
It's
Yeah,
it's
that's-
illegal.
no, he
It's
didn't
illegal.
say- he
Guess
didn't
what?
say he
Hey,
was-
guess no,
no.
it does. It does.
Oreo
Penal code
didn't say that,
626.
though.
Shut the fuck up so I can finish the fucking legal code real quick.
The
In the
leftist is
California
losing it.
statute that makes it a crime for a person to bring a dangerous weapon onto or within a certain school
Also
grounds.
a
They
crime
get
to bring
kicked out.
cigarettes,
Schools.
marijuana.
I agree with
And guess what?
Sansel. They get kicked out.
And you get kicked out for that because it's a crime. It's a literal fucking like either misdemeanor or felony offense. Guess
All right,
what,
Kate's
motherfucker?
next.
You're just stupid. You're wrong
Passing
and
the
you're
mic to
lying.
Kate.
All right, hey, let's
Kate,
keep
now
it
gets the
civil,
mic.
man. Let's
I
keep
love
it
it.
civil.
I love it. I
Don't-
love it.
I love
I'm
you.
just,
Jack.
I
Hey,
love, you know what I love? You know what I love? I love that we have to, like, we put all this responsibility when it's anything that's
Restorative
not gun, when it's not a gun, we put all the responsibility on the parents, right? But as soon as guns come into the picture, oh no, we can't, this sets a different precedent. Like, we can't hold the parents responsible nearly as much as we hold the teachers in their ivory towers responsible. So,
No, I think the parents are more responsible.
I think
They
the
had
parents-
sex.
Nobody
They
hears
made the
anything.
kid.
Yeah, nobody hears anything there. Kate, go. Sorry. It's just so
Okay.
many people are talking. Sorry.
I don't think that any of us have said that the parents don't hold a level of responsibility. I think what most of us are saying is that the school should have taken more action. That they
Thank you.
shouldn't have been able to, the parents shouldn't have been able to come in and just be like, no, we're not taking your child home. No, the school should have said, you're taking your child home. You're going to go get counseling or psychiatric help. Or the school should have called the PBIS representative, and the PBIS representative should have come out and done an evaluation immediately on that child to determine whether that child A should have
Did the
gone
school
home,
know
B
he had
should
a
have
gun?
gone to a mental health
Oh, let her
hospital,
finish.
or C been arrested. Those are the options that the school had. So I think what we are all discussing is that yes, the parents are responsible to a level, but the school is also responsible and should be held accountable for their lack of action in this particular case. Just like I would hold the school responsible for the lack of action in any case if my child were bullied and beat up and that kid was brought back into the classroom later on. I think that we have to hold the schools responsible because they are responsible for taking care of our children when they are there. And if they can't be responsible for taking care of our children while they are there, they can't follow the own policies that their boards put in place and their states put in place to ensure that our children are safe, then maybe we need to have a reevaluation of how much tax dollars they really get.
Who got the gun? Who gave the child the gun? Who
Who
bought the gun?
Really
Did the
quickly,
school buy
everybody,
the gun?
listen.
Did the school know he had a gun?
What we are discussing right
One
now,
at a time
it doesn't
here.
matter.
I'm cool with them trying to
who
get an
got the
elbow
gun
in
or
though.
not. What
I'll make it work.
matters is whether or not the proper action was taken by the schools, and
All
whether or
right,
not they
yes.
followed their own board
I can
policies,
squash this
and whether
argument
or not
right
they
away.
followed their
Squash
own
it,
All
guys.
I'm
All right,
trying,
so let's
all
do
I was
this.
trying
Let's
to
do
say when I
this.
brought
Squash it
this
because
up,
this
all
I
I was
like
trying
where
to say
Kate's
when I
headed with
brought this
this.
up was
Wait, I
that
want to hear what
that
DK Record says
fi-
because
I'm
I
all
want
I
to.
trying to
wanted to say when I
guys
brought this up
on
was the
weird girl.
final
I'm
end
just gonna
game.
fall
I
asleep.
promise you're
The
gonna get to
parents
go, Weird
suck,
Girl.
the kid sucks, everything sucks. The final end game was if the school would have listened to the kids, the kid wouldn't have been in the school to do that. So the parents are at most fault, but the school itself should have recognized the behavior based off of what was being told to them through kids that went to that school, what they were seeing on social media. That kid should not have been in that school. So that's what I mean by the school being the final stand before something happens. The parents only have one life to deal with. That's their kid. The school has thousands of lives to deal with on a regular basis, and if they felt that there was a threat, even a little bit, they should have said something. And instead, they took a different route, and that's what led to what happened. Yes, did the parents lead to what happened? Absolutely. But also, once the parents failed
Amen.
at what they were doing, the school should have
Amen.
stepped in and said, "Get the fuck out of here with that shit." And they let it play out. And that's all I'm
100%.
All
saying.
right,
That's
so
all I'm saying.
let's go
Let's let
Weird Girl. Let's go Weird Girl, and then we'll go Stardust. She had her hand up. I think Josh wanted to get in as well. I think you had your hand raised a second ago, so we'll do Josh after that. Go Weird Girl.
And I still want to commend you guys once again. We got heated with each other several times tonight. I love every one of you guys. Okay.
There you go.
It's fun.
Now,
Much love.
Kate saying that there is this. I'm going to get the acronym wrong, but the P1. What it does state in there that they have 30 minutes to respond. You know as well as I do, and well, anybody else should know this. Are those response times going to be immediate? No, they don't happen that way. I mean, this goes for any school district. I don't care if it's in Detroit, Central California, LA, wherever. I don't care where it's at. The response team isn't going to get there in 30 minutes. We know this. But we are also missing the first and foremost question of this whole debate. Is he a domestic terrorist? Yes, he is.
Yes. Yes.
He is. And that question we have yet to even divulge. And that was the main question of this whole debate. Is he a domestic terrorist? Yes, he is. By certain faults through whether he has been let down by his parents, by the school system, through the healthcare system. Are they all culpable? Yes. Are they all at the same level? Probably not. But it also comes down to us, the voters, what we vote to have installed into these systems and who we vote to have into these seats to pass what we want to have happen and what we would like to see happen. I think it's ridiculous that Michigan doesn't have a safe storage law of any sorts. But I still do feel that the parents knowingly buys the gun for the child. He's still a freaking child. Sorry. He's a child. Apparently he's gone out and shooting. Great. But what was... You could say he was out with his parents, but what does his parents know about gun safety? So there's always that debate of going into what are the gun safety
What do
laws?
his parents
do you
know
have
about
to know?
him?
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
so
Or what do they know about handling a gun? What do they know? So
so once again, I'm just going to bring up though, your parents do have a responsibility, but when you go to schools and you deal with it, and you can go look at a Fresno, California lawsuit right now that actually talks about what I just talked about, which is restorative justice, where they're taking kids out of one class because of violent acts and putting them in another class without notifying the teacher, which is also against the law, but it's part of restorative justice. So we don't suspend children in
if it's against the law,
California.
then what's the point of you
I'm talking
arguing?
right now. Can you like literally just mute your mic enough for me to finish so I can talk once? I mean, I know
I
it's
don't
hard for
know
the
if I
left.
can.
I know
It's
it's
really
hard for the
difficult.
left. It is.
When you
It
keep
is
on
because
saying lies and bullshit, it's hard to fucking not say something.
it's a fucking lawsuit, dude. I know you don't get it. I know sitting behind, but that's okay.
Yeah.
But this is what we need to do: is if my child are in school, and somebody else said this earlier, I think it was my Sacramento friend over here, that if it was my children in school and they were getting beaten up or bullied because a kid went into the principal or the learning director's office and they said you need to take your kid, and the parent said, "Oh no. We're going to keep him in class," and then something happened to my kid, it's the school that has that responsibility now. Bottom line. Simple.
Can
Easy.
I
draw a
step in
direct
here?
line? I haven't spoken like for like an actual point in a second. Can you
Okay.
explain to me, Mr. Oreo,
I love you,
direct
Oreo.
line between how there is this idea that you have where someone beats the fuck out of a kid and they move him to another class, and how that is in any way related to what we're talking about right here?
Has to do
actually
with
at
the
all?
restorative justice and the fact that in
Where the
these
fuck is
cities that
restorative justice come into this at all?
So let's establish that
that's
term.
what school districts are using now instead of kicking kids out of class.
So let me make sure I get
Okay,
an ubiquitous
yeah.
term here for everybody here. So restorative justice in Oreo Express's terminology is the reluctance to use corporal punishment or suspension in the hopes of restoring someone in this term called restorative justice. So someone who probably maybe someone in the 30s or 40s year olds, that is, that were in the school system in the 80s and 90s probably would have went through a different type of getting SWATs and detention, and then it moved to in-school suspension, then it was out-of-school suspension, and all of these other things. I think that's what he's talking about, is the move to keep allowing kids that could be dangerous to coexist within
Which is
Okay.
exactly
thing,
what they
right?
did
Okay.
this
Making
day.
sure I
Am
just
I
get that
wrong?
terminology.
Okay,
Am
I'm
I
just making sure I
wrong?
get
based
that
off the
terminology.
okay,
If
so
I-
based off of the facts that we know about this case, all right, what do we know that the school was clued into this guy, right? That was so egregious that you think that they should have been taken out of school. We know that he was drawing scary pictures, right? And we know that he had searched ammunition on school premises, right?
Yep.
And what else?
Okay, so I just want to go back to you just said scary pictures, but when we started this, you said you had to go through school being scared of mass shootings. So he was drawing scary pictures of
Okay.
what? Of what? Of what
bloody
did it say?
people,
Bloody people with what?
and
What
he
did it
hates
say?
himself.
Yes.
And
So
and
psychologically, this kid is not there. He'd had other students, just like
okay, if
DK had
someone
said, that had complained about things that he had said. So we knew mentally he's not okay. He's not
okay,
safe to be around
and
other
do you
people.
okay, well, you
But
don't
the fact
okay,
that
hold
the
on. That is
school
a
even
logical
said
hold on
that he
really quick.
needed
I
to
want to
go see a
respond to him. It's because
psychiatrist
he
right
just
there
made
and
a
then
ma-
he
a
was
massive
let it,
he made
when
a
you get
massive
rid
logical
then
leap.
you can respond.
He made a massive logical leap between someone is mentally not okay and they are immediately therefore dangerous to other people. Now,
No, you know what? You're
from
wrong. He
when
was
you
perfectly fine. He
I
was
didn't
perfectly
say that.
fine.
I wasn't saying that. He obviously fucking wasn't, because he went on a fucking school shooting. But when a teacher sees something and they see something that is like a scary picture of where he says that he fucking hates himself, and it's a kid drawing guns, which drawing guns by itself isn't enough to suspend a child, right? So what do? Well, you escalate it and you call the parents. And if the parents don't
Kicked
care,
him out of
then you have
class.
well, that was
You
what the
suspend
next
them.
fucking step
They
You
was.
could have
suspend
followed
them.
their own policy.
They
They
said
could have followed
Suspend
their own
them.
policy and procedures.
Suspend
They
tell
them.
me what
didn't.
their policy was that they broke.
The policy and procedures is that if you think that a child is having a mental health crisis, which the fact that they said within the next 48 hours you need to get your child evaluated,
Define a mental health crisis, because I've worked
Oh
in
my
a
God.
and
school.
Let's
No,
play
shut the fuck
liberal
up.
Oh my
word
Hey,
games. Let's
Jesus.
play
hey,
liberal
Oreo,
word
I've actually
games.
but
worked
the
in
fact
a
about
I've
it
actually
is
worked in the
that they
anger
have
specialty
policies and
room
they
in a
Well,
fucking
hold on,
school, so
hold
I
on.
know a little
Everybody
bit more
slow down.
about this than
They
you,
Everybody
my
slow
said,
friend.
down for a second.
I
Let
could
me
tell the
ask.
anger specialty room. I could tell.
Let me ask a question
I
here. Let
mean,
me ask a question to Sound Soul or
I've
Sound. Yeah,
obviously
Sound Soul.
made
All
you
right.
very
Yeah, let me
angry,
ask you this.
so
So,
I'm
like,
All right, all right, all
do
right.
you
Hold on,
think
hold on.
kids?
Stardust and Kate have been really, really kind. I think Kate got interrupted by me allowing someone else to go in front of her,
This,
and I just want to make sure that
yeah,
we don't
I
allow one
yes, yes, sir.
conversation to kind of dominate. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
And
sir.
carry us out into left field.
Read that comment about California too from Gropenstoppel because it has a lot to do with money.
Yeah. So
Wait, did
Kate,
somebody
take it
just
away. I think
leave?
you were wanting to make a point at some point.
Well, okay. So the only thing that I actually wanted to
Stardust, you're
say was
next.
to that one weird girl about her domestic terrorism thing. And the
Mm.
reason I wanted to point this out is what is the actual true federal law on domestic terrorism? Well, domestic terrorism is defined as activities that involve acts dangerous to human life that are a violation of the criminal laws of the United States of any state and appear to be intended to intimidate or coerce a civilian population to influence the policy of a government by intimidation or coercion,
Right.
or
So,
to affect the
mm,
conduct of a government by mass destruction, assassination, or kidnapping, and occurring primarily within the territorial jurisdiction of the United States.
Yeah.
What
That's
so
he
it's based
did
off
does
political
not
ideology.
define domestic terrorism. There was no
Correct.
coercion of policy of
Well, the kid
government or
wasn't
intimidation.
idealistically
We
It
don't
was
motivated
know
no
all
either.
that yet.
assassination
We don't know
attempt of a
those facts
political
yet.
figure.
And I understand what I just said, that we don't understand the facts yet. You go by your first half of what you were reading, he went into a public place where he
Right.
was at
Right.
already and
Right,
cause
but
death and
it
destruction.
didn't.
With
Actually,
It
domestic
didn't
Virgil,
meet
I
all
will
of
agree.
the
We don't
elements.
know his motives yet.
It didn't
That
meet
is
all of
very
the
true.
elements is the problem. We can't
Yes,
determine whether he's a
and I
domestic
just said
terrorist
that we
yet or
don't
not.
have all the
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
yeah,
information
that's
back,
right.
yeah,
but
We
that's
from what
can't,
I
correct.
we
see,
can't.
yes,
That's not even
there
an
was some
argument right
sort
now
of an
until we
Yeah,
get
enhancement.
we
more.
can't really even
Right.
say yes or no
Well,
to that at this point in
that
time.
you said that you believe that he is a domestic terrorist. And
Yes.
so my point is that I don't feel based off the definition and what you have to mark per the law of the federal
I
law
don't think that's what
that
she
And
means,
we
though.
know
I
I
we
think
can
there's
make
gonna
that
as
be,
of
I
determination.
the
think there's
facts
gonna
that
be
we have and what
extenuating
I believe.
circumstances and evidence that come out that will probably lead this kid into being some
Yeah,
sort of
and
an
if that comes
extremist.
out,
That
then
could be.
I, of course, will change my view on that. But as what I see of the facts and what I have taken from the law and what I am hearing from what his parents' influences are, which could be taken as a political influence,
He could even be
could
considered a
possible.
Trump supporter, honestly.
So if I,
But,
Not
but
a
what the
Trump
it's
supporter.
parents'
Michigan
beliefs
state
are
law that
are
says he's a
Just saying.
terrorist.
Yes,
It's
that's
Michigan
that's
Stardust,
state
yeah.
law.
That's
We're
state
going
law.
by
absolutely
that,
correct.
right?
Yeah,
By
That
what
says
she
that
and
he's a
that is
s-
in
terrorist.
Wikipedia as well.
Hey,
Yes.
Brent,
I
I
think
sent
that
you
the
a
statutes
message
that
on
they're
Also-
coming
Discord.
terrorist
from
and a
on that,
domestic terrorist.
I think
Okay,
the
it doesn't
I
matter.
think
He's a
their
terrorist.
terminology.
But there,
Yeah.
I'm
like
going by what
what I was
Brent.
saying is
Right.
I'm
there's a
going by
difference
what
between
Brent put
domestic
into.
terrorism
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
terrorism.
I
Okay, well,
actually,
that
out of
I mean,
fairness
we
to everybody, I
we're
forgot to
saying
read that
That in
part
a
of the
broad
question.
term. I
So-
took
The
that in
law
a broad
does
term.
change throughout states.
Yeah,
So straight
but
up, I took
Stardust.
that in a
Sorry.
broad
Yeah.
term.
Really
Let-
quick,
Okay,
Brent, I
go
sent
ahead.
you a
yeah.
message on Discord. Sorry, I'm not arguing right now. I just sent you a message. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, but I just
Okay,
want to make that clear that I took that in a broad term of the domestic terrorist. Now, you going and saying actually how it's defined according to the federal statutes, I thank you for clarifying that. I just want to say I took that from him as being a broad term of being a domestic terrorist within the United States, not so much as right in with Michigan. I took that as in a broader term.
Okay.
Yes.
So
Sorry,
I
I
just
didn't
No,
mean
it's
to
cool.
attack you.
No, it's
Well,
cool. No,
you
that
know
wasn't
what?
an attack. This
I
is
got
what
a
a debate
question.
is.
wait. It's my
I got a
turn.
question.
It's
Where
my
No,
turn.
it's
are
actually
you getting
Stardust's
this?
turn.
Everybody, it's
It's my
Stardust's
turn.
turn.
Let's
She's
do
had her hand up
Stardust and then
patiently
Oreo.
for
We'll
about
do
2
Stardust.
minutes,
Let's do
man. Let her
Stardust
go.
and then Oreo. Yeah. Let's
Can you
Stardust.
just tell me where the definition is? Because your definition is different than what I'm finding online. So I want to know where you're getting your
Oh my
definition.
god.
It's the
All right,
the
go ahead,
National
Stardust.
Strategy for Counter and Domestic Terrorism fact sheet written June 15th of 2021. Do you want a link?
Yeah, I was gonna say we're on Discord, ladies and gentlemen. I think we could
send
we could probably
messages
send
to each
links
other,
to one
right?
another.
Right. Yeah, there is the
Yeah.
thread for everyone here that's involved in the topics. You should be able to post it to that thread. It's a non-Discord thread. I finally figured out you don't make a new Discord, you make a Discord thread because I'm a boomer and technology is
I didn't even know
ever
that's
so
a thing.
Brent,
fleeting
I just
from
want to
me.
tell you right now, man. Like, I don't know what made you come up with this idea, but it's fantastic.
Yeah, I didn't come up with it. I'm literally adapting things that I myself have experienced. I was lucky enough and fortunate enough to be involved in other panels to get to talk to other very bright, intelligent minds. And
Well, I think
I
you're
just
doing a
wanted to.
fantastic job.
Thanks, man. No, I enjoy this. I'm actually cheesing and nerding out really hard right now. It's very hard for me not to jump in on what y'all are saying. I really want to say my
It's gotta
2
suck
cents
being
on
like
this.
you in a way because you have to stay silent.
I'm sorry
know it
I'm sorry
is.
to break up your,
Yeah.
and I acknowledge also this is a very good panel. I'm having a lot of fun, but I want to
I-
say my shit. So, the parents.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah,
yes, go,
absolutely.
Stardust. Yes, sorry. Yeah, we started waxing all of a sudden. Yeah, let's.
My
let's
God.
back up.
Okay,
We're just
okay.
patting each
All
other on
right.
the
Do it.
back there for a
Oh
minute.
my
Stardust,
God.
go.
Let me have my turn. Okay. The parents did not disclose to the school counselor that was in the room that they bought their son a gun. Okay. So here's the thing. What did the school know? Let me,
Whoa.
sorry, just give me a second.
Wait.
Give
Y'all
me a
let her
second.
talk, please.
Let me talk. All right. I'm going to fucking lose my shit. Okay. All right. So the school knew, 2 things. One, that he had been searching for ammo on his phone, right? Which several people on this panel have said is not that big of a deal, all right? And then 2, that he drew several pictures that were concerning, right? Did they know that he had a gun? Maybe one of the teachers did, but the counselor in the room with them did not know that. Now, what did the parents know? The parents knew that they had been leaving him alone, right? They knew that he had been searching ammo. They knew that he that they knew that they had bought him a gun. They knew where they kept the gun. They knew that they didn't have a lock on the place where they kept the gun. Who made the kid? The parents made the kid. Who bought him that gun? The parents bought him the gun. Who decided to not lock up the gun? The parents decided to not lock up the gun. They had all of the information and they didn't disclose it to the counselor in the room with them. They didn't disclose that they had bought him a gun even to the counselor. And I mean, I'm sorry.
What?
The majority of the responsibility falls on the parents. They made that kid. They bought the gun. They didn't lock it up.
Wait a minute. Let me slow down here. They
final
didn't disclose any
responsibility.
of that shit? None of that
sorry?
shit played out, is what you're telling me.
What do you mean?
Like, you just said they didn't disclose that they bought the gun for the kid. That didn't
Not
happen?
to the counselor. Not to the counselor in the room. No.
Wow. Because I mean, I have a job just like I think a lot of people do. I didn't get time to like scrutinize the shit out of this. Wow, that changes a lot of things in my head.
All right, so let's do
I
this.
said
that
Let's
school
move
has
on.
no
Let's move on to
responsibility.
closing. So let's move on to closing arguments. I think we've kind of stalled out on the volley that we had there. I think we're kind of just beating dead horses here. So let's express our arguments in closing here. If you want to bring them up again, you can in the next topic. If somebody, I guess, mentions you and you want to like clear something up really quick, you can do it that way. But let's just run through closing so that we can hurry up and get to the third topic. The third topic's going to be rather quick because it's more of like a free-form thought type round. And so I'm going to kind of limit how long we can actually spin out of control on a subject, seeing as how everybody here is going to have their own solutions in the last round. So with that being said, let's do our final comments. I'm going to start with DK. You were talking anyway, so we're just going to start with you, and then we'll just line up like a snake and do it.
So my closing statements about this entire situation is like, I am from Detroit, you guys.
90 seconds, by the way.
I saw the kid. When I saw his picture, I automatically had problems, and not because of what he looked like, but because I don't know if you guys feel the same way I do, but maybe you can say this later. But when I looked at the kid, I'm like, there's no way that their parents bought him a 6-hour 9mm, and then it turned out that that's actually what played out when you coalesce all of these little bits of information of the kid acting erroneous on the internet, social media, the countdown to the devil. Ultimately, I do believe the parents are at fault, but I do once again stand by my statement that if the parents were unable to stop the child from doing what he did because of either incompetence or just stupidity or whatever the fuck it might have been, I still think the school had more at stake. Therefore, that means they should have barred this kid from the school. There should have been no reason if the counselor of the school or whoever thought, when I see interviews of kids that went to school with him going, yeah, he was off the rocker. It shouldn't have been, even if maybe the parents were off the rocker as well. Maybe they failed to notice their own, inconsistencies in their child. Who knows? The bottom line is, in my opinion, is that the school was the final, defense, and I think the school should have barred the kid from going to school based off of the information that was given to him or given to them by the students and by the parents and by the counselors, and that's kind of where I leave it.
All right. And next up, we will go to Kate.
Are we on closing statements? I just
Yes.
wanna...
Yeah, 90
Okay.
seconds. Clock starts now.
All right. So I think that this entire case is really indicative of policies that need to change and procedures that need to change and enforcement of the rules and the procedures and the policies in the school, but also laws that are within the state. The fact that Michigan doesn't have a lock up your gun law, a charge that can be brought against parents if the gun is left out, that's sad. And the reason it's sad is because children are unpredictable. They can, even my children who know gun safety are unpredictable. And so we lock up our guns. And that's something that is common sense, but sometimes common sense has to be reinforced by laws. sadly, that's just how our country is, because common sense has seemed to gone out the door with a lot of people
Thank you
nowadays.
for the subscribe, IRI. Really
Um,
appreciate
and
you.
the other point that I have is that
Also, I'm winning.
while yes, the parents are culpable, while they can be held accountable, I also think that we need to hold the school accountable. We need to hold the school accountable, not just financially, but I think that maybe some of those administrators should have criminal charges against them as well.
All right.
Amen to that, because that kind of
Yeah,
leads
great.
credence
That
into what I was saying a little bit.
if you're in charge of my child and my child's safety, I agree with you.
Oreo Express, you are next. What are your final thoughts? You get 90 seconds. What we were just
All right.
talking about.
All
Time
right. Well,
starts
I think
now.
it all boils down to accountability. Accountability with the children, accountability with the parents, and I do have a problem with people thinking parents just all of a sudden raise their kids, because about 30 to 40% of kids don't have parents that give a shit about them. So thank God for the good schools and the good school districts that make sure they catch this stuff before it's too late. What you will see, though, is, do you know who we're going to be blaming in a year and 18 months? We will be blaming the gun manufacturer. We will be suing the gun manufacturer and blaming that gun manufacturer for a mentally ill child who's was able to get their hands on a gun and not get kicked out of school and was able to kill, other children, unfortunately. But the parents, I hope the parents do some jail time. I really do. They need to make, around the United States, they need to make a case out of this where those parents do, I don't know how long, but some jail time. So other parents that have mentally ill children, because the parents knew about this, they won't go and make the same mistake and other kids die because of it. But again, next year it'll be the gun manufacturer's fault. And that's all I got.
Cool. Sansel. You're muted.
Yeah.
There you go.
So I think that ultimately what needs to be done, I agree with Kate. We have to do something where we fix the policies. Like, the only thing that can be done is to change laws so that people are held accountable for the things that they do or don't do. I do think it's really fun when I'm on a panel like this and the collective argument on the other side tends to shift at the same time over the course of the topic, where at first
I hate to
the
say this, man.
bullets weren't a big
Can I
deal.
ask you to I have you at 200% and I can't hear you. I'm sorry to
Sure,
interrupt.
yeah. I'm trying to be quiet because my girlfriend's asleep.
Yeah, he's
Okay,
trying to
well,
be
yeah,
respectful.
I didn't mean
No, I
to be
totally
a dick or
understand.
anything.
No, you're totally fine. So yeah, I just think it's really nice when the argument shifts from, oh well, the ammunition search wasn't that big a deal, to, oh well, now this is a huge deal because now I can actually shift the blame from anything that could possibly point towards a gun. I can now point this all at the school and away from anything that could possibly actually fix this situation at hand. Right? We need to fix the gun culture in this country. We need to make people more responsible gun owners. We need to be able to lock up guns with even if you're trying to have it for self-defense, have a quick release on that trigger so that you can so your kids don't grab it and then fucking go and shoot up the entire school. We don't need to arm all of our teachers so that they can blast little Timmy when
14
he gets
seconds.
dumped. Like there's just like a million things that we can do, and none of the solutions that were presented here were like anywhere near what we need to fix this problem.
Nice. Right at the timer. All right. And Stardust. Closing
Okay.
remarks.
Yep. So let me just reiterate what I said before. The parents had sex. If we're going by right-wing values here, they had sex. They decided to have the kid. They decided to buy the gun. They decided to not lock up the gun. They decided to not have a serious talk with their kid when he was found searching ammo at school. They decided to not take the kid out of the school after he was drawing disturbing stuff about people being shot. They also decided to not disclose to the counselor that this kid had just gotten a gun. They also decided to not search the kid, knowing full well that that gun was not locked up. The school knew two things. The school knew that the kid was searching ammo at school and that he drew disturbing pictures of people being shot. What this looks like to me is that people just want to put all of the blame on liberal policies, right? When we should be shitting on these parents because they're shit parents, okay? They left their kid at home by himself regularly. They destroyed their own family as well as destroyed the families of the 4 children who died and the countless amounts of children who are traumatized by this. The Oreo Express keeps leveling these accusations that neither Sansel nor me have brought up about the gun manufacturers. I never brought that up, and I never will bring that up because guess what? This is the fault of the family. This is the fault of the parents, and it's disgusting. These types of parents, again, should be our enemies. If you're pro-family values, they should be the number one person that you would be putting blame on because these people fucked up. They fucked up the families, not only their own family, but everybody else's families that are traumatized from this event.
Nice. One word, girl.
So I'm going to bring up the topics that were actually, there was 4 questions this entire topic. Would you consider Ethan Crumbley a domestic terrorist? Now, we have established that that has been used in a broad term. As a loose definition of a terrorist, yes, he is. Where that culpability goes to, which is another part of the question, what are your thoughts on the parents' culpability? I do, again, believe they are held at some level. The school, also at some level. Are they going to be equal? No, I do think the parents are to be held more responsible because they had the responsibility of a parent to make sure their son is safe and that their ammunition and their guns are safe in the home and secured, whether that's whatever the definition of the state is. Has my view changed in the Second Amendment in correlation to this case? Has it changed even in the slightest? No, it hasn't. I don't believe any more gun laws are going to protect it. I do believe there needs not so much gun laws geared toward the guns themselves. I think there should be a better policy into how guns are made available. But as far as the thoughts on the case and developments, that also goes right back to on the parents' culpability. I mean, one, the fact leaving their son high and dry, grabbing the 2 most high profile attorneys you can find nowadays that don't have exactly the greatest track record. But in this whole instance, I just feel sorry for the families that have lost somebody, and honestly, for the extended family of Ethan, of the Crumbleys, having to deal with this. I mean, it's just sad. Yes, I do believe that he is a terrorist, and that there's going to be accountability everywhere.
Nice. Aviator, take us home.
All right. Well, to begin with, I agree the parents have responsibility, as Stardust said. However, I don't have kids, but if I were to have kids and I send them to school, the final responsibility for my children's safety lies with that school. Period. End of story. Just like me as the pilot in command of my aircraft, no matter what happens with the maintenance, I have the final responsibility for the safety of flight of my aircraft. Now, going back to our resident, let's blame the guns. Guns don't hurt people. People pulling the trigger hurt people, Hey, Mr. AR, go shoot somebody.
Who brought up
Shoot my neighbor. Shoot it. Shoot somebody. Come on.
Who brought up guns? Nobody brought up guns.
I don't see it doing
Nobody
a goddamn
brought up guns.
thing.
What the fuck is
Does
going
anybody
on?
else?
Nobody brought up guns. Nobody brought up guns.
Enough said
brought up
on that
guns?
topic. I'm done.
Who brought
We
up
just
guns?
seen a car go through a parade, so it's not the guns.
True.
Who brought up guns again? Who brought them up? Did I bring them up? Did Sansel bring them up? I'm sorry. Who brought up guns?
Sando did. Sando did. Not you. Not you, Stardust. Sando did.
Oh, I'm so sorry. When did I say ban all
Yeah.
guns?
When did he say that? When did he say that?
I didn't say you said ban all guns. You said let's deflect away from the real problem, which is the guns.
When?
You fundamentally misunderstand
Just
everything
now
that I
you're
said on this panel.
closing
When?
argument.
He's
All
been
right,
arguing
so
about the parents too.
y'all deliberate. Look, y'all continue deliberating. Me and the judges will go into the other room. We're going to figure this out. That way we can help everyone time wise. That way we can get to the last topic, which I only think is going to take about 30, 40 minutes max, including the final voting process. So we're going to do that right now, and then I'll be back. So
Cool, because
5
I
your
got to
vote.
pee.
Never brought up guns.
Or
What the
maybe this
fuck?
one. Is this one going to go and kill somebody?
Don't point it at the camera because that's TOS.
I know.
You
Yeah,
can
yeah,
point
yeah,
it
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah,
know.
yeah, yeah. Yeah,
Already
let's
cleared
let's
it.
sure.
We're
We
clear.
don't disagree with you, my dude. We
yeah,
actually
yeah.
are totally
Let's
okay
stop.
with guns.
But
Stop. Yeah.
and,
Let's stop with
and
any guns.
isn't that crazy that you point at, that's how liberal
I know,
we've become as a
at a
country. You
camera.
point
It's
at a
because
camera.
do you
At
know
a
why
When
camera.
that
we
At a
is?
espouse
camera.
liberal
Wait, Aura, do you know
values
why
since
that
we've been
is?
here.
It's because people were threatening each other and they were like swatting each other and they were like threatening to like go around and shoot each other. So like there's a difference
Crazy to me,
between
though.
brandishing a gun in a threatening way and
Yeah,
just
it
like
actually
showing a gun.
happened too. Some
Of
people
course,
did get swatted. Yeah. So, I mean, it's pretty dangerous. Yeah.
there's like
Dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
there's got to be limits on some actions online. Otherwise, I don't know.
I like that we just don't take responsibility for our offspring, you know? So.
I take
don't have offspring,
responsibility
so
for
I'm good.
mine.
I'm
My
good. I
You
don't
do.
have one.
You do.
Race.
But, I mean, we don't
I don't
hold
have
these
any, so
parents
I admit to that.
responsible. We don't hold
Yeah.
these parents responsible. I mean,
Yeah, as a country, you are absolutely correct. We do not punish them for not raising their kids correctly.
yeah.
Again,
To your
that also
standards.
Really,
To your
really,
standards.
like
To
hold
My
on.
your
If
standards.
people,
When have
wait, hold
I
on.
when have I
Wait, wait, wait,
expressed
wait,
those
wait.
standards?
If
When
you
have I
don't
expressed
raise your
those
children
standards?
correctly, if you don't raise your children correctly, like, do you think that child abuse is raising your children correctly? You can absolutely get arrested for not raising your children correctly. What are you fucking talking about?
Yeah, to address the chat, I never pointed the barrel at the camera.
He never
Platforms
pointed
on
it. Yeah,
screen are perfectly okay within TOS,
yeah.
as was
The
the
only
barrels
reason
that
I
were
brought that up,
pointed at the camera.
yeah, the only reason I brought that up is because I didn't want you to accidentally get
Yeah,
banned. Yeah.
yeah, I know that.
Sorry, I'm typing my chat here.
No
You're all
problem.
good.
Oh shit! What happened? Oh shit!
I
Yo,
started calming down after I had a drink or
Sansel,
two. So
did you just raid me? Thank
Hey,
you so much.
This is
there's
this is
I
this
did.
is
I'm
what
gonna
we've
have to
been seeing.
leave here
So
in a second. So
Oh, okay. I
Reverend was
appreciate
nice
it. Thank
enough
you
to
so
go
much,
bring me some
Sansel.
White Claw.
no, hey,
You know what?
listen, this has been a
Every
pleasure. All right, this has been an
everything was
absolute fun.
DK's fault. Bottom line,
been really
everything
fun.
was DK's
It was
fault.
my.
Wait, I'm
Geez,
not
absolutely,
that.
we
Hey,
blame
I go upstairs because
DK.
my dog has an emergency poop.
all right.
Yeah,
Hey, I'd like to do something real quick, and I
I
know
do have a
some of you
blind
guys
dog,
have
ladies
some
and gentlemen.
hands full, and some of you guys aren't even drinking alcohol, and that's cool. But we have a saying over here: grab your waters, grab your teas, grab what you please. Let's hydrate. And you know what? It's been a pleasure, y'all.
Howdy
Cheers.
ho.
Yep.
Cheers.
To you, here's to me. If we ever disagree, fuck you. Here's to me.
I will. You know what? I will always disagree, but I will never hate people that have disagreements.
No,
Same,
no, I
same.
don't.
I
I
actually
don't
have
hate,
been
But
enjoying
every
this a
single
lot.
one
This
of
has
you.
been really
I
fun.
don't hate anybody on this panel. It's
Yeah.
just
I'm just,
I
I'm
don't
just,
everybody has
I
a
just
different
like to
opinion.
fight.
I've known like 3 out of 5 people in this room, and
Same
nothing
here.
but respect for every.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
here's the
I
thing.
just
I
like
don't
to
really
fight.
hate
That's
any.
all. Yeah.
Yeah, I
So,
like to fight too. The only
yeah.
people that like when it comes to hating people politically, no one here said anything like nearly reprehensible enough for me to hate them. When it comes to like someone like actively hating another group, like actually like
And
virulent
I'll
neo-Nazi
stand
type
next to you with
people,
that.
fucking hate those people. But
I fucking
average
hate Sansel,
conservatives, it's fine.
honestly.
I mean, I hate too. He's a
I
piece
know
of shit.
he's
Yeah.
fucking scumbag, dude. Just
Yeah.
super scummy.
Unbelievable.
Sorry,
Gay
I'm
long
pushing the
hair, fucking soy boy arms. It's
Hey,
just like all
hey,
over the place.
don't talk about the long hair. I got sexy long hair.
Hey, baby.
Nah,
No, but this is so much more fun. Like our usual scenery, Sansel, I feel like this is like such a nice change of pace, honestly.
Oh
So,
yeah, no, I love
yeah.
actually like engaging with people that disagree with me rather than people like arguing with me
I
about
love
Z
that.
agendas or something.
This sounds
Or
weird,
like
but I love that
Disney
people have the
princesses.
ability
that
to
agrees
disagree.
with you. What fun is that? You know?
I don't
It
know. Some
really.
people.
I
I
mean, I
mean,
was over here
they,
slapping pie with
dude,
Oreo all night. Thank
dude.
God for you guys.
Just a few months ago, I had to sit through a debate about whether Disney princesses of different ethnicities are like a caricature and offensive. Like, bro, I don't
Are you
fucking care.
kidding
I'm
me?
just
Oh,
I'm just
that's
happy that
kidding
something
me?
looks kind of like me. Holy shit.
Yeah,
I
that's
grew up to
that's
the movie
interesting.
Pocahontas on VHS, and not once did I think Elizabeth Warren is in this movie.
Right? No, I actually get some of that, but yeah, that's
I'm
for
just
another
messing around.
topic, another discussion. We don't want to.
Yeah. No, I mean, I just I never like for instance like that whole cliche of I have black friends. Well, I think that really does stand true because I grew up in Detroit. I grew up around black kids, and I'm sure a lot of you guys grew up in different areas than your gender or your race suggests that you should have. But yeah, no, when people say like I'm a racist because I have certain thoughts about Detroit and how things go, I find that interesting.
A very
Because nobody will
smart
argue my
comment,
point.
but
You
I'm not
guys
sure
will
how
argue
well
my
it would
point,
go
but
over right now.
nobody's here is gonna call me a racist because I think that the black community in Detroit deserves a little bit more paying attention to than average.
I don't know
It's
how
not a
well it
bad
would go
thing.
over. I have a very smart ass thing I always to say when people bring up racism, but I don't know. I don't know how well it would go over.
I've
So
never been
Yeah, let's
racist,
not.
and
Let's
I
not.
hate
You're
when
gonna say we
people.
didn't.
I think I'm
I'm
I like.
racist
Can I
desensitized
against
to
can I
this
ask
all
point.
everybody that
white
does
racist
it
at
hurt
all.
when
It's
somebody
not
calls you a
racist at
racist,
all.
knowing that you spent a good chunk of your time defending things like not being racist? I don't know. You know,
All right, we're back.
I don't think
Can we
anybody
stop the
here is
baby?
racist
People want to see the
at
baby
all.
again.
Oh no.
All right.
Yes, look at the cutie
So
little baby.
we have six competitors.
Oh, we're on to the third topic now.
We're back.
No, well, hold on. We
Not
still.
yet.
Wait, so for the numbers that we had, for the number of competitors that we had, number of people that are here, we've chosen to collectively save one person and let everyone else be voted to see who's going to be eliminated. And this is no knock on anybody that has personally competed. This is just the person that we thought has consistently brought the most, like, I don't know, a
As
different
contestants, can
angle.
we guess who that might be?
No. I wanna say it, and then you just say like, "Oh yeah, that's exactly what I would have done." But I would just like to congratulate the person who's going to be moving on the final round tonight. Weird Girl. Weird Girl is going to be moving on to the final round tonight. I think she
Weird Girl is
collectively.
pretending to be surprised by that.
Yes.
Like, oh yeah.
So she will be going straight on to the third topic tonight.
You
It
notice as soon
was
as
either
they
Weird
went
Girl or
back that she
Stardust. It was
started
either Weird Girl or
texting people.
Stardust. That's what I was thinking.
Right.
I was like, it's one of these two.
Quick, hide
You
the
ladies are
suitcases
so
and the
smart,
ballots.
too. I'm not gonna lie.
All right, I'm gonna go throw away my Dominion USB decoder ring really quick. Yes. So, chat, you are now tasked with the last 5 people that are remaining.
Chat, if you
One
do
person
not bring
must go
Stardust
home.
into the next round, I will be upset because
one of us.
Weird Girl and Stardust are very similar. Like, one knows a little bit more about the other, and vice versa.
And chat, you are voting for who will be going home.
I don't want to be voted out, chat, but
Yeah,
I do
don't
love you
vote
guys.
for me. Don't vote for me.
I mean, either way, I mean, at the end of the day, me and Oreo are gonna have a beer. Like it's gonna be fine.
All right.
And then after the beer,
then we do the
Barbie racing.
I'm giving
That's
everybody's
exactly.
communities an opportunity. We're gonna start our engines in 3. Remember, who should be eliminated? That's who you're voting for. I don't want to have any
guys,
babies
don't
in
get
the
it
chat.
twisted. Don't
I
vote
was
for who you
actually,
want.
voting for my favorite. No, it's who you want eliminated. Here we go. 3, 2,
man. I'm not even gonna
1.
look.
Vote, chat. Vote.
Oh man.
Yeah, I know.
If I
Be
had my
eliminated,
bets,
chat.
And they're off.
it would be me,
Yeah.
Twisted, or
Who should be
and
eliminated,
Sound
chat?
Control.
Who should be
It'll be
eliminated?
us. Oreo Express should definitely maintain. You guys can vote for Oreo over me if that's
I am
the case.
allowing the judges as well, just out
Or
of the spirit of
undervote.
democracy. You can
Oh wait,
vote
I'm
for
allowed to
whoever
vote?
you
I can
think.
go vote?
You're not a judge. You're a competitor.
Oh, all right. I can't vote. Oh, that's right. I was a judge last time. I can't vote.
Out of being impartial, I will not vote.
Really quick.
Wait a
hey,
minute. Wait a
Brent,
minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I've miscounted. Public school has failed me. Hold on. Hold on.
Public
Hold on.
school
Hold on.
has failed me.
Really
Yeah.
quick.
Yeah. I actually, I meant that's what it was supposed to be. Sansel was going to be leaving.
Well, in that case, I
Yeah.
lied, and
Yeah,
I
yeah,
actually
yeah,
drove
yeah,
to
yeah.
the store and
Yeah,
bought
I'm
beer.
sorry. I
Yeah,
do
So,
have to leave
I'm
because
very
my
yeah. No, I forgot. I totally skipped that
it's
step.
totally fine.
Yeah. Hold on.
Yeah.
Chat. Dude, chat. I know it's too good of a production. You guys can leave 5 stars.
Oreo, I
whatever
do
you
want
want.
to, when Brant's done, I do want to ask you, how did that day go when you got pushed down? It was a couple months ago, maybe last summer.
Really quick. I'm gonna leave the call. I love you
Yes.
guys very much. I have a
Yeah, dude,
sleeping girlfriend,
Sansel, I'll
so I
probably
love you guys very
honestly,
much.
No,
Right?
you're good.
yeah,
You're
I'll
good,
probably
bro.
have you on
Thank-
next week, brother, if you want to
Yeah,
come back.
absolutely.
Thanks,
We'll be more.
Sansel.
We'll be
Thank you,
more.
Sansel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you
Yeah,
very
great
much for
guy,
coming
by the
on. You did
way.
a great
Yeah.
job, man.
Yeah,
Great
and
job.
if
Yeah.
anyone, yeah,
It
and if
takes
anyone
it takes
here,
a lot of guts
yeah,
to
and if
come into a
anyone here ever,
conservative area
hey, I love talking to
and defend your
conservatives. Sorry.
points.
If any of you guys ever want to talk to me like one-on-one, I'm usually available and I stream full time.
Send
So
me a
just
friend
hit me up.
request on Discord here if you don't mind.
Yeah, absolutely. All right.
Sansel,
I'll
I'd
catch you
love
guys
the
later.
Yeah, me
conversation.
too. If
Yeah,
you
all right.
if you would,
I think
that would.
Yeah, catch you
All
guys
right,
later.
chat.
Right?
Start the
Bye.
votes. Good night.
Thank
Sansel.
you.
Yes. All right. Yes. Chat, I was going too quick there. I got ahead of myself. All right, everyone vote. Now's the time. Now's the time. I promise that I'm super
But anyway,
professional.
Mr. Oreo Express, I just want to tell you that you were a big chunk of my inspiration, along with Portland Andy, and I've watched you over the past year and a half.
Oh,
And
man.
God damn, man! Like,
Thank
you
you.
give me,
Thank
give me
you.
the balls. You give me the balls to like say shit in my own area.
This has been a blast. This
I
is
can't. I want you to invite me out to your area so we can have some fun.
Hey, I got
this is
5
just
bedrooms,
totally
buddy.
new to
You're more
me.
than welcome.
So
Anytime.
Oh man,
Anytime.
don't tell me that because we'll be over there triggering them left and right.
You'd be over here tomorrow, and I'd be like, yeah, good times. I don't give a
Who will
shit.
be eliminated, chat?
I just
Oh
want to tell you,
no,
Oreo, like,
what is
you're a
going
good man,
on?
and I follow you big
this
time.
whole thing is totally new to me. I haven't done many of these panels, so this has been
Yeah,
a lot of fun.
honestly, on the administerial side, this is new to me as well, and I'm just learning all the microcosms of this, and I'll get better and better every week. But I appreciate everybody. Like I said, I knew that even though you slate for 3 hours, sometimes it goes to like right now where it's already
I
three
just
and a half
want
hours.
to.
We got started 30 minutes late because there
I
was.
really
well,
do want to
Hey,
ask Weird Girl, like, does weed strengthen your mindset? Because for me, it lowers it.
It depends on the situation, and at this point in time, I'm gonna say it's helping.
Like,
yeah,
I want to
I
smoke
gotta
a
say,
fatty right
the
now,
whole
but like
thing.
everybody in this room will tell you when I do, it turns
He goes
ugly.
night night. Yeah, he goes to
Don't.
sleep.
It goes
Yeah,
bye
don't do it,
bye.
do it,
Yeah,
DK.
they start talking about
A little
shit that
baby back teeth.
happened 6 months ago. You know.
I just say, let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon.
Let's go, Brandon.
Let's
Let's
go,
go,
Brandon.
Brandon.
Let's go,
Let's
Yeah,
go,
Brandon.
we got
Brandon.
3 minutes
I do
left.
have an interesting question
The
I want to
polls
ask
are
you guys.
still open.
My sister went to Central Michigan University, spent 4 years there, spent half my dad's money, and then now she cleans houses. She was going to be a criminal investigator, but let me ask you, this is the real question. Can you not be a criminal investigator? Because, like, they wanted my sister to go into the military, which required her removing her tattoos. And she wouldn't do that. So instead of being a criminal investigator, now she cleans houses for a living. Does anybody have any bearing on that at all? I
You'd
don't
have
know.
to ask Jag, honestly. I think that would be a question for the Judge Advocate General, and I'm not trying to,
Yeah, I just
We're
thought it was
we're
like
gonna
my
be
sister
doing
told
it
me like I
in
can't
open
do what
spaces.
I want to do because I have
Actually,
tattoos.
that's
I'm like,
strange because the military's really loosened up on their tattoo
2
policy.
minutes,
Yeah,
chat.
it just
Vote it
can't be
up.
on the face, the neck, or the hands.
this was in 2010 or maybe a little bit earlier.
That was like before they've kind of laxed on their tattoo policy, but I'm right there with Kate. I
Yeah.
mean, especially in that type of situation, that type of job
How
they
much
were
time
getting
we
in
got
the
left on this,
military.
Brent?
Wow, we
Yeah.
have
But I
neck
keep
and
telling
neck.
her too, by the way, you guys. Like,
Hey, I
you got
have no
like
problem with it. If I
she
get
could
voted
do that.
off, I had a great time. Thank you so much for having me. So
Hey,
Yeah,
no
I
problem.
mean,
Thanks for coming
nobody
on,
in
man.
this
Thank you
room is
for
Walking
voting you
into the
off.
thank you
lines,
for
man. I got
coming.
mad respect for you, man.
Mhm.
Mad
Yeah.
respect.
Oh, dude,
Oh
anytime.
my
This
God,
is
Jimmy,
so
I
much
should just
more
call her a
fun for
man.
me. So
Right.
much more fun for me than like what I usually do, I feel, So,
I've
yeah.
been
I
geeking out
honestly,
on
all
this
right, but I
lately,
want your,
honestly.
I really do want your opinion, Stardust. Like, do we
Mhm.
come across as being a bunch of buttholes or right-wing extremists?
No, absolutely not. Okay, I got called like a bunch of slurs just the other day while I was on another
Okay.
panel. So like
Oh,
you
really?
guys
See,
yeah,
that's some
you want the
bullshit.
YouTube
That's
link?
some
It's
bullshit.
hilarious.
I would
Um
love to see that.
I
Yeah.
mean,
Wow.
Yeah,
not
I
not
I want to
exactly
see
It,
that.
it doesn't surprise me, man. The
No,
internet is so
me
like
neither.
one thing that I've
I,
learned
I,
and has
I
been
really just want to
reaffirmed a
know, like,
million
if she
times.
considered, because she's on the other side, does she consider us
No.
to be
So here's
fair?
the thing. I think a
And
lot
yeah,
of people I think a lot of people on the left get they get kind of well, the thing is a lot of the people on the left are white. Like so they don't really I hate to say that, but it kind
Yeah,
of
right.
well, statistically, you can't. You're not really. There's
Got
nothing
1 minute
to be.
left.
I mean, we're
1
also
minute
on
left
the
on voting.
we're also on the internet, so it's going to be slightly more white. So people don't really
Right.
understand how
Why is the internet more white?
I've
I'm
been
not
having
really
internet
sure.
signal for 6 months, so we can't say
That was
that.
a
Okay,
bad
well,
question.
wait a minute. Okay, so like, it's not meant to be a bad thing. It's just that because of that, people on the left who are
Because
super.
Joe Biden said that blacks don't know how to
Hold
use the
on,
internet.
ladies.
So that's
All
why
right,
I'm
great.
Every
asking.
Thank
man,
you,
ladies, gentlemen,
wonderful,
once again, let her
wonderful.
do her shit.
So, so I think a lot of people don't
Do we have a tie?
Oh my
Oh
God,
shit,
we
there's
have
a
a
We have a
tie.
tie.
All right, chat. We have to do a
How did
runoff
this
now. We
happen?
have to do a runoff. It's
We
a
just had a
runoff.
tie.
Yes, we did. I've
Okay.
never, as a matter of fact, this
So
happened last
we
week.
are
Yeah,
tied.
this happened
This
last
happened
week, man.
last week, which
Yeah.
I like the fact that it stays close when you do who's going to be eliminated, rather than like just fanboys and fangirls showing up and everybody just stacking the polls
Yeah.
on their favorite
No, the
streamer.
fact that it's close actually means that
Look,
we have a
Yeah.
pretty reasonable chat happening
Yeah.
right now.
Yes, we do. All right.
okay, I
Who
get
should
that
be
everybody
eliminated?
online, everybody in the world is online. Okay, I'm just saying, like, I'm just saying that like people who are hyper aware of like social justice seem to be not aware of like what actual racism can look like, right? So maybe I'm
I
just
will agree with that.
desensitized, but
No,
for
I'll agree with
me,
that.
I don't really care about like little small things that are like maybe hinting at like
Most of my chat has
yeah.
been egging on for you. They're like, cute,
Like, for
cute girl,
instance,
cute only gets you so far, but then somebody's attacking that sentiment. You have a lot of
no,
people that are yelling about you right now in my
That's
chat.
interesting. I know
Uh,
that I know that I yell a lot. Sorry, chat. I just like
oh no, they
yelling.
love it because there's so much I mean, I love it because I love controversy. I love when people chat.
yeah.
You're doing shit. You're doing a better job than me. I'll even say.
Chat, take the
Nah,
poll.
you're
Take the
good.
poll,
You're good.
chat. Look at this. Look how neck and
I
neck that this is. This is incredible.
This is the
Incredible.
I'd like to say
I'm refraining from
while we're
voting.
watching,
I am technically
I
voting
just
for
sent
both
you
of
I'm
you.
gonna refrain. I'm gonna refrain too. I want to say while we're voting, we're doing exactly what we have set out to do tonight, and that's bring both sides together to talk instead of all the
Stardust, I
yelling.
sent you a friend
There's been
request.
a little yelling.
Make
There's
sure
been
I
a little
find you.
yelling going on in here, but not like it's been outside of this. And it's not just in this stream, but DK, you're carrying this. Other people are carrying this. The word's getting out. Everybody's talking, and maybe we can resolve some of the problems that are going on by talking about
That's
them
right.
instead of just yelling at
It's
each other and
beautiful that we
fighting
have a
about
bunch
it.
of people that
Yeah.
instead of arguing, we're sitting here having a conversation like adults and just discovering where we're right and wrong. I would have
You
to
know
say
what?
everybody in this
Even when
room
it
at
gets
one point
heated.
was right, and everybody in this room at one point was wrong, and I don't see anybody getting all salty about one or the other.
Hey, we're in MAGA
Absolutely
country,
true.
buddy. We're in MAGA country,
Juicy
right?
Smolye over
Juicy
here.
Smolye. Juicy Smolye, guilty 5 of 6 counts. We're in MAGA country.
Oh, dude, man, that case is laughable, isn't it?
I mean, like, here's the thing with me is like, I will shit on the right if the left will just for once shit on themselves from time to time and
Collectively, I don't
like be
think we've
able to.
ever seen that, Brent.
Just doesn't
I'm
happen.
just like I am a John Stewart Blue Dog Democrat, can make fun of both sides, can laugh it off at
You're a
the
bit.
end. I've always been this cynical. I mean, I'm Jewish. Like my family is very, very cynical. My grandmother she understood politics. She understand, my grandparents were both lifelong Democrats their whole life. They were they were representative of the working man and woman, the working family. Started off living in a shed. Came all 4 corners of my family come from, immigrating to this country in 1906 and 1918 through Ellis Island. There's just, it's just one of those things. I like the ability that we can all come together from diverse backgrounds and talk. And my family is one of the biggest proponents of the marketplace of ideas, being able to come together and at the very basis, even if we don't like each other's products, if we boycott each other's services, we can still have the ability to coexist and think as long as we're not calling to action or, in this particular special circumstance, violating the terms of service, which we humbly agree to. Twitch, thank you very much. By the way, love you, Jeff Bezos. Thank you. You're doing a great thing. What it is.
I think
Got to get the
everybody
love in there.
I think everybody here just respects everybody as a streamer and what we do individually. We may not agree on everything. And again, I know all of us have said it, but I haven't said it yet. It has been an absolute pleasure, and I am glad to have cheersed you guys earlier.
Nice. Look at that chat. Cozy vibes, chat.
Too much love in here. We gotta start fighting.
All right, bitch, get on the floor. Let's go.
Oh shit! All right.
Damn, got him. Pull back real quick. So we have a heated up race here,
hold
chat.
up real quick. I have a
Look
super
at
chat that
this.
just came in from Eddie Howell, and he says, "Left or right, we are all Americans." What do you guys think?
We're all family.
I agree.
Yeah, we are.
too.
Yeah,
Even outside of Americans, we're human beings.
most definitely.
Yeah.
And look how
Yeah.
close this vote is, guys.
So I want to say that. Like,
This is
to
how it
everybody in
was
here,
last
like it's
freaking
so,
week.
it's so
Yo, thank
absolutely-
you, Dimer
Last
Boy,
week
for the
was like
gifted
same
sub.
thing.
if it wasn't for
Same
Brant,
thing.
Brant wouldn't have been able to bring all these people together.
Nah,
Well, I mean,
yeah,
I've tried to every time I
Yeah.
meet
It's-
somebody to establish a really good bridge of communication. I understand the value of working
Hey,
together
I'm a
collectively.
big fanboy of Oreo
Brant, what
Express,
happens
and I
if
get
we
to
tie again?
debate them tonight.
If we tie
Does it go to-
again,
Does it go to the judges?
it will go to the judges. It will go to nope. There was no tie. Oreo Express.
No,
One
this is so
vote.
By the way, you
close,
guys,
so close.
I have a
tournament. Oh
I
my
have
goodness,
a non
chat.
I have a
Oh
non
my
THC
goodness.
joint right here. This
Oh
is
my
no
goodness.
THC.
Holy cow,
TP.
chat.
Do you
Well,
think this is gonna be
Brett.
good?
man, I'm gonna be honest. Either one of you, I didn't vote, so I didn't want to be the person
I didn't
putting the
vote.
nail
I
in the
didn't vote
coffin.
either.
So you both
I didn't
can
vote.
hate me, equally.
I didn't
for
vote.
Actually,
not
None of
voting.
us
to
voted
be
that I know
honest,
of.
Right
Yeah.
on, guys.
I
We'll
just
have it
I couldn't pick one. I thought both of you were fantastic, but
oh yeah, Oreo's
Oh,
amazing. Like great
Grant.
performance.
Oreo, I wanna bring you on my stream one day and talk to you about a couple of your live stream situations. If
that
you don't
just
mind.
let me know, man. I'm stuck at home because of my back surgery. I can't go back out for another like 7
Okay,
weeks. So
cool. Yeah, no,
anytime-
Prayers to you, by the way.
Oreo.
Prayers to
I'll
Thank
make
you.
you.
sure. I
yes,
added
I'm
you on
going to. I'm
Discord.
going to
Make
shout
sure to add me
Oreo
back.
Express. I'm going to shout him out right now. But while I'm shouting you out, Oreo, I have you all blown up on the screen. Everybody has your undivided attention. Why don't you give yourself a little 60-second outro there? Shout yourself out, what you do, and where people can find you, and what you got going on in the next little bit.
So pretty
And don't
much all
leave
I
yet, I
do
wanna
is
talk to you.
trigger liberals. That's my job. That's what I do 24/7 is trigger liberals. And I like to do it out on the streets, obviously, face to face. Travel, go around. If you guys want to check out any of my stuff, go to the OreoExpress.com. That's my website. And again, thanks you to Brant for doing this, because like there's very few people that can sit there and say they're unbiased and actually like kind of display that. And Brant's one of those. So he's probably gonna, I think this is really gonna blow up. And I'm not saying just this week or this month, but over years, I think
We
you're gonna
continue
see
this. Yeah.
I think you're going to see this thing just explode into something where some of us are going to be sitting back and saying, wow, I wish I could get 90,000 viewers at one time. I think I do. I think Brant's on his way there. I do with
I think
stuff
he is
like this.
too,
Thank
man.
you,
I do.
Yeah, I think
Oreo,
it's
real
fun.
quick before you
No,
leave,
thank you, Oreo. I
I
appreciate
sent you
those
an ad
comments, man.
request. I sent you an ad request if you'd add me there. Also, I
I
live in
did
San
too,
Luis
Oreo.
Obispo.
I don't know if we ever. I don't know.
Okay.
I
I'll
know
go
I
through
did. I
there.
don't know.
I
Mine's
live in
DK
San
right.
Luis Obispo. I go to Fresno quite often, so I'd like to have lunch with you sometime, and we can talk about some of these things further if we could.
Anytime,
yeah.
bud. I'll send you my cell phone number when through the chat.
Oh, there we go,
Okay,
guys.
great.
We got
Great.
community growing here.
Yep.
All right, you guys be
I
safe,
highly
and
encourage it.
I'm going to
You too.
continue watching. No more nails on the chalkboard, guys. Come on.
Yo, hey, good night, Oreo. I appreciate
Love you
man.
All
guys.
of them down.
Be
Yes,
good.
much love,
Thanks
brother.
for coming in.
Good,
Have a good one,
Oreo.
Oreo.
What a great guy. What a great person.
Yeah.
I mean, the beautiful thing
great
about
night.
Oreo is that Oreo's the type of person that can accelerate to a 12 in a conversation and then dial it back and bring it back home and relax.
He
And I
does
like
have
that.
that
I like
ability.
propensity for intensity. So, like, I like people that
Propensity for intensity.
I like people that like to go fast in their car, their vehicle, conversation, like people that know how to. I mean, obviously, you don't want people in just a catty yelling fight, but people that are passionate about what they believe in and actually
My
stand
whole
for
night
what they
was
have,
like
they have for
marred
the
by
world.
like trying to
Hey,
not upset people. I
Yeah,
can
but
I
upset
don't.
Brant all day, but
we all
I
mean well. We all
love
mean
paying
well
for
when we're
this in
conversing with each
moving
other.
vehicles.
Very few people actually, when they talk to you, they may not agree with you. They may
Nothing.
be having a bad day. They may be just hate you. But most people, they just want to go along and get along in life. They don't want to hurt people. They don't want to step on any toes, metaphorically or physically. You know, that's what I found in people. And that's one beautiful thing that I want to use this platform is to continue doing this. I'm going to do a little shameless self plug for everyone who's interested in wanting to get, you know, further involved in the community. If you are an aspiring content creator, if you're someone who already has an
Absolutely.
established following, you want to get involved in what we're doing. If you have a voice, if you have a community that listens to you, if you want to get your voice out there, I humbly extend my platform over to you.
Let me give
anyone and
let me
everyone.
give my example to the community.
Hold on, let me finish up, buddy. But
Sorry.
for real, like just to tape this off, I appreciate everyone who has sat in here and either voted or given commentary or shared your ideas or showed support for your favorite content creators. All these people in here, they're passionate about what they're talking about. They would not be spending their night here if it wasn't for that. So all that I ask that you do is just maintain a level of respect in everyone, the way they want to be addressed, and let's just keep everything above the belt and keep it what it is. Let's keep it the smooth track that we're going and keep going. We're now in the finale round. And in this finale round, our finale round is more of a this week I kept it more of an open free topic.
I can't
And when
wait
I
for this
say
round.
for you to get in with elbows is you have to basically affirm your remedy while explaining why others people's remedies are not the correct remedy. So that's going to be the basis of this topic. Topic 3 is going to be given the current state of America, everyone here is American.
Bangus Khan, thank you
we
so
don't
much
have
for the
like
sub.
international super vagueness that we can extrapolate. We can keep this to American politics here. But given the current
Wait, are we
state
allowed
of
to bring up
America,
other politics,
please,
like in the case of
I know, but let me finish and then I will let you go, okay? Please.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And remember, you're a contestant.
I'm
Let's
gonna
go.
mute. I'm gonna mute.
I know. Please. All right. Man. Given the status of where we are in our country right now, what's one economic change that you would do and one social change that you would implement that you think could steer us in the right direction? And if you don't think there really is proverbial social or economic change that we can do, explain why we're just fine and how things are going to magically clean themselves up if there's nothing, wrong. So I'm going to allow Twisted Aviator to kick it off this round. Your 2 minutes starts. And remember, it's your last topic, your last opportunity to vie for a top 3 spot. Top 3 people in this round move on to the finals. The finals will be on December 30th, same time, last Thursday of the month. Every month is the championship. We'll have special championship rules, be a little different, seeing as how this is for one solid winner. But Twisted Aviator, your time starts right now, 2 minutes.
All right. As far as an economic change that I'd like to see in this country is bringing manufacturing back. Stop sending it overseas. I mean, I know some things, yeah, send it overseas, but there are certain strategic manufacturing that ought to be made in this country. Pharmaceuticals, computer chips, those type of items. Oh crap! Alexa, stop. Sorry about that, guys. We're beholden to what could in the future become enemy countries, China mainly, for a lot of our goods, and we need to not do that. That ties into a social change where by bringing those jobs back here and bringing that manufacturing capability back here, you're going to open up more skilled labor positions, more highly paid positions for people to work at instead of having to work at McDonald's for $7.25 an hour or whatever it is, and allowing people to have a more skilled job, a more skilled position, is going to just expand the economy that much further. So that's kind of my, I guess, both social and economic all rolled into one.
All right. That was Twisted Aviator, folks. Now we will go to number 2 in the randomizer, Stardust. What is one economic and one social change that you would implement right now that you think would help steer us in the right direction as a country?
Okay, yeah, so this might be a little bit controversial with this crowd, but I'm going to say sexual education as early as possible, because there have been studies that show that sex ed is good at preventing risky behavior. It's also good at preventing the abuse of children. Children who grow up without sex education don't realize that they're being abused a lot of the time, and they don't realize until much later that something is wrong. And I'm coming at this from a protecting children stance. I know it's very spicy, but that is one of the most effective ways to prevent abuse and prevent prolonged abuse in children. And the second one is, I think that's a social one. For economic one, I think probably some sort of universal option, at least for healthcare. I don't see how we can honestly say that we have a lot of freedom in this country if we don't have the freedom to basically be alive. If you can't afford healthcare, basic healthcare, then I don't think you're really that free. So.
Right on. And that was Stardust.
Very good point, Stardust, honestly.
All right. And speaking of the devil, DK, you are number 3 on the randomizer. And your time starts.
I am?
Yeah. Yeah. One economic and one social change. Your time starts now.
Well, I don't necessarily have the understanding to negate 2 different things between economic and social. But I would just overall probably state that I think we do need a reform within our police, throughout the country. I think there's a big issue with that. Now, I don't think the current president could actually maintain or even facilitate those types of things. So we might be waiting for a little bit, but for other things that are going on in the country, I do believe that we do have some sort of a recourse. Like, for instance, like helping police overall. We can negate a lot of what's going on right now through simple policy change. Now, if you're asking me what policies we should change, that is out of my purview and out of my understanding. But I will tell you that I think we need better police training. I think we need better situational awareness with police officers. And I don't believe social workers play a part in any of the social change I'm looking for. And you guys have to understand, I'm living in Detroit, Michigan. So a lot of what I really want, I want to see violence and I want to see people stop. I want to, like, we even had a case just very quickly where somebody wasn't involved and for some reason decided to try to fire on police officers. I,
You
I
have
think
30 seconds.
I think something has to change with the mental state of our younger generation, and we have to understand their plight and maybe put them in a good position to not behave the way they are. And that's just kind of where I stand with a lot of my political feelings.
All right. And we have that one weird girl, number 4. Time starts now. You are muted.
Damn it. Sorry.
All good. It's all good. I'm going to start over,
How many
right?
times have you done it tonight?
Oh, a
Okay.
million. And your time starts now.
While any individual or family with a low income may face challenges relative to local housing prices, an affordability crisis implies that this is a problem for a large number of households. In 2017, nearly half the renter households spent more than 30% of income on rent, which is an increase from 40% of the households in 2001. Even among middle income households, housing consumes a larger share income than 20 years ago. Now, housing affordability varies across the United States. The median home price divided by the median household income it's insane. For the entire country, median home prices have roughly 3 times median income. But in coastal California, honestly, not to shout out a judge, and much of the Northeast and South Florida, median prices are more than 6 times median incomes. And believe it or not, there's a lot of low income families in these areas. And this, I'm not even talking about LA or these bigger communities that it is such a dispersal of the groups. I mean, literally block to block to block. The poorest 20% of families everywhere cannot afford a minimum quality of housing, and increasingly, seriously, the amount of regulations that especially California has to go through is just driving up the costs, which is increasing also home ownership. Now,
30 seconds.
so this also goes of how do we fix it? Some want tax credits, but where exactly are those tax credits going to be taken away from? And so it does become a social issue as to we could see a lot of other groups suffer from this.
Right on. So we have Kate up last. Your time starts now.
I'm gonna jump right back in because I can't understand what you're saying.
Oh, you can't understand what I'm saying? Can you hear me?
No, so I'm gonna jump out and jump right back in.
Yeah. I'll pull you back in. I'll pull her back in. Somebody message her and let her know. I'll just pull her back in. One moment, folks. We are the stall
Discord, are you watching right
champion.
now? This is what not to mention we need constant nameplates because so many people are like, who is who?
Right.
I
Yeah.
got to keep, like, for my chat, I do have to keep, like, having my cursor over it. So
I don't think anyone here wants to use Zoom, which does have these capabilities.
Is that better, Kate?
Ugh.
That's why I've been using my background with my name on it. So
is that better? All right. So this is your
somebody Discord. I've been yelling at them. But anyway.
All right. So Kate, are you privy to your 2 minutes and what you're talking about?
Yes, I know what I'm doing.
All right, cool. So I'm going to let you take over here. What's one economic and or social change that you would like to see instituted in America, our current state? Steer us in the right direction. Your time starts right now.
So for the economic change that I think we need to see is deregulation. Reason being is that when you have deregulation, it allows for manufacturing to come back. It opens up the job market. It provides for not just well educated, college educated students jobs, but also it provides for skilled jobs and lower income jobs. And it also opens up the door for us to have higher tax collection, which ultimately leads to a more profitable country. It also leads to easier transportation of shipping and goods because we're making it here in the United States when you deregulate. And finally, it also provides for affordability and housing, affordability in our economic, just day to day life spending and gas and that kind of stuff. Because what we're doing is we're allowing for these companies and these businesses and these manufacturing and all of the things that happen when you deregulate to open up in some of the more rural areas. So that would be my economic issue. My social issue would be something that many haven't even brought up because we talk about climate change and we talk about this need to change from oil into renewable energy. And if we're going to lead down that path, I think we need to re educate the entire country on nuclear energy. And we need to educate the entire country on other energy sources, not just wind and solar. Um, Part of the reason that I say that is because there's also something called hydroelectrical energy, which is water energy that can be done through electrolysis. And this
Seconds.
all would lead towards not only more environmentally friendly energy sources, but something that can last a lot longer than simply drilling and pulling oil from the ground. But I think it needs to be done in a tapered in way, not an instantaneous way.
Right on. Does anybody want to riff off of any of these topics that have been brought up within the
I just
group?
want to say really quickly that there was a girl that was in here briefly earlier as no webcam. She was like a nuclear physicist chick.
That's her. That would be her.
Oh, wait, is
This
this
is
you?
Kate. This is Kate. Yeah.
This is
She's
my
actually a nuclear
God.
physicist. Yeah, it's
All
not
right,
like,
well, I
oh,
was
what are
just
you, a
about to
brain
say,
surgeon? What
I
are you,
was
nuclear
literally talking
physicist?
shit.
It's
All
like,
right,
yeah,
wait, hold
she
on.
actually is.
I was just
Yeah.
talking
So
shit to my chat. I'm like,
ironically, you know,
I'm like,
that's what I
this
studied
bitch
in college.
must
You
be
kick,
can't
saying
man.
the
use
same
it.
shit that
All right,
this
there's
girl
9 of us.
Kate
Let's
I
talk.
know. Like, so wait, you had your kid?
Yes.
Oh
That
my
baby
God!
I've been
All right,
walking
well, all
the
right,
The
whole
you guys.
time.
I'm
baby,
sorry,
you know
we're
that
catching
little
up
baby that
here.
she's
I
clueless
saw your
DK.
picture. All right, listen. I saw your picture in the room earlier, and I didn't correlate it because I don't see your name. I'm
All
just
right. Well,
seeing
hey,
you.
we will
Well,
play high
but I
school
just
reunion
want to
after
tell you,
this.
I
Hold
was
on.
talking shit, going like, "Oh, a girl,
All right.
Kate."
I know,
Nuclear.
DK. Let's get back to the subject, please. All right. That one weird
That
girl.
was
I'm gonna
it.
let you.
Was it?
You were
I don't have an argument now.
all right. Just okay. Weird girl. Take it over.
I want to kind of jump on 2 points here. Kate talks about renewable energy. One of the things here in California that a lot of us people who are renters and how I'm bringing up housing, this correlates with it, and also the social economical impact it has on everybody here. We just have way too many apartments and way too many homes here in California where it becomes for the government, our government to say in a few years, all new cars are supposed to be electric. Our infrastructure can't handle that. We just can't, especially here in California. As much as I want to see it, I mean, we have the wind farms. I love it. I mean, we see the solar panels everywhere.
Oh,
But that's
Nobody
that,
understands the
we just
cost of what green energy actually is, though. Like,
who
if
is
you think
gonna
about,
who's gonna get
and
the
I
cost
agree.
passed down? Who's gonna have to take care of that cost? Is it gonna be the landlord?
I
Is it
mean,
gonna be
just
the homeowner?
look
Is
at
it
what it
gonna
takes to
shut up,
create a
DK.
solar panel.
We have been talking all night, and this is the first time I've actually had a chance to even say
Right.
anything. Woo!
I'll be
Take
quiet.
Stardust,
over.
with you and you talking about how there should be more general gender information out there. I understand that, and then you also brought up with healthcare. What is going to be covered under that healthcare? Are we going to have to follow federal abortion rights, or are we going to? Is there going to be any coverage of any of the birth control pills, or are those even going to be covered? Because again, that also has a social economic impact into the whole of the country.
I think that it would be smart if we are going to go the pro-sex education route to be funding at least birth control. I personally, I'm a liberal, and I'm very pro bodily autonomy. So you guys can guess where I stand on that. But essentially, abstinence only sex education has been shown actually to correlate with a higher rate of teen pregnancy in the areas where that's practiced. So I think it's very important that we provide the ability for people to have comprehensive sex education, as well as have the ability to prevent teen pregnancy. So.
And who would be paying for that? Would be it the taxpayers, or would that be through private funding?
Taxpayers.
Through the schools.
Yeah,
Or,
through the schools.
Okay. Yeah. And who funds the schools? The taxpayers, correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That one weird girl, since you did say about infrastructure, and we all know about the rolling blackouts in California. It happens on a regular basis there, and a lot of that has to do with the stacked buildings. They're literally buildings on top of buildings on top of buildings. If you go into certain areas of Los Angeles, I call it shantytown sometimes because I'm like, where's the roads?
Right? No, totally agree.
One of the best options is nuclear. And I know a lot of people go, nuclear, What you have to understand is nuclear has changed and evolved a lot over the years, and it's actually a lot safer than even drilling oil is at this point in time, because of the way that we cool it, because of the way that we can handle it and manage it a lot better. And we can use RA, isotopic, and various other types of nuclear material instead of something that is so catastrophic. The problem is
Thorium
that
fuel
people are scared
cycle.
of it, or the government can't make money off of it, because one
Well,
gram of
there was a big
nuclear
question though,
material
Kate, that
can
I want.
power the entire city of Los Angeles for 10 years. That's
Now,
1
who
gram of
I
who
mean,
is going
You remember
to
when you
who is
told me that? You remember when
fuel
you told me
cycle, molten salt reactors. There's
that
all kinds of reactor technology out
Oh,
there.
hold on, my dude. Like, you remember, Kate, when you told me? Because I'm just realizing this is you now. Do you remember when you told me that, like, nowadays the nuclear reactor material that comes out of a place is far less reactive, and I feel like that's the biggest thing that people are fucking like wrapping their heads around is they don't want like a Fukushima event to happen in their neighborhood, or because you have this weird plume of shit that makes
That's not even
everywhere.
my question. That has not the renewable
Don't
energy
even.
studies
We
has
need to
nothing to
bring
do with
back
my
fuel
Well, that
question. My
does say
question
what
reprocessing.
was
nuclear
We
my
is
need
question
now.
nuclear
was
fuel reprocessing in this country, which is
I'm
insane
not
to
even
me.
talking about the processing. I'm not even talking about that. What I'm talking about is to have all these, you guys want these renewable energy because her thing was stop drilling, stop getting the coal out. Correct. That's
No,
what it
my
was.
thing wasn't that.
But
I
you
said
but
that
you
if
did
we're
say that,
going to go
correct?
that route, if
Correct.
that's where we
Okay.
want to lead as a country,
Okay.
then we need to educate on more options. And just like right now, you're like, well, who's going to pay for that? Or how's that going to work? Or how are we going to be able to do this for our houses? We have these rolling blackouts. Like I said, the nuclear energy or some of the various options, including hydroelectrolysis, which divides the hydrogen, oxygen, and water to create an energy path, that would provide you more energy per payout than oil does, than coal does,
Right.
than wood burning does. And here's the problem. The problem is A, there's overregulation on nuclear energy. B, people don't understand that as of right now, it is a lot more stable and a lot less lethal to the
But
environment
people think
than
of
even
nuclear
oil
in the
does. Because
1980s.
when you go with oil, you have oil spills in the ocean. It's almost impossible to clean up. You know what happens with nuclear? You want to know what the waste is right now with nuclear? Salt water. And the radioactivity of that salt water is 0.00017 ounce, which is a U with an integna on top of it if you're looking it up. And what that is it is equivalent to 1/4 the radiation of what you would receive if you put your microwave on for 5 seconds for
Okay.
powering
I
an
get,
entire city
I
for
get
10 years.
far more radiation flying my aircraft for work than anybody in a nuclear plant would receive.
Everybody has a nuclear like brain of like 50 a generation or two ago. Is what people think of nuclear today.
So
In
Kate,
reality, based off what this woman has taught me, which I'm not even going to begin to explain, because I can't honestly, but
So, Kate, you're saying that there needs to be deregulation in the nuclear energy field, so eh, so an infrastructure could be built, correct? Is that pretty much what you're getting at?
That's part of it. So there are actually companies right now who are willing to invest the money, not government money, not government funded money, but
Mhm.
privatized companies who are willing to invest the money. The problem is A, the research on it is so highly regulated that it's almost impossible to do. And B, there's so many regulations about where nuclear plants can be built, how they can be built, what
I got
can be
nothing to
done with
say
them,
here, my
that
dudes.
it
I got
makes it
nothing to
an
say here.
impossibility to build.
I'm
Now, here's the
just.
other thing is that a lot of people hear nuclear energy super expensive, super dangerous, super this, super that. The infrastructure is impossible. No, the
That's a good
infrastructure is already
question,
built
Sarsak.
in. Because if you put a nuclear power plant where your current power of oil is coming from,
But
or
I'm not
even
going to
within
ask it.
range and rewiring, boom, it's
The
done. You
problem
don't
is,
have to rewire your whole
the
city.
problem
n-
is
and
that they tried that here in Sacramento, and SMUD, who is the Sacramento Metropolitan Utility District, was told by the state of California to shut down the plant. It was a massive failure because of unregulation, because of lack of oversight. So again, I am agree with you that nuclear is,
But
to me, the
wasn't
cleanest
SMUD in
energy, but
1997?
how long is this going to take? What we're honestly talking about here with getting these things going is going to take 30 to 40 years.
And that's why I said, well, no, I mean, you can have it done in 7 years if we're being completely
Are we
honest.
going to be like China and just, hey, this is kind of good, or Russia, like, hell, this is kind of good?
There was such
No,
research.
the research has already been done for it,
Yeah.
and it is so in depth now. And if you look at Norway has a huge nuclear power plant there that
But their
practically,
number one import export is
I
actually
mean,
or
when
export
was
oil.
Kate?
because that's
When was the molten salt reactor experiment? That was back in the 70s, I believe.
yes,
And that is a passively safe nuclear reactor. It operates at atmospheric pressure. It is fail safe. If you lose plant power, if you have a complete station blackout like you had at Fukushima, it fails safe. It melts a plug. All of the fuel is in liquid form. So it can't melt down. It's already melted. It flows into a containment chamber that is configured where it cannot go critical. It is
yep.
completely passively safe.
And as
so in
long as
other words,
you're
is what you're saying is we've
And
learned from
that
our
has
past
been
mistakes.
around. That has been around since the 70s.
You say it could be
and it's
built
been
in some years, but how
improved.
long is it going to get for a government or an area or independent contractor to get that land, to
And
get that
that's the
control?
problem is
It's
where she's talking about
fragmented.
overregulation. It's
And that's what I said,
overregulated.
and she's just like, well, yes and no, but the
You're
Well, I
talking
wasn't
to a nuclear
yes, no, I said
physicist,
that in
so it's
seven
All right,
years,
so
in
hey,
7
don't
years,
light the
you
wrong
should know
side.
that
You're gonna light the
yep.
wrong side, DK. I think you just light the wrong side, huh? Did you light the butt? I see a
no,
yellow in. I see a yellow in, brother.
no.
I see you holding the white. I see you
I
blocking the
didn't
white
light the
part.
wrong side. No, listen, I didn't light
Okay.
the wrong side. I smoked the wrong side.
He smoked the wrong
Smokes the
side.
wrong
Yeah,
side.
I saw it happening from here, chat.
I mean,
I
I
had to stop my
personally,
man there.
Well,
Ah,
I
damn.
am. That
I
just shows you how in depth
personally
I
Yeah, I
would
was
am.
about
much
to call
rather
that
have
out
a small
myself.
modular reactor in my backyard than a wind
You know what?
turbine.
That puts hair on your chest. I think I grew a few. Check.
Yeah,
I'll
bro, you're
take a small
smoking
modular
dope,
reactor
dude.
buried in my backyard over a
I
wind
didn't
turbine
actually
any day.
inhale that. I usually blow the first light out because I don't want to
Any
inhale
day.
weed.
Chat, I saw that through his webcam. I literally
Well, I
called
mean, it's
that.
good. Like, can we
I
talk
have
about
good
the
eyesight,
quality
brother.
of my camera right now? Like,
I'm gonna give my eyes the credit, honestly. You know, fuck your camera.
I'm gonna give you your eyes, your 3090, and your multiple big screens.
Hey, I'm not gonna deny that I have any of those.
I love all of those things. I have all of those things. I
They're
love
quite
them.
lovely. All right, so away from the techno circle
But
jerk
yeah,
there.
dude, you could have been about 10 seconds earlier before I lit it. Like,
Well, I
what
was
were
gonna
you
say
at?
I could have, but here. All right, so I want to get the beach ball back in the air here because somebody, I don't know exactly who it was
Although I
within this
don't think I would
panel
have
of
said
5.
it.
All right, let's bring it back to scene. All right, so somebody said, I don't know who it was. I don't want to throw anybody under the bus. Keep it completely ubiquitous here. Somebody said something about lowering the cost of living, basically, the housing
don't-
market. capping the basically in the. How do you plan on lowering the rent? I think the overall goal this person speculated was lowering the cost of renting. How do you expect to do that? And this, like I said, just to get the volleyball back in the air. How do you expect to get the cost of living down? How do you expect to do that without invoking tyrannical things on the market, actually taking control of the
You
market?
start by getting Joe Biden out of the office.
Yeah. I mean, there's a way to do it. I'm like I said, I'm just the guy putting the volleyball back in the air.
I know. I was just messing around. I don't know who you're talking to. Who do you want to go first?
Anybody. Like I said, I just put the volleyball back in the air because we kind of went off there talking on something else.
Okay, all right. Listen,
Yeah.
folks. What we need to do is we need to start by getting rid of the president. Like,
Maybe
first
I
of all,
misinterpreted.
Kamala
I don't
would
want
be
to.
a
I don't want
very
to.
good president.
So I don't want to misquote whoever it was that I heard. I believe it was Weird Girl that was saying something about the cost of median
I'm just
household
messing around.
or something like
Yeah.
that. Explain
that-
more and extrapolate on that.
Okay, there we go. There's a good. Go ahead.
Because it's a pretty difficult thing to do what you're saying without,
Well, and that's the thing. I mean, there's a lot of what we could do, what we can do, and I'm just speaking from experience here in Sacramento. I mean, this whole recall election had a whole bunch of stuff screwed up. I mean, some want tax credits. One possible concern with giving households more money to spend on the rent is that just starts driving up other costs. That doesn't really change anything. In places like here in California with restrictive zoning, subsidies will just drive up the rents. As far as just an easy answer to give to, and I mean, especially right now with the lockdowns and the restrictions that we've have right now, I'm trying to skirt around TOS and not have any flag words. It's very hard to
You
say
can't tell
what
him
can we
that.
do at this point in time. I mean, our EDD system is so failed, it's ridiculous. I mean, I could keep going on that. Do I feel that I mean, honestly, it's kind of helped me, not gonna lie. But is that the only way to go? No, it's not. I mean, I think this has just been a festering boil of how we haven't raised our federal minimum wage and for so long. It took this long, and it took something of a catastrophe that's happened like this worldwide for really everybody to see. But
I actually
there's
have a
again,
really weird comparison to this when you're done.
oh, go ahead.
Video games, right? How many people here are video game players?
I am.
I think everybody
like,
in here played a video game.
So
We're on
video
Twitch.
games have become more and more of a thing, right? And everyone's been asking themselves, do games actually suck, or am I just getting older, or like what's the real case? And then I started drawing the comparison to the political, basically what you were just saying, but to video games. Video games haven't raised in price at all ever.
Yeah, they have.
No, they've
I
been
don't know about that
$60
one,
my
bro.
entire life. So since '92.
Well, they've definitely
No,
gone
they've
up in
never been.
price.
They've definitely gone in price, dude. I don't know where
mean,
you've been
I
getting your video games, dude.
I mean,
they've
well,
also
all right.
repackaged.
Since Xbox 360 all the way to Xbox current day, they were 60, and they just recently.
within $10 or within $15,
Well,
I'll
now
give
they're
you
70, but they're still 60 on Steam. But regardless, I guess what I'm saying is
games. Are you buying them
you
right as
see
they come out?
you see the degrade in quality of games. I mean, maybe that's parallel to the degrade of quality in life if you apply the same kind of logic. Well, a game remains the same price throughout a certain amount of time, and yet instead of getting better, it gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. It might look better, but
Actually, I would
maybe
say
that's
video games have so much
a weird
production quality in them
comparison.
now. They actually, there's more work that goes into producing a video game than a lot of movies.
Right, but
Oh,
no,
yeah,
it's not. But what I mean is, like, for instance, when games first came out, they had to be right the first time because there was no such thing as updating them, what have you. But regardless of any of that, games that came out were genuinely better. I mean, there's like GoldenEye. People still play that game like it's going out of style on N64. Like, why is that? Compared to things today. And I think there's a weird parallel between the actual world and video games. That's kind of what I was trying to make.
One thing
Not
I
that
could
it's right
say
or wrong.
did.
regarding quality, if we want to talk about quality and price, the current fashion industry is actually incredibly unethical and fast fashion, dude. That shit drives me nuts. something has a hole in it like 2 months later. What the fuck's going on? I'm sorry for
How
cursing.
about just buying jeans? No, how about buying jeans with holes already ripped into the?
Well,
Cool,
I
60
see
bucks
that
for
one.
jeans?
I can't really speak on because of, fashion. The fashion people, they're really
I know, you're right.
philosophers.
You're right.
But anyways, but what does bother me is that we
Right back,
are
folks.
willing to export all this labor where we know there's a good chance that children are making our clothes, right? And so we get them back, and then we pay little, very little money for clothes, and it's very unethical. And then we wear those clothes, and then it's really bad for the environment because we throw them out after 2 months because it's fast fashion, right? So, yeah.
I would actually have to agree with Stardust on that. The quality of goods, period, has deteriorated significantly in the last 15 to 20 years. I mean, now we get like particle board furniture that falls apart in a week, but you go and you buy a good solid antique that's been around for 100 years, and it's doing great. Or you go and you buy one of those manufactured homes, and then the next thing you know, your plumbing's having issues and your electric's having issues and your floors are warped, and you wonder what the heck happened here, and it's because the quality has gone down so significantly. And it makes you wonder, is it because we don't have the same, I'm sorry about her crying,
You're
the
fine,
same
honey.
skilled labor here, and so it's not being manufactured here? Or is it because we're outsourcing so much and we're not regulating the quality that we're receiving back? I mean, what's the reason behind quality going down so much, but yet prices are astronomical? I mean, you look at a table made of particle board and you could be spending $3,000 and it's only going to last you a couple of years if you have a big family.
And it's just
I'm
not American companies. It's even like IKEA, or I'm sorry, IKEA. I mean,
Yeah.
their quality has gone down, and that's what's sad.
I wanted
Wait,
to
but
say
if
somebody in
IKEA's quality has gone down, that's really saying something. Because I didn't think it. What are they making shit out of fucking cardboard now? Like
Pretty much.
So
structural
somebody in
Walmart
chat says
style.
something really interesting that I think is really related as well. They said, fast fashion sucks because it's the only option when you're poor, but then it falls apart, so you have to buy more, which adds to being poor. It's not
personally
only
love
is it like
Holy Center.
it not only is it like just it's just bad quality, but it's really unethical and it's just not good, So
Well, I mean, I got this sweater I'm wearing. It's a Abercrombie brand new. I looked it up.
Weird
This was
flex, but
70 bucks.
okay. 2006 called, so they want their
I
jacket
paid
back.
$12 for this thing.
Are you about to
Like,
start your sophomore year of high school? Just kidding.
well,
Just
I
kidding.
mean,
I
but
had to
like,
jump in and just I got to get my punches
like,
where I
like
can.
if I wanted to start my 12
I
year of
need
sophomore
Slayer.
high school, it would. Is that what you said? I mean, at least I would fit the part. Okay. I mean, like, I love Kmart too. I'm rocking
Dude, I'm saying
Kmart
that as I'm rocking a
earphones.
Hilfiger, whatever kind of shirt this is called.
Hey,
I mean,
I'm wearing my old grandma,
yeah,
old lady
got
jacket
this
from
off the
the thrift
sale
store,
rack.
okay?
Just kidding. Just
Oh, I
kidding.
shop thrift
I
store.
have no beef with anything. It's not the clothes. It's the
Oh, we shop at
person.
the outlets, and then I just buy socks and underwear from the local store. Like I only go buy new clothes, like a new wardrobe, once a
You got
year.
What was
Brant,
the
And if
I
topic
you give me
again?
literally
something
teared
for
up.
Yeah,
my
what are we talking
birthday or
about now?
Christmas,
5 pairs of boxers were $39 at Target.
Right. As
well, he
long
was
as you
just
don't
talking
go to the
about.
thrift store
He
for
started
your
talking about
underwear.
Abercrombie. I had to bust him down and then let him know that I'm a hypocrite, I guess. So
As long as
I
you
mean,
don't go to
it
the
hurt.
thrift
It
store
hurt
for
me
your
We're not
inside.
underwear, Brad.
agreeing on anything, right? We're
My
supposed to be
sister
like,
asked me
I
why I
have
was
a I
tearing
have a
up.
question for that one weird girl, if she doesn't mind. You had made a comment about minimum wage, like federally, not being raised in the last 20 years or whatever it is. I
Mhm.
don't have the exact number, so I'm estimating,
And I don't
approximating,
either,
whatever.
so don't even. Yeah, I understand. Go ahead.
But one of the things that a lot of people would debate about that is that the minimum wage in 46 out of 50 states has been raised, and that almost every single, well, there's like certain industries in certain states, like restaurants and stuff like that,
She's
that have a
talking.
lower minimum wage, but that's like a service. I don't know how it works in those states, but
Right.
most states are above the federal minimum wage, and fact, most people would say that the 10th Amendment of the Constitution would give it that the states should be the ones who determine based off of their individual circumstances. Like, let's talk about Louisiana for a second. in a lot of areas in Louisiana, I could go and purchase a house that would fit all 6 of my kids for like $80,000, and it would be in a fairly good neighborhood with a lot of land. Whereas in here in Washington, I would spend $700,000 on a house and I'd have to fix up the entire thing from top to bottom
Oh
and
yeah.
have like this much land, like
But
I
how
have a
much does
sliver
it
of
cost?
backyard.
But how much does it cost to move out there? That's the thing. And that's what a lot of people don't grasp is to get up and just go is also another
Right, and
thing.
I agree, but that's where I'm coming at though is on the state's issue is why should Louisiana be paying $15 an hour when their cost of living is so much lower than say California or Seattle or some of these major metropolitan areas. And that's why it's not a federal government issue, and I don't personally believe that the federal government should be the one that dictates what the minimum wage is. I think that if we're going to discuss what minimum wage is, it should be based off of the locality, even as far down as the city municipality, and not necessarily even just regulated by the states, because each city in and of itself, or each county in and of itself, have different standards of living, have different cost of living, and we have to take that into account. And so I just wanted to
Well,
kind of rebuttal you
oh
on the
no, no,
whole
no.
federal.
If I could, and again, folks, I hope you all know that we're doing this counter rebuttal, plain devil's advocate. Okay, also.
Yeah,
Exactly.
no.
But
Let me ask
also,
y'all a quick
I do want
question.
to
Let me
say,
pull all of y'all. Let me pull everybody here of the 5 contestants that remain, because this is
Mhm.
kind of ubiquitous. We can all kind of shoot back and forth on this. We were talking about the topic of minimum wage, right? All right, so raise your hand if you are pro low minimum wage, if you want it to be on the lower end minimum wage. All right, now raise your hand if you are if you don't like minimum wage, if you don't want to see it existing at all. Raise your hand.
again, are we talking federal level? I'm
Yeah,
assuming.
federal. This is federal. Yes, federal. We're talking about federal minimum wage, something
Federal
we would call
low.
universal. All right. So you're
Federal
gonna go
low.
low. Okay. So Twisted
It's a
Aviator is more a proponent of low.
non-existent.
You don't want it to
Federal.
exist. Kate
Yeah.
doesn't want it. She's anti minimum wage. Okay. I'm in the same boat because I actually feel like more people would get paid more, and one aspect of the quality of the market. Well, the quality of the market is really, really important, and that's what you get with incentivizing people with more money. But they have to earn it. But okay, so we did low, we did no. All right, so does anybody here outside of low or no, do you have a specific dollar amount that you would like to see on the federal level that you think suits the needs of every state, covers the best blanket? Anybody here have an ideal minimum wage amount? And
You
if
know
you
what?
do, what is it?
Without having the numbers in front of me, I can't give you that number.
Yeah, there's no way
What
to
I'm gonna
give that.
say, what
Okay.
I'm gonna say
Yeah.
though is with
Ballpark it,
federal
I guess.
employees and especially military, are you gonna be the one in the accounting department going to have to change and go make sure that all their accounting stuff is the same for that individual state or country or
No,
whatever
when I'm asking
territory
that
that they have to
question, there's no specific answer. I just wanted y'all to be able to gauge or portray to where the question was. That way,
Yeah.
when the audience votes, then they can.
Well,
And
and
then
that's what I was just trying to explain.
And when you talk about federal, when you talk about federal and you talk about military, that's why your basic housing allowance is different per the location that you live. So,
Well,
like
you
when
were
we lived
saying
in
that you
Texas,
wanted it to be based on individual states, and you want to be against the federal a federal minimum wage, which that is based upon.
well, no, the federal minimum, or so our military pay is based on the specific states and even the specific cities that you live in, how much we make for our basic housing allowance, because we get our
Correct.
base pay. Our base pay is the same across the board, no matter where you live, and then you
But
have
it's
a
a
housing
federal
allowance.
wage. It's at it. Okay, I understand what you're saying about the housing, but your actual pay is based on a federal wage, not a
That's
state
just
wage.
for
No,
basic
it's not.
our
It's
wage.
not
That's like a
based
very
on
small amount
a.
of our military pay.
Yeah,
It's
it's
like this
not
much in
based
our
on
military.
a. Yeah.
But what he was saying, but I'm just trying to make sure I understand that. The housing is based on the locality she's in. I understand that. But
And
she
that's
is
the
still
cost
paid
of living.
federal, you are paid a federal wage.
Yeah, but it's not a minimum wage. It's based off of my husband's rank, time that he's been in the military.
Right.
I mean, ultimately, if we were to actually look at how much my husband makes, he makes like $2.75 an hour that he
Which
works.
the federal government standardized.
Well, it's not a minimum wage though. It's not I mean, $2.75 doesn't even meet the federal minimum wage because we're on salary. We're not on an hourly wage.
Thanks,
Which is still
EOD
a federal system.
696. I
What I'm
appreciate
getting at
that.
is that what I'm saying is that
I don't know too
everything,
much
even
about
if
how I
you
feel on this
retire,
subject,
is
so
your
I'm just
wage
staying
changing
quiet.
because you moved out of state or to a different state?
If we retired, no, our wage would be the same. If we retired, our pension
Based
would
on
be
a
the same.
federal wage and what the federal government says
But
if
our
you get an
federal pension,
upgrade on your pension or not.
no, we wouldn't get an upgrade. We get our pension, and that's what it is for the rest of our life.
Well,
Period.
but I
That's
thought there
based
was,
off
I thought
of
there has
retirement
been,
number of years in.
I thought there had been upgrades in the military pension. So I apologize if I spoke out of that. Okay.
I mean, there's future upgrades, but if you've already retired, your pay isn't increased, your pension isn't, your retirement isn't increased, and you earn that for serving the country for 20 years. And now, congressionally, yeah, their pensions have increased and changed, and same with certain other positions in the federal government. But again, if we're talking about minimum wage, we're not just talking about, like a salaried position or federal worker. The minimum
It has to
wage
be
Good
based on
night to you
something.
guys.
dictated upon locality. That's why basic
Have a
But
good
housing.
not
one.
all
Thanks for
situations,
joining.
because you said that your housing is based on locality, but you have a federal wage, which there has to be some base of a federal wage.
All right,
I
so
don't think
let's.
they should I
All
don't
right,
think
so
you're
let's
understanding.
all right, so let's put the volleyball back in the air. Let's segue because I want to make sure I give everyone that brought up something. I want to be able to pop it up in the air, ask a controversial question within that solution that you presented. So I believe it was DK that had brought up police reform. Yeah, I'm calling on you. You've been quiet. DK's been drinking. He's been smoking. He's about to fall
Weed
asleep. A
kicked
little
in.
nap, chat. Yeah, the weed's good, chat. It was weed this time. So, DK, how do you plan in instituting, you said police reform? How does that happen? Because I'll be honest, a lot of people on the right have a different envisionment of how the police are doing, how well that they're doing, and seems like a not necessarily Machiavellian, but just a very unorthodox opinion from the right. How do you plan on fixing that? And you are muted, by the way. How do you plan on reforming the police?
I just realized I was muted. I'm sorry.
It's all good,
I was
buddy.
literally just talking at you for a second. And I think I was talking through most of this. So I did not realize because I'm like he's like "Hey, and you are muted by the way." And I'm like so wait, either Brant's
Yeah.
being very upset with me or I
No,
just
no, 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 no.
but anyway, yeah, no, not that I exactly know where police reform needs to be, but I think taking money and situational, you know, fucking, we're gonna bring a we're gonna. All right, folks. What we need to do is bring some social workers in here, and we need to have them talk to the. Sir, just put the gun down. Like, no, it's just people are in a mix of a multitude of emotions. There are police officers that are leaving the force. There are police officers that want to stay because they feel like they can rectify things. There are people that have been taken off the force for stupid fucking shit they've done. There overall there's a really high uh pattern of just people are on edge, I guess is the best way of putting it. To reform that, I think taking away, because collectively we have, right? We've taken away from the police, and things have only gotten worse. And then we've only had, people pushing towards the police more and more and more, with these riots. I mean, we both watched play out over the last year. And during that time, police were being, resources are being pulled. So in a way, it was kind of collectively created. I don't even really know if there is a problem. I just think maybe there was some political gain behind something. That's my honest opinion. Reform doesn't mean how can you help cops and you take money away from them? Just saying. I don't know. That's what I think.
Brant, now you're muted.
Grant, you're muted.
Yeah, I know. I did it. Yep. Yep. Chat.
I,
14
so I
hours of
tell
I was
you,
streaming.
gonna, I was
You know
gonna
how
keep
it
going,
goes.
but I felt like I
All right,
couldn't.
but
I want to.
okay.
Yeah.
So I'm making sure I hear this correctly. Is that rather than divesting, you would like to see further investment into the police?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's what I'm hearing you say. You want to put more funds into the police. Well, the reason why I'm
Well, I
articulating what
I think
everyone is saying is making
think
sure that
like
everyone's final opinions and what their subjective take on this.
it's been decreasing, right? So I think we're recently getting back to a point where people are like, okay, no, fuck this, because statistically, Black Americans in most of the most fucked up areas in the United States want they want the same amount of police or they want more. So I think defunding has contributed to a lot of the mass hysteria and what have you. Yeah.
Love you, D. Nice
I'm
take,
just
bud.
being honest, man.
And no, I like it, dude. I'm glad that you showed up and participated, bud. All right.
I
So,
appreciate you letting me be here.
Twisted Aviator, do you have any final remarks? We're going to start with you. Final remarks of the evening. You get 90 seconds that you can mention any of the topics that were talked about tonight. You can talk about any special points, anything that's happened up until right now. It's your closing argument, basically making your case to the jury, i.e., the chat. And
Well, I mean,
go on ahead.
We've covered a lot of variety of topics tonight. You know, a lot of the problems with our world today comes back to, and this is controversial, it's not race, it's socioeconomics. Whether it's white, black, purple, pink, polka dotted, I don't care. And I'm going to say it again that a lot of our societal woes could be solved by bringing back skilled labor to this country. We have a lack of positions open for skilled labor. You're either highly skilled labor, or you are service industry. There's not a whole lot of middle ground left anymore. And we need that middle ground. That is what is killing the middle class, is the lack of that middle ground. Without that middle ground, you can't have a middle class. And coming up to Stardust comments, parents need to fucking be parents. Wake the fuck up, raise your kids. I'm going to agree with Oreo. Take them behind the fucking shed and beat their ass if they need to have it done. Grow your kids into productive members of society and not kids who get a participation trophy at the end of the day every time. There are winners and losers. Teach it to them. You're not going to win everything. You're not going to lose everything. Pay attention to your kids' mental health. Pay attention. We need to improve mental health in this country. Bringing back manufacturing is going to help increase the tax base. You increase the tax base, you can provide some more programs like that without having to raise the taxes on us as individuals. Yeah, I mean, that's about it.
No, I feel that. I was just ordering food.
And Regis says, is that your final answer?
Did
Yeah.
Regis die? You guys remember
Yeah.
Regis, the 5'3" dude that did the Millionaire show. Yeah. All right.
I remember. Yeah.
Moving on. Numero 2. Weird Girl. Final argument. You get 2 minutes. I gave Aviator 2 minutes, by the way, as well. So I know I said 90 seconds, but I'm all over the place, chat. Don't judge me. But
Guys,
your 2 minutes on your closer starts right now.
I still there was a I still believe that housing is probably still one of the biggest issues here. And as you were saying, Aviator, it's not a race thing. it transcends across all races. As much as I would like to see the industry come back, the manufacturing jobs come back. I mean, my background is in automotive technology. I went to a tech school. I only have a few years of JC, few credits in JC. So I totally understand that. But if we are to bring these jobs to an area, we need to have an housing that's going to be able to support that, and people that are trying to actually just make their way through life. We look at Silicon Valley, we look at those places, and even including in Colorado, where tech industry has literally, I will say, decimated an entire area and ripped it of. I'm not saying that all history of an area is a great history, but when we start seeing the same cutter houses, and the same thing, there becomes just this influx of no self belonging into the world. Um, I've seen where homes are put up so quickly, and apartment complexes are put up so quickly without oversight that their 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 balconies collapse and kill people. It is less. It's happening less now because regulations are coming in. Um, but believe it or not, since the newspaper print went out, we actually saw a steady decrease in in affordable housing. And I'm meaning with we are seeing also logging companies be shut down because of overregulation in our forest areas, which I am not a tree hugger by any means, but there's a lot of things that I believe that are going to be needing to take care of, and steps that we need to take care of. But as far as a quick, immediate fix, it can't happen.
All right. Interesting. All right. Third up, number 3 here, we have DK Records. DK Records, bring us home. This is your 2-minute basic outro. Anything you want to speak on? You rest your case after this.
Um,
Go for it.
Well, like if we're gonna start with the case that we started in the beginning, right? What was it, Dante? Somebody gave me his name.
Dante Wright?
All together. Dante
2 minutes,
Wright.
by the way.
I still honestly believe that the kid, regardless, you play the video in silence. If you look at the situation, kid was probably justified to be shot. I mean, based off of the people he injured, based off of the people he could have, the politically charged climate of the situation. That was my biggest thing. And then, to be quite honest, the kid in Detroit really hit me hard because not to be an ass, but the kid that did it, when you looked at everything, when you looked at his picture, you could tell that there was something going on. My opinion, that's how I feel, but I also have the Detroit vibe. Something about that doesn't make any sense. And that's kind of where I want to leave it tonight.
Right on, brother. Hey, just float
I
on into the
appreciate
ether.
the entire group tonight. You guys are all awesome.
Thank you, man.
How are you?
Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. All right. Kate, for number 4. Begin when you want, and then I'll start for 2 minutes.
Sorry. I've been eating this whole time because I'm always hungry.
Yeah, I did. I slammed chicken Alfredo before, as we were starting. Go for it.
Okay, so first off, I just want to thank everybody for letting me join you tonight and kind of getting me back into it. I've been kind of gone for a while, so thank you all. I think the biggest thing is that I wrote down everybody's thing, their social, their economic, bring back manufacturing, skilled labor jobs, police reform, universal health care, sex education, affordability in pricing houses, quality of housing, deregulation, and oil, or education essentially on renewable energy. And one thing that we can link almost every single one of these things together is overreach of the government. The government likes to overreach into every aspect of our lives. And that goes as far as the policing and the policy as well. Is if we were to just step back and not have so many government regulations and not have them putting their hands in the cookie jar of every single person and everything that we do in life, and we were able to regulate that at a city level or at a just home level. I mean, we've got people telling me that I can use a belt to spank my child, but if I use a wooden spoon to spank my child, they're going to take me away. Or if I use my hand to spank my child, it's fine, but if I use a flip flop to spank my child, it's not okay. Um, or there's some people who just say you shouldn't spank at all, but those are actually things the CPS will tell you when they come to your house, if they come to your house. And
Wow, that's shocking.
I
It's
think
like I'm a
that's something.
'90s baby, and you're telling me some crazy shit right now.
Yo, DK, it's closing. Chill, bro.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, I
No,
know.
I
Oh,
really truly
oh,
believe
yeah.
Shh.
that if we were to just take the federal government out of the picture and we left it up to the states, which is what our 10th Amendment says, and we allowed for the states to regulate based off of their population, based off of the economies that they have, the housing, the demographics, all of that within our country, that we would ultimately be better off and allow for private sector to do what private sector does best, which is turn the wheels, crank the wheels, burn and grind, and you start from nothing and you build your way up. I understand that that's not always the circumstances for everyone, but if we removed so many of the hands in the cookie jar, if
12
we
seconds.
removed a lot of the taxations and we removed a lot of the regulations, I think ultimately all of these goals could potentially be solved and implemented.
Nice. And that was Kate Speaks, everyone. Before that was DK Records. And before that was Weird Girl. And before that, to start us off, was Twisted Aviator. We will now be concluding with, last but not least, Stardust. Stardust, the floor is
Yep.
yours. 2 minutes starts now.
Yeah. So regarding all the topics that we went through, the first one, I think it would be foolish for me to say anything other than I do feel bad for the officer, but there needs to be responsibility for the actions that happened. Secondly, the topic with Ethan Crumley, I do think that the parents are probably the most likely responsible for this. This child was not well adjusted, was left alone, and parents ignored any warning signs. I wouldn't be surprised if there was more going on there. But that's, I guess, not for me to speculate. And then thirdly, my policies that I would want is some sort of option for universal, or at least for healthcare for that anybody can get, right? Because I really don't think that you can be free if you can't afford to take care of your own health. And then secondly, sex education and comprehensive sex education is vital in preventing the abuse of children. It's vital in teaching children consent, teaching them what is abuse so they know, so they can report it. And it's vital in preventing teen pregnancy and preventing STIs and STDs. I think these are incredibly important. We've seen that abstinence-only training, it only correlates in higher teen pregnancy in the areas where it's practiced.
Nice. Well, chat, we have gotten to the moment we've all been waiting this entire night for. That is to pick the 3 people from this pool of 5. Everyone here has been an absolute trooper. I know a lot of people here are tired, so I'm going to get right to the nitty
That was
gritty.
really fucking awesome. Yeah, that was fucking dope.
Yeah, it was. It was awesome.
Yeah. The whole point of these conversations, chat, is to come together. I mean, the belt is merely something fun that incentivizes people to really try and provide quality input. But outside of that, the goal of getting to that, the crab meat of a conversation, which is all the fuss for us to come to at least a common ground or agreeing to disagree, coming back to, like I said, that free market of ideas, being able to come together. I mean, I'd agree with 90% of what was said tonight, or I may agree with it regardless. But it's it's a beautiful, almost abusive right that we have, where we're allowed to do that as long as it doesn't violate other people's rights. So without further ado, I am going to open up the polls here. We have 5 contestants. We have Stardust. We have Kate Speaks. We have That One Weird Girl. We have DK Records. And we have Twisted Aviator in the finals, or the final round here. You'll be picking who will be going to the championship round. You get one choice. Who do you think was the person of the night? And the top 3 will be headed to the championship. Okay? They will join the Base Bastard. Hold on.
Confused.
Can I bribe you with an airplane ride? Is that legal?
All right, hold on. So y'all will be, whoever is here tonight that makes it through to the next round, you'll be joining Yeety in the Streets, the Base Bastard, and the Gatheist. You'll be joining them in the finals. They put on a spectacular performance last week. Looking forward to seeing them, as well as our winners from tonight. We've been getting really great opinions, really diverse groups in each one of these pairings that we've had. And like I said, without further ado, I'm going to mute here. Chat, listen to them as they vie for their votes while I mute and type this out really quick. Take it away.
So the person that you're voting for is the one that's going in, correct?
Yep, 3 of them.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yes.
That was
Everybody
You guys
gets
should vote
one.
for-
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I'm ordering
good.
food on DoorDash. So.
Y'all have the right to talk. Yeah, I actually shouldn't be
Third world
talking.
problem.
If you want a villain, at one of these things, okay, you should vote for me. I'll be the villain. I'll be your villain, okay?
If you guys want somebody that knows how to order some really sweet food, and
Pilot, because while I might be wrong, it's highly unlikely.
If you want somebody who watches every single Senate debate and knows almost every single
Freighter, I
bill that
have
you got going on,
extra 300 LX.
Wagyu steak right now.
Extra 300 LX, and
Well, I just want to jump in here and say
that's a citation
everybody.
longitude for work.
I just want to jump in and say everybody did great tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you everybody for coming in,
All of you
hanging out with
Thank
us
you
for
so
5.5
much.
hours, and it was awesome. Good job, guys. Everybody.
And Stardust, you're no villain in my book.
Oh no, I don't mind being the villain. I like
wait,
being the
you're good.
villain.
You can't say that. No,
Stardust,
I'm just
I
kidding.
hate you because you're respectable. Honestly, I feel like you were very respectable, and I've debated some lefties that are rude and they just start yelling at you and calling you bad names. And I think that it would be enjoyable to do a one-on-one debate or at least a conversation with you, honestly,
Yeah,
and
sure.
pick your brain on the differences.
All right,
Sure
Chad, I
thing.
have it typed up.
I
I'm going to
enjoyed
do this for
this.
10
Thank you, guys.
minutes.
Real quick, Kate,
No problem.
I sent you a PM when you get a chance. Check that.
All right, so
True.
everybody's attention here. I'm going to hit the button now. I'm going to start the poll. I'm giving 10 minutes. So get your communities lined up. Everybody line up. Get ready for the votes. They're coming in. We're starting in 3. Remember, who is your person of the night that you vote through? The top
DK
3.
more worried about tacos.
Yeah, DK loves tacos. I like
That's probably
tacos.
'cause
Too,
I'm
but
a
I'm, it's
white
like
guy,
hard
so
to not.
this is
I mean, there's
the arrogance of
a way to make a taco for everybody. Let's be honest. Like you can just
That's right.
wrap some
If you
shit up.
don't like
and,
tacos,
if
you
like
should be
it,
voted
yeah.
off the paper right
There
now.
you go, taco.
Y'all know you want somebody weird on there.
All right, we're
so-
opening the polls in 3, 2, 1. Start your voting now. Rev
All
your
right, my
voting
cat,
engines.
get over there.
All right,
Good
I'm
luck,
going to shut
everybody.
up. I'm shutting up. Contestants, Vi, why should you be voted for right now?
Well, I just bought ribeye and broccoli. There's my reason.
That's
At fucking
Okay.
1:30 in the morning. It's 2:30 in the
Broccoli
morning.
sounds delicious.
The fuck who's
Actually,
serving
does,
up?
doesn't it?
Where the hell you get
the
ribeye and
fact that there's
broccoli
any
at 2:30
place
in the
that
morning, bro?
delivers this late.
I'm
Yeah,
kind
we're
of scared of it.
So I'm gonna ask the 2 judges to explain while we're seeing the votes come in.
Yeah.
I would like to hear the other 2 judges who have been honestly, give them a round of applause. Everybody, our judges were very, very quiet tonight and like allowed all. And I wasn't one of those good judges. I was a bad judge. I interrupted a lot. I mean, I kind of am the MC, so Yeah, sue me. But
Texas
my
votes are to
judges are
save.
absolute fucking legends. All
Votes
right,
are to
so
save.
Central, I'll
You
let you
guys-
kick off. What did you think of tonight? Any highlights? Anything you can specifically say? Look, I think this was great, or
I want to talk about
go around
It
the
was
room.
great. It was
Bam.
great. I think Dorif would agree.
Big
Yeah.
dope.
First, I always want to commend the lefties for coming in here and
The
debating.
lefties.
Honestly, well,
I'm
yeah,
so
seriously. I mean,
left,
come on.
bro.
Yeah.
I consider myself more of a centrist. I think the left and the right are both a little fucking out there.
Yeah,
Oh, they are.
I do
You
too.
got extremists
They
on
are,
both
I do
sides.
too.
Yeah, exactly. Sansol, he scored very high, actually, with
Yeah.
points tonight. I don't want to give away our point system because people will try to manipulate it, but he
Right.
scored high. Stardust scored very high.
Whoever yelled at
Stardust
Philly and
did,
called them
yes.
curse words.
Yes. No, everybody did a great job. DK always coming in, providing comic relief. Yeah, no, everybody knows DK's my homie, man. That's my bro. But no, Central and I both came in here completely 100% down the middle, impartial, and you guys kicked ass. Weird girl, what the hell is on your head?
Actually,
I think
it's
Dorif has had some reasons to hate me over the last couple weeks.
I
I like
actually
it.
found this at Spencer's for $1.77. It's actually a skirt,
Oh
but it
my
works pretty
God,
well as a
actually,
veil.
It might be the greatest $1.77 you ever spent. That
Isn't
is
it?
awesome.
Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you.
All right. So Twisted, that one weird girl, DK Records. Y'all are very close right now. It's anybody's game for the last spot in. Looks like
I see
Stardust, Kate
that. I
Speaks
see
have
that.
overwhelming
Yeah, where we at?
support.
Where we at?
Right
I'm
now
not
we
even
are
looking. I'm
polling
not
pretty
even
even
looking.
between Stardust and Kate Speaks.
Yeah,
Everyone
I'm
that
debating
knows how
on
much
whether I
money I
should
make.
keep
Appreciate
looking or
everybody that came
not.
in and participated with the
Yeah.
voting system.
Don't look. Don't look. Let it be a surprise, folks. Don't look. If you guys
I
are in
got
the panel, I
Hillary
think it'd be
Clinton on
better.
my side with her team from the 2016 election, and you guys aren't. What is the matter with it? Come on, you guys. I have to make it.
Are you
If I
talking
don't make it,
Arkansas here?
if I don't make it, I'm just going to DoorDash my food and have to eat in silence.
Look at that, DK. You're coming back, buddy.
Oh
Come on,
God.
you guys.
DK,
I love you.
DK,
DK coming back.
You got
That's
three
possible.
right
DK.
after they said that.
So the top
DK
three.
and
even if
Move
you
on, correct, Brent?
I think I'm
if
top
you
getting
were
Yeah.
three.
100%
Three move
alone,
on. Top three
DK.
make it. Yeah, top three make
If
it.
you were 100,
Yeah,
DK was 100%. Guys, if DK was 100% alone without even being in chat, he still would not eat in silence.
you're absolutely correct there.
I'd be watching like some Ben Affleck film from the
And
90s.
if Brent had not told him
Talking
an
to
hour
Ben.
ago he was muted, he would still be talking while
Oh,
being
yeah.
muted.
He'd be just
you guys could mute
rambling.
me right now, and I'd collectively still talk.
Oh, he was born a rambling man.
Thank you, man.
Cheers, buddy. Good job tonight, man. Good job.
Yo, hey,
I love
cheers
Look
you
at
guys.
look at the
everyone.
board.
Yeah. Dude, much
I'm
love,
the
y'all.
not
board
even
right
on
now. We're
Twitter.
looking.
This is our second week. This is
Oh,
this is
goodness.
this is our second pilot. I basically have
Where
kind
am
of
I
changed
at?
the format a
Am I
couple times,
fantastic?
but you are right
Look at
behind Weird Girl. I mean, y'all are
look
neck
at our
and neck. It's
board here.
basically you and Weird Girl for the third spot
Oh, I
right
can't take
now.
it.
And
Weird
Come
girl.
on, folks. You
Yeah.
know,
Take it,
come
weird
on.
girl. I mean,
Come on.
and if I do,
I came
I
across a
will
little
rub
too
it in her
much.
face, but I don't want to.
It's all good.
DK Twisted, Weird Girl, y'all still have 5 minutes. It's any
Oh, come on,
person's
guys.
game. Yep.
I
Weird
tell you
girl,
what,
you remember when I DoorDashed
this
you
is
to your
breaking
house
down
and how
really
great it
good.
was?
I'm very interested
And
for next week
Still,
and then
you
the
had the guy light
championship.
candles outside.
still offering
This
free
is going to be very good.
rides for a vote. Free airplane ride for a vote.
Come on, weird girl, bring it on. Let's see what you got.
Homie wants that
alright,
belt. He said, "I will burn up some jet fuel."
Make fun of the
I already got the
stash.
space waiting for it. No,
Look at this. The top three: Kate Speaks, Stardust, and that one weird
man.
girl. Stardust, you
Come
should
on,
be
guys.
honored. You will be one of two of the left. the liberals, left, whatever
Yes,
you want to
God.
call them
the
these days,
Here's the
Gaytheist
going
from last
through
week.
Actually,
violence with
I'm
gay
actually
theists.
surprised. I am actually really
No,
surprised
you
at how
don't want to see me
absolutely
dance.
diverse this is broken down
You don't
into
want to
what
see
our
me
final is
Yeah, I
dance.
going to be.
love it.
I did not want it to be one of those things where the communities. That's why I'm allowing everybody to just jump in and get in where you
Hey,
fit
you
in,
want
because
to do a 1
I
foot stand
I don't want it
contest?
to be just like
Whoever
9
wins
Alex
gets it.
Jones fans. You know, like I don't want
Yeah.
it to just be
Yeah.
like
Yeah,
a circle
the
jerk.
Who's
You know,
the
I
yeah,
other?
the
don't want.
last thing we
Who's the
wanted
other
this to be was
liberal?
just a
Right,
big
The
echo
leftist?
chamber.
All right, wait,
The
all right,
Gaytheist.
all right.
The
Yo,
gay
it's not over
theist?
yet,
The
right?
gay
I don't
theist.
think I know
So
that
we can
person.
either do a rock paper scissors, or we
Super
can
I
do a
didn't
cool.
either
Super
until
cool
stand
guy.
contest.
Yeah.
yeah, it's pretty cool.
And
Very
I'll
very
That's
take.
good
All right,
mellow.
insight
here's
into
best
Yeah,
has
he
to
had
be.
a
sensible,
Best
like
has
very,
to be
super
very
rock.
strong
chill.
We
performance
gotta have
last
we
week.
gotta have
He
a
did
Very
very
judge.
well.
strong.
Who wants to be the judge? So wait, that means if you take that bet, that means that even if you win the vote,
I don't
you
care
lose
What?
if
this.
I don't even
What
care
are
if
we
her
talking about
community's
now?
in here, chat, because collectively we're all one big audience, so it would be all coming to
we're
here
still
anyway. So
voting,
like,
right?
why it
You
doesn't
can
matter.
negate the vote by doing a rock paper scissors or a 1-footed standing contest.
Troll in the chat.
Dude, DK, I
Look at
saw you do one of those last week. You sure you want to do that?
Chat, it's
You
still
did,
any
it
person's
didn't
game.
end
If you
well.
have not voted, chat, if you have not voted, make sure
Um,
you hit that vote button. Go to the top. It's at the top
And
of the
make
chat.
sure you vote.
right before,
Mhm.
Make
like,
sure
so,
you
like,
vote non-biasedly. Drop your
Yeah.
bias when
man.
you vote.
Yeah. Leave your bias at the
Vote
door.
Or
vote on
Fresca
what
bean.
you saw.
you better not bias against me, guys. Come on, nobody. I know I'm
Well, I
sexy,
mean,
and I know
who
I'm gonna be.
presented their case? Who argued their case? Vote
Mhm.
for that person. I don't care if they're an alien from another planet.
It's like
If they
osmosis
voted
stone.
Vote.
I
on
have
my face.
suspicion DK might be.
an alien,
You guys remember osmosis stone?
He-
That's a
He's
great
from the
name.
planet Detroit.
Planet Detroit.
yeah.
Planet Detroit. Hey, the lunk alarm has not gone off in my house yet. Okay,
Planet
calm down.
Detroit sounds like
That's
some
good.
like failed bar.
That's good.
The lunk alarm.
Come on down to Planet Detroit.
Come on down
There's
to
a
Planet
lot of failed bars in Detroit.
No, honestly, I think DK
It's-
should make that a
it's-
slogan. DK After Dark, live from
It's
Planet Detroit.
nickel shot night, you know.
Yeah, imagine if that's how it started, the riff, and then it rolls into me like, "Hey guys, what's going on? Okay, welcome."
Detroit Club Detroit.
And like in your car, and you like gotta turn it down for your kid. You're like, "Yeah, no, that's." Jesus, I went to school with that kid. No, I didn't. I'm sorry.
Brand, am I allowed to plug myself here?
Yeah.
A little
Yeah,
bit?
we're about to do that. We're about to do
Sure.
that very shortly,
Okay.
Twisted. Yeah, that's gonna be
Okay.
on the outros.
Cool.
We're
Yeah,
gonna give
yeah,
kudos
everybody's
to
gonna
those
get,
who make it.
Everybody
still-
gets a
there's
chance
still
to
the
cheat
wild-
pop.
Yeah, there's
You
still
guys,
the
if
wild
you want to
card. There's still a
subscribe,
wild
it's,
card that nobody even knows
Rant for
about. This
Liberty
yet.
at twitch.tv. Well, oh wait, shit. Most of you guys are probably already here.
Mm-hmm. That's what they be listening to it, so they be here. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everybody that's listening at Barnes and Noble right now, it's
I mean, realistically, it's weird how
Barnes and
close
Noble.
the vote.
Randomly
It's weird how the
there.
vote breakdown goes versus like the actual reflection of the real like elections.
I actually really
Only
love
50% of people actually vote in the United States. And if
everybody-
you think about it, only about 50% here. It's like it's a natural. Only about 1 out of 2 people actually takes part in the democratic process. We are gonna probably have a runoff, chat. It's looking very close right now. 10-10. Weird Girl DK.
We're all level. We're all one for one.
You are oh DK
All right,
pulled ahead.
whoever makes me win, $150 to each person who makes
Weird
me
Girl,
win.
I'm giving you the mic. What do you got a pander?
Absolutely
You're the one on the
Pander.
edge right now.
Again, if
Pander.
there was anybody that actually brought anything to the table, it's me. And
It is.
20 seconds.
100%.
It
100%.
has done fantastic work.
Where did you bring tacos to the table?
I brought White Claw.
Important.
brought
Very
fries.
important.
Because
All right, so we have
a
Weird Girl and
3.5
DK vying for the last spot. Weird Girl.
Yeah,
and
we're gonna
DK.
have to have a
We're gonna
runoff
have
here.
10.
Yes, we are. We are. Chat, I'm gonna
Most
do
of them are
Where does
a.
it go to the judges?
I am doing a 3-minute runoff.
Thank you, Dimer Boy, for the tier 1 gifted sub. Really appreciate it.
harsh on Kate
I
there at
have
the end.
I have to feed my baby.
Oh, that's fine. You got to
Wait.
do what you got to do, hun. We understand. You're like already safe. Don't even
Hey
Yeah,
worry.
Kate,
you're
hey
fine.
Kate, regardless, you're in regardless. Do you want to plug your channel really quick and you can go on ahead and do what you need to do for sure. Does that sound good?
Yeah, come follow me. Come follow me at Kate Speaks on Twitch. It's the only place I stream because I got booted from YouTube. You know.
I know that.
Come watch court cases with me. The Senate hearings. I talk about all of the bills and all of the crazy things that happen in our 3-tier and levels of government. So come join me sometime and we'll have some discussions.
Heck yeah. Hey, have a good
Absolutely.
night,
Love you,
Kate. Thank
Kate.
you. We will see you
Take
on
care, Kate.
12:30
Night,
on
Kate.
December
Great,
30th.
Good-
Good
Okay.
Hey,
seeing you,
Kate.
Kate. Welcome back.
We got to
Yes.
talk again
Yes, welcome
sometime
back.
soon, Kate. It's been a long time.
Nice to
100%.
meet you.
Good night, Kate.
Yes, and Stardust, send me a friend request. We'll get together and talk. I would love it. I think it would be good.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Same here.
Heck yeah.
That one weird girl, we talk all the time.
Well, yeah, I meant to Stardust too.
I love you guys. Bye.
Yes.
Love you
Be
too,
good.
Kate.
Cheers, Kate.
Love.
Good evening, Kate.
In line with that Stardust,
chat.
I think I sent you a friend request too. It comes up under Daedalus if you saw
All right,
that.
chat.
So
We're
that's
starting
me.
the 3-minute poll right now. DK Records, that one weird
What?
girl.
Oh, between the two of us?
And
All right, listen,
DK.
guys.
Yes.
I'm going to start paying for all of your.
Hey,
No, I'm
no
not.
bribing. No bribing.
Hey,
All right.
DK, in
I
line
will
with
demand
what
a
you were
recount.
in
All right, 3 minutes start now.
line with what you were saying.
Which
in line with what
person
you were
between
saying,
those
DK,
two? Make it.
Why not
I'm
just
eating-
say, "Hey,
I'm eating
Bed
steak
Bath
and
and
broccoli,
Beyond"?
ladies and
Come on.
gentlemen. Kate's a great person too, for the record. So it's like this is a
Yeah.
really tough argument, to be quite honest. But
Very
Yo.
but if
knowledgeable
I
as
do
well.
win,
She'll
I will
she'll come
rub
in
it
and
in
just
her
like
face
completely break down a
collectively.
court case for me or like something going on in
I
Congress.
Kate's too nice. I don't
I
think she'll rub it in
honestly
my face.
think Weird Girl and DK, both of them are great, but one person is incredibly well read and came very, very well prepared, and one person is hilarious
I
because
know,
he's
I
very,
know.
very high.
You're not wrong.
Why would you
True.
call?
You
Why
are
would
not
you
You are
call
not
Weird
wrong.
Girl? Why would you call Weird Girl a man? That's really devastating. But I do appreciate you
sorry.
talking about my prowess and my intelligence. That does.
Oh,
Gender
chat.
misidentification.
All right, chat. Right now, Weird Girl's up 29-20 versus DK right now.
Oh my
What's it
God,
gonna
you
be,
guys.
chat? Get involved,
Oh my
chat. Get
God.
involved. Most secure
Yo, all
election
right, yo,
of
guys,
all time.
All right, yo, my chat. Go over to Brant's chat and then yell at the chat. Wait, do you guys even have Twitch accounts? I don't even know if y'all do.
What?
All right. Well, hey, if you're over there, don't let her win. At least tie it up. We gotta make this.
Oh
We
my
have to
God!
drag
It's
this
At
out.
least tie it
actually.
up. I will go with that. At least
At-
tie it up.
Oh
But
my
Just tie it up.
God!
We have to drag
Holy
this out.
Putting
cow.
it on
Awfully
us.
close.
We're gonna go
Oh
Legends
no!
of the Hidden
Awfully
Temple
close.
tonight.
Oh God!
oh God,
What's going
no.
on?
I can do the silver snakes. I'm the silver snake.
I mean, I don't even. I
Is
didn't
it
And
even
it
use
is
my
sad.
lifeline of my
No, wait,
community
that's a
until just
song,
now.
right?
Like I didn't have to do this, but now I have because I have to.
Wait, I instead of a belt, can we get the what was the shoes that they always
I'll
gave
take
away?
the belt. I'll take what
No,
you're
I
wearing
already
right
got
now.
the belt
Actually,
ready for the
what is
belt.
that
It's
like
ready right there.
puffy? What's
Oh,
going
there's
Oh,
on
y'all,
right
the
there? I want that.
the
Oh,
Is
belt
that
that I
American
have.
flag? Oh, that's so cool.
Weird Girl, in
Oh,
solution to
that's
that,
cool.
I have a solution to Weird Girl's question about instead of a belt. We could have my smelly boot from
I
my
mean,
foot,
I've
from
always
my
been
broken
admit that
ankle.
Kate Girl
Negative,
knows
Of
sir.
course, Kate.
so
Yeah.
much more
I would.
than me.
Yeah, I would never. Yeah, for sure,
But the
Kate.
argument that I'm bringing is that potentially me bringing in this different
Oh, hell
perspective
no.
might actually have some
Oh my
bearing
God!
on it.
30
But
seconds left, chat. Who's
Oh my
making it
God.
through?
that's
DK's
all I'm
up by
saying.
Are
one.
you kidding me?
That's
DK's
all
up
I'm
by one.
saying.
Wow,
That's
this
all
is
I'm saying.
What?
actually.
Like,
We've
I'm
got
not saying
ourselves.
I'm
a-
like super
What?
Oh,
intelligent.
DK's pulling ahead. Oh
What?
no!
Oh, it's tied.
Oh
No, it's
my
tied.
God! Are you
Weird
kidding
Girl up
me?
Weird
by
Girl's
one.
ahead. And
Weird Girl wins it
Weird Girl wins it
by
by
one.
one vote.
Oh, you
Oh my God, dude! That's
did it
that's
really play out like
actually.
That
All
was
right,
crazy.
liar.
Wow!
Li-
Wow!
Oh my God.
I am
And I
actually
saw that.
proud of
my,
all
my
of
heart
you.
is racing
I'm
right
proud of
now.
all of you. I'm really, really proud
Oh
of all
my
of you.
God! High
I'm
fives!
very
High
upset
fives!
with
Yes.
all of
High
you.
five.
Okay, what did you do to me?
All right.
How dare
I
you?
saw Stardust's
So,
eyes go whoa, just immense, just
I
when
think
that came
I think
in.
somebody
They
was
just
manipulating. All
whoa.
right, listen, folks. I
all right.
understand
So,
somebody
chat,
was
we have one
manipulating the
more.
votes.
So we have one more
Somebody did
kicker.
it.
One more kicker to the show. Okay. Of the two people that are left, odd man out. We have Twisted. We have DK. We're gonna do one more vote, and that is first alternate
Oh,
for second week batch. So that means that if Stardust, that one
oh,
weird girl,
I
or
won.
Kate cannot compete for any reason, one of you will be voted as that alternate. So I'm gonna set that up right now, and we will vote for who's gonna be alternate. I'm gonna just set up a quick 3-minute poll. Is it
You
gonna
guys
be
owe it to
DK?
me, okay? You guys owe it to me.
Yes.
You broke my heart.
Nobody owes
I,
you
I
anything,
don't even know who
DK.
I'm against right now, but it broke my heart.
I'm sorry.
Broke
You're
my.
against
You
Antifa,
broke my
DK.
heart.
DK, you're
It's the,
against
dude,
me.
it's the
You're
No.
against
system, bro.
Twisted,
It's
brother.
the
How
system,
could you
Oh
dude.
guys
It's the
make
God.
system,
Dr. Disrespect cry like this?
This is
right?
crazy.
Mhm.
Hey, I
Here
get
we
that
go.
all the time. You know, that's crazy that you say that.
All right,
It's
chat. Here
either
we go.
that or I get
3-minute
called
vote
You
starting
can't
drama
right
alert.
Oh,
now. Who's
It's
going?
drama
Who's
alert.
gonna
killing
be the
me.
alternate? Is it gonna be DK or is
If
it
I was
gonna
wearing
be
my body armor, I
Twisted?
would definitely be Dr. Dis.
Who will be the
Why does he
replacement for
wear
batch
that?
2?
Why does he wear that, by the way? I don't understand it. You're sitting in your gaming chair, bro. Why are you
I
wearing
was playing
why
Call of Duty. Like, what if you get shot so hard it comes
Yeah,
through the screen?
right? Just like, Twitch TOS, you can't point a firearm at the
Oh
camera
It just
because
makes
my
him look like an
god.
arrogant asshole, which makes me want to just feed money to him from my debit card. Like,
Okay,
yeah,
record
dude, I love
pulled
your
ahead.
arrogance. Here,
Come
just
on,
money.
guys, come
Money.
on.
All right. So while that's happening, I just want to say congratulations to Stardust, that
Brand,
one
I
weird
just put
girl, and
$15,000
Kate
into your
Speaks.
bank account.
I personally had all three of you picked after the first round, personally in my head as the.
So now the bias
Honestly,
comes
yeah,
out.
Oh.
I'm just
Very
gonna like,
nice.
yeah, I know, I'm just, I knew it all along.
So did I. No offense, DK. You weren't here the
Yeah,
first round.
I mean, when we
really.
were having our
Oh, yeah.
deliberations, we're like, man, it looks really biased, just completely picking these particular three individuals over and over again.
You guys
But
love
it
me, so
just
you have to
y'all
hate me in the
y'all brought
public.
the most
No, we don't
balanced
hate you.
arguments. Yeah, y'all hit every part of the spectrum. It was good. It was really good. And I have to say the surprise of the match and the person I think was the number one in the match. And it doesn't necessarily mean that they had the biggest score, but I think that they surprised me the most was Weird Girl. You really brought it tonight. You brought a lot of stats.
Yeah.
Yes.
You
Yeah,
did.
Tuesday.
you
we
really
were.
stepped
I
up.
wanna.
My
Yeah.
chat, my
I
chat
wanna. I wanna
collectively
say
tonight
we're.
is saying
When you
Weird
take it
Girl.
seriously, the plane goes way further. Conversation
I
and
wanna.
stuff like that.
I
And
wanna say
that's
Weird
that's
Girl.
what's beautiful about it.
More aircraft references there, huh?
Hey,
Weird Girl.
hitting
I've
the
known you
spectrum
for a
here.
year. I've known you for a year now, and I saw a side of you tonight I have not seen at all.
Thank you.
I was impressed. I was
Thank you.
impressed.
I have to say, win or lose here, I had a blast. This is the first one of these I've done, so I really enjoyed myself, everybody.
Oh,
Hell
yeah.
yeah, man!
Well, you
I'm
gotta
glad I
come
could
back.
include you.
You
Hey,
know.
and by the way, all the losers of tonight, tomorrow is going to be the start of the debate of Brand for Liberty's channel. So anybody that wants to join will be here rebutting everything that everyone else is rebutting.
Well,
But
tomorrow,
right
actually, I guess I'll shameless plug. I am going to be tomorrow on Hippy Dippy. I think the Zippy Whippy.
You doing a hippy dippy
I'm
tomorrow
gonna
night?
be, I'm gonna be Zippy Whippy it up.
I will be live tomorrow
Yeah.
though, and
Nice.
if anybody wants to,
Yeah, shout out to
chit-chat.
Dylan Burns TV's cool dude. Includes me in a lot
Fake
of his
Peter Pale.
content. I've come to gain a really good friend in Dylan. And
Well, I mean, since I'm
it'll
not
be cool to
in,
be on his
and
show.
you guys all got me into it.
He's a nice guy. Yeah, he's a very
You
nice
got
guy.
Yeah, he is.
4 hour stream or so. Wait, yeah, 4+ hours. I
Damn,
think
chat, look
tomorrow.
at that.
I'm
28 to
kinda
25.
dedicated.
DK takes it. DK will be our alternate.
By 3, brother.
Oh,
All
I
right,
what?
so
Cool.
Yeah, you beat me by 3.
let's
Wow.
let's
the
wrap
alternate.
this thing up, y'all. Let's wrap it up.
Let's
I know
do it.
everybody here has things they want to do. They want to go do their own wrap ups, maybe with their
I just
communities.
ordered
I
a
want to
bunch
give
of
everybody
steak.
here the opportunity to give themselves their own
Yeah, thanks,
personalized
guys.
outro. I will start. We'll actually start with the judges, Central and Derift. Central, I'll start with you. Little outro. Just tell people where they can find you, and you know.
You can find me on Twitch TV at Daedalus 2024. Oh no, she's on with it. Central Scrutinizer 2024 on
Thanks,
Twitch.
Cut. I appreciate you.
And YouTube, I have no idea what my name is there because it's one of those long URLs that I can
Right.
never remember because it's about 30 characters. I can't get my
That
own
might
name
be
yet
accurate.
because I don't have
Fuck.
enough subscribers. But I want to thank everybody that came, everybody in chat for sticking around, for voting. I want to thank our debaters that have come in. You've all impressed the hell out of me. There was no favoritism tonight. I promise you that. I was up in the air many times, even though I had my ideas of who was going to take it. I liked you all, including those that left. I want to thank you for coming out once again. You guys were great.
What kind of house do you live in?
Yeah,
bro?
like Central said, man. First
one.
off, great job to everybody who participated tonight. Chat was incredible. The whole community was great. Stardust, thanks for coming out. It's kind of stepping out into the lion's den. Totally respect that. Weird
Yeah.
girl, you're still weird as fuck, and I love you. Kate did great. Twisted Aviator, your first panel like this, it was great. DK, are you awake?
Yeah, no, I'm looking at my
Okay,
food.
just checking.
Fucking weekend at Bernie's over there.
Yeah, Brant, thanks for
All right, listen,
having
folks.
us and
Weekend at Bernie's
hosting.
is more
Yeah.
fun. It's like better than Camp David.
Yeah, Brant, thanks for hosting this. This is
Yeah.
week 2. I'm looking forward to week 3.
Mhm.
You can find me pretty
Fantasy.
much all over the place. If not, I'll find you.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm everywhere too.
You guys, I have
so,
to tell you
Unless you're on a
something.
VPN, it'll be really fucking hard, folks.
I had to bring my shotgun into my living room because a guy stole my food from Grubhub last night, and me being drunk, I told him that I knew that he took it because I was sitting in my living room waiting for the food, and I watched him put the food down, take a picture of it,
camping
pick
the
the food
door
up,
with
and
a
then bring
shotgun.
it back to his car, and then he's like yelling at me and shit, and I'm like, and I called my mom. I'm like, Mom,
Planet
I might have to shoot
Detroit.
somebody.
All right,
today."
so let's
What?
we're back. We're on a show. We're doing an outro.
Just saying, just
You
saying.
know, yeah, dude,
Yeah.
I love it. It's great.
Yeah.
Well, the guy's still texting me.
All right, so
Maybe he likes you.
DK. All right, actually, you know what?
Yeah.
I'm gonna let the winners go first. DK, you can wait. You're an
I'm totally
alternate.
fine.
Alternate.
I'm worried about food right now.
Let's alternate that
I
mute
told-
button
I
on
already-
for a second
I just-
for me here. Let's put a server mute on him. All right, Stardust.
Oh shit!
You know what? I appreciate you, Dr. Disrespect. It's been a while, and I'm glad that you're back. Anyways,
Thank you.
I'm Stardust. Welcome. Not welcome. What the fuck? What am I saying? I'm sorry. I'm Stardust.
We've been going for
Thank
6
you
hours
for
now.
thank you for having me. I really appreciate this. If you want to hang out with me, I am twitch.tv/Stardust. It's spelled exactly how it sounds. And I I chill with the chat and we talk and I argue with people and I'll fight with chat too. It's super fun. There's a lot of variety of different people in my audience as well. Lots of different ideologies. So it's a fun time. Yeah. And I fight with the left too. So, if you like watching that, that can be fun too. So.
Oh, I love watching that.
Oh, good
I
God.
just like watching people fight, honestly. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I think I'm starting to become
Primal.
addicted to drama. I think I have a problem. But yes,
He's a
segueing
big
on.
Mike Tyson fan.
And personally, thank you again, Stardust, for coming out tonight.
Yeah,
and
thank you.
look forward to hearing what you have to say in the finals. I'm really loving the lineup for the finals. I'm excited for that. For
Yeah,
a first
it's
month,
getting good.
this is
Oh,
going
yeah.
beyond. To think, gentlemen, this started as a conversation in a Discord chat one night, drunk and stoned as shit.
I've already contacted.
It was a
the
great
ladies about putting
conversation,
this on
though.
the cards.
what we can
You
get
guys
accomplished when we
something.
come together and have fun. You know
I
what I'm
was the
saying?
sober one, as usual.
Right. All right, weird girl.
What can I say?
You're moving on to the finals. How do you feel?
you. And thank you, chat, for voting me in. And thank you to the judges. And again, thank you to Brant for hosting this. This is obviously one of the greatest things I've seen. Not just because I'm part of it now. But I'm here on Twitch. I just started a Twitter account. I am not a
You
Twitter
didn't shit
twat.
on me. That's kind of unfortunate.
What?
You're not a what?
It's okay.
Should
I'm
have been
gonna.
like, all
I'm
right,
gonna.
fuck you, Dan. I won.
True.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna mute you, DK. Let's give him the kudos.
You're not
Jesus,
a what?
DK's
Weird girl?
DK's a sore loser. Jeez. All right, going ahead, weird girl. Sorry.
I'm not a Twitter twat, but DK, it was a pleasure being here with you. You're welcome. And it was an awesome runoff. But I cover a lot of on the ground stuff here in Sacramento. In fact, this weekend we got some stuff lined up at the state capitol. Not anything to do with the United States, but there is something that's happening at the Capitol this weekend. We'll be covering that. But I also do restreaming. We play games. We do a lot of stuff. And as you know, as I am right down the center of the road. I just say there's extremists on both sides, but folks, just get all your information, understand what you're saying, and educate yourselves. Only you can do that. Expand your minds.
You're down the center of the road. You got to watch for trucks coming both ways.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. And if you're a motorcycle, just don't even cut the line. Just don't even.
Your motorcycle just lane
Nice.
split.
Yeah,
Lane
just
split, yeah.
don't become
Yeah.
an organ
Lane
donor.
sharing.
Do not become an organ donor.
All right, Mr. Alternate.
I don't really have much to say.
Disrespect.
At the moment.
The floor is
Oh wait,
yours.
am I back? All right, here. Oh, geez, you gotta
Yes.
warn me about that kind of shit. Gee.
No, I mean I literally unserver muted you at that moment when I talked.
Now he's muted again.
Now he's muted.
Now he can't hear.
Y'all, the production value on this absolutely flawless, chat.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. I was in the middle of talking to my chat. I probably sounded weird to you guys. Like,
Yeah, it's all good, man. All right, so you are up, man. Give us a good outro. Where can people find you? What are you up to? How was your evening? It's your time to go. You get an outro. Like this is your.
wait,
How was
you're talking about me?
Yeah.
how was your
I'm.
Taco Bell, Dan?
Believe it or
With
not.
DK?
All right, you guys. So right now, I have ordered a 2 chicken breast dinner for $27 on Grubhub, and now I'm on DoorDash on my phone, potentially looking for donuts or.
Jesus
I mean,
Christ.
you know, other.
That's a
other
good
things.
combination.
I'm gonna start a show that like
Um,
intervenes in people that have like bad Uber Eats.
My grandmother used to
habits.
tell me that I would regret not knowing how to cook when she
Tony,
died.
put the smartphone down.
You know what? I think
You've already
today
eaten.
is a perfect
She's right.
representation of how much she was correct.
Don't Uber
So,
yourself a
Very
Dr.
right.
Pepper. You're not that thirsty.
oh, I've done worse than Uber myself with Dr. Pepper.
All right, everybody. DK, thank you so much, brother. Appreciate you. All right,
I was just
Twisted.
discussing what I was ordering for food.
I know. It's all good. You're just making me hungry. All right, Twisted Aviator.
All right. Well, I'm
Send
Twisted
us out there.
Aviator. I am just rebuilding my platform. I kind of got burnt out and quit streaming for a while. So anybody who wants to head over to twitch.tv/twisted_aviator, shoot me a follow, sub, whatever. I would greatly appreciate it, trying to do some rebuilding. Like one weird girl, I just got on Twitter. Not much of a tweeter or whatever you want to call it. But
Twitter twat.
it's Twisted Aviator at twistedaviator. Or whatever, however the hell Twitter works.
Is
all
it
one
Twisted
word.
Aviator altogether?
Yeah, it's all one word.
I feel like you
No
wanted to say
special letters at the
.com
end. It's just
or
it would be
something.
at Twisted Aviator. Okay.
Yeah, it's Twisted Aviator at Twisted Aviator.
Gotcha.
I mainly stream aviation podcasting, science, technology podcasting. Do storm chasing in the summer. A lot of times I will also do some flight simulation while I'm
Oh,
talking.
that's fucking sweet.
I'll also do some combat flight simulation with DCS World. So kind of a big variety of different stuff. And the name comes from the fact that I'm a pilot, aviator, and Twisted is the storm chasing the tornado. So that's where
I thought
Twisted
maybe you were
Aviator
just
comes
twisted.
from.
Love the storm
So,
chase, dude, and always be safe out there.
Hi,
so
CTV.
Yeah, that stuff is
Yep.
actually fascinates me. Chasing storms, just because I'm an adrenaline junkie, and then like I also like to travel, so it just
You guys
works
ever
hand
see
in
that?
hand, you know?
Storm chasing is
Uh,
pretty season dependent. You know, you guys won't
Right.
see that probably until spring, this coming spring. But yep, it'll be there.
You see that video though? The
pretty
guy that like
dangerous too.
filmed a tornado coming right into his house, and he ended up being the only one that survived. You guys saw that bit?
Reed
Like he
Timmer.
literally watched it like he filmed it ripping him apart, and everyone below him died for
that.
some reason because he was in the attic window. He like survived some stupid way somehow, but he had video. Like you could hear the whole thing happen and see it happen. It was
Right.
wild.
Well, on that note, folks, it has been another exciting episode of the Bloodthirsty Thursday Showdown here on Brand for Liberty. I again thank all of the contestants, judges, if you were a viewer, if you followed, if you threw bits, if you cheered, if you subbed, if you gifted subs, if you hit that Prime, Twitch Prime, Twitch Prime, Twitch Prime, Twitch Prime, Twitch Prime, prime it up, you know, prime it to the maximum. But any little bit helps, whether you followed, if you shared, if you were watching on Facebook and you hit the like button. All those little tiny metrics help out a whole bunch. We're growing something here, and I really want to get the right more involved with the left. And I feel like this is a really great way that we can do this. And so look for this to keep growing and be back here next Thursday. Same bat time, same Brant channel, 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. We'll have a new batch of people. We'll have a new batch of topics out. Hopefully same level of intensity, because this week got scholastic. It was really, really
Yeah, it was
good.
good.
Yeah, it was great conversation. It was hard for me to. It was really hard for me to cut off of a conversation because it was. I feel people were really getting in the meat and potatoes of. And we had people that were very.
Yeah, I saw you back there a couple
I didn't
times
know
with
that I
that
was
Jerry
allowed to
Springer
like.
smile.
I didn't know where my limit was for a good
But
check on
on that note, everybody, I'm gonna cut the show off at this point, and I'm gonna jump out of here. Everybody have a great night. Good night to everybody, and we'll have a post-show recap. Probably go chill in Discord and open if anybody wants to hop in and just like shoot the shit, have a good time, and kick it. I'll probably be on for like another 30 minutes, and then I'll find somebody and just raid them. So, on that note, everybody in here, have a good night, and I will
Love you,
speak with
Brant.
y'all. The
Love you,
people, especially
stream.
that'll be involved on 12:30. Okay, peace, y'all.
Peace.
See ya. Thank you.
I
Bye.
have to tell you.
Okay. Just a second, homies. Damn, this was 6 hours. Yeah, it was 6 hours. Holy shit, dude. That was so much fun, though. Oh my god. So refreshing to not be fighting with the same people over and over again.